Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 아둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 제발 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어진 운명. on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. 한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지. 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망. 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모든 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러. Oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려. 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. I'll be there. 쓰러지지 마, 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 좁아. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 단지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면
Hello and welcome to Marvel Rivals Ignite for EMEA. It is a supernova here in the UK, let's be honest, but we've still got a lot of games going on that are heating up as we look towards the playoffs for EMEA, the mid-season's finals potentially looming in the future. And Moxie, we've already had some pretty crazy upset results in EMEA, which has been standard so far, I'd say, with one team being on top, which isn't anymore, maybe.
Yes, Vertus Pro have finally been dethroned. You might have been familiar with them from the Invitational, maybe the Championship, but even before those tournaments were held, Vertus Pro, underneath the name of Team Cats, were still the top dog in the EMEA region, but no more. They were dethroned by Rad Esports, formerly Luminosity Gaming, which has been a very long time coming. Those two teams have been circling each other for months now.
Yeah, so there might be a lot of new faces here for various reasons to watch in Ignite this week. We'll touch on those potentially in a little bit, but we'll look at the group stages. We have 16 teams in this tournament that have already been whittled down to 12. We have Group A. All of these are from various qualifiers. There was a couple that came from the Clash system, and invited teams that came from the Marvel Rivals Invitational back in March, and also the recent championship that happened in Season 1. So far, I think that the results in this group, Moxie, have been standard. Berber, Patspim, Zero Tenacity actually making playoffs, making the top 4 within their group already, but obviously want to go the distance in a group without Vertus Pro and without Rad.
Yeah, I think the big surprise for me on this bracket was the fact that Zero Tenacity 2-0'd All Business. All Business, the last time that we saw them in the tournament of Marvel Rivals Championship, came third. So Zero Tenacity being able to dethrone them was pretty important, as we can have a look and see Group B. And here was the biggest upset, it's fair to say, not just in the EMEA region, I'm talking every single region. Yeah, I'm even counting the EGODEF FlyQuest upset coming on through. Vertus Pro in the lower bracket is not a sentence that anybody involved in any part of Marvel Rivals esports would have been expected us to say, but here we are, and unfortunately for Yonanda, there they are as well.
Yeah, and you're looking at the sort of bottom part of this graphic with Peps and Alcadzia, Vertus Pro and Yonanda. This is also the section where the teams that win will also make top 4, which would make the playoffs, which will happen next week. But it's also the teams that make top 8 in the region would naturally get a bye to stage 2. Anybody that loses today has to go through the qualifiers again. Granted, it's a little bit further along the process than those that are currently playing in the championship, for example, but it's still not a situation that you'd expect to see the likes of Vertus Pro in, but there is potential, as we'll touch on as we're going to see them a little bit later, right?
Yeah, and I mean, those qualifiers are pretty daunting. A lot of these teams who came through from Wave 2 were denied their placement in Wave 1 because they pulled one of the strong teams who was also touted to be able to make it into Ignite. So you do not want to try and flirt with the prospect of having to go through those qualifiers. But we have some amazing matches ahead of us, some close matches, and also, Ryan, potentially a little bit of a change up from what we saw last week, because now that the dust has settled and these teams have been able to see how compositions interact with each other, what exactly is the strongest, I'm sure we're going to be seeing something a little bit different in a very special part of these matches. I'm talking, of course, about the advanced pick and bans, and just to be able to break it down for you, we've got a very special graphic to be able to walk you through all of this stuff, because the advanced pick and ban system is not something that people in ranked experience. In tournament play, we have saves. We also have the fact that bans affect only the enemy. So here you get to see the order that is done, with the first bans coming through at the exact same time before it then goes over to the side of the attackers, who get that first slave. Then the defenders get to answer back with another ban of their own before insta-saving one of theirs. And then we go into the back to insta-ban on both sides, to the defenders getting their save slot, the attackers getting their next ban, and then their next save, and then finally the defenders getting that last ban slot.
Yeah, so it's like a sort of snake drafting system, cascading style, which we've seen in like other games, notably the likes of MOBAs and stuff like that. But here it's like the main difference between those that even sort of play in higher ranks where there are sort of ban systems, or even in the likes of the Clash system or in the Championship where it's still the normal one. that your bans are not necessarily for you, they're for your opponents. So there is a lot of, basically a character can always appear twice in a ban. I say if it's my team versus your team versus Moxie, I might ban Magneto, but I can also pick him. You can't then pick or ban Magneto, right? Because the whole system basically stops you. But it's worth going over because a lot of people are asking about it, and naturally it's a new system. It's probably the thing that has changed up the meta more so than the likes of Ultron or Arako or any of the balance changes that have come in, and maybe one of the reasons why Vertus Pro sort of fell by the wayside this tournament.
Yeah, there was definitely a very big difference in terms of Vertus Pro versus Red on that last map of Hall of T'Challa, but we can have a look and see the overall bans that have been coming on through, because there is a common occurrence. EMEA do not like Magneto in the mix at all. In fact, he has been banned out 22 times total. No surprises that Loki and Luna have also not been able to make it through the advanced pick and ban system for either side. We've seen a couple of times that Luna has been able to slip through the cracks, which was unfortunately one of the experiences that 0% had going up against KQ's Hawkeye with that Luna team up, and that's something we might see a little bit later. But the fact that Magneto is getting banned out a lot of the time means that we're seeing a whole lot of AMER, as teams are a little bit happier about letting the AMER through because there is a little bit of counterplay into her ultimate. CC immunities like Cloak and Dagger's Eternal Bond dashes and also the Punisher's Final Judgment makes it a lot easier for the other side to shut down any potential space that Psionic Seduction is looking to pick up.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question I was going to ask, really, is it an element of teams wanting to build more around the likes of Emma Frost? He had, like, the most common picked. Emma Frost, I believe, and the same with Magneto, have 100% presence. Actually, Magneto, 100% presence pretty much across the board. He is either picked or he is either banned. For Loki and Luna, it's 99%. The only reason why they aren't 100% is because of the game that OG Seed played last week where they missed a ban.
Yes.
And I think that sent them into a bit of a panic and they didn't ban out the natural stuff. But also you are playing up against Schmungus that are sort of well known to play stuff like the Venom, the Spider-Man, other off-meta stuff that is well suited to those players. So I guess OG Seed were not really that worried about leaving the Loki and the Luna Snow on the board. But you're right, like Emma Frost being the main pick so far. Are there any, like, if we switch between this and the bans graphic again, are there any faces that you are surprised to see or you think that we should be seeing more of?
So I want to see, headed now into this week, whether or not teams are going to be trying to finesse the triple strategist ban that a lot of the attacker side teams are doing, where they get the free bans that they have and they full target. They take Loki, they take Luna, which is expected, and then they take another strategist like the Invis or the Cloak and Dagger, because some of the other regions have started to finesse the system. What those teams are trying to do by going for a triple strategist ban out is force you into a really dicey backline composition where you have to play the Ultron, and you can't play the Ultron as a second strategist. You have to play him in a triple strategist lineup. So you would slot in whatever you have access to left and you would just sort of like mash it together with the Ultron. But regions like Asia, actually, and this is really, really interesting, have prioritized banning out the Mantis rather than the Luna Snow. So I want to see whether or not EMEA is going to start doing that, as we're going to be having a look and seeing the schedule, because some of these teams I feel like might actually, with the players that they have on their roster, change up the pick and bans drastically. If you've got players like Saint Tomoto, well, Captain America is going to be the insta-ban rather than Magneto, I feel.
Yeah, and it feels like, I think one of the things that you wanted to highlight is the map types, right? I think that was quite surprising when we sort of spoke about it. It's just like the different types of maps having that much of an impact on the draft system. I do feel like that's something that naturally is going to change over time and become a bit more prominent. But this is the schedule for today. All of the games that we are seeing, the 4 best of 3s, are all incredibly important. If you win, you go to the top 8, you go to playoffs, and you also make your way into stage 2, going off, at least if any information's changed, it should be exactly the same. If you lose, you are eliminated from this tournament, you will not be making playoffs, and you will also probably have to go up the gauntlet again to be a part of the Ignite scene for stage 2. So any chances of being involved in the top end of, like, I think it's like 100k prize pool for stage 1 in EMEA, for the mid-season's finals, it's $500,000. So yeah, you lose today, you don't get a cut of any of that.
Yeah, Schmungus versus Low9 should definitely be a match to watch for, which I'm very excited for. Schmungus have such an amazing roster just because they play such weird things. Boga being able to play the Strange, like he would play the Strange before, but now the Strange has been absolutely giga buffed with Maelstrom of Madness having its damage fall-off removed. The pick potential in the Eye of Agamotto has increased massively. As too has Andrew's Venom, the Feast of the Abyss, in that matchup against Berber Patapim so many times was catching both of the strategists at the same time.
And it's one of those things that, yeah, we saw a lot of the Invitational back in March of like how strong Venom was, but the synergy was not only very useful against Berber Patapim, despite losing that series 0-2, it did take a point in Krakoa, so it was down to this third and final objective, which they sort of had scary moments against Berber Patapim. But for Low9, it's a sort of different story. They lose out on that first game. I think against All Business it was. It was fairly close again. Like, it was a full 3-map series. We haven't seen that many of those in the first week of EMEA. There's been a lot of 2-0s. But bright moments, I think, from this squad, especially as they knocked out Blood Cariudo in that elimination bracket on Sunday.
Yeah, Crisis just here with this Punisher was an absolute monster, able to flex over to the Bucky too, but the star of the show for me was Wolver. Wolver on the Strange, finding these Eye of Agamotto, shutting down Blood Carrier's pushes time and time again. I feel like for Low9 too, you're coming into this, the pick and band is already going to be changing, because as All Business learned, they left the Captain America up for grabs on the first map of Hell's Heaven, and that was the round that they lost. They lost the Domination, and instantly after that, in map 2, they did ban it out of the cycle entirely. So if Schmungus have done their homework, we're going to be seeing the Captain America get taken out immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem that we get so much impact out of all of the roles. Certainly DPS, the Duelist, there's so many options. For Vanguard, there's so many options. You're a strategist, main, right?
Yes.
How rough is it to play in this system? Like you said, like the final 3 bans that you would get in a draft, typically now aiming to take out 3 strategists, all of which are like Luna, strong ultimate, Loki, incredibly strong ultimate,
yeah.
And then Invisible Woman that has her moments, like her push-pull, Force Physics is really good in being aggressive, but also stopping Wolverine, just diving on top of you as much as you can possibly help it. But also, like you said, Cloak and Dagger. And I think that it does feel like all of those like hard-hitting supports that do have the ultimates that can out-sustain these big fights and big burst damage elements, they're the ones being taken out. So if you're a strategist, you're working with a little bit less than you're used to, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Mantis being left is a different way of playing, because Soul Resurgence isn't going to out-heal any Duelist ultimate coming through from the other side. But what you take the Mantis for is it's a very glass cannon kind of playstyle. You take it for the inspiration, you take it for the damage boost, the 12%, and you play basically pocket your Duelist. You would have either an Iron Man, maybe a Punisher, maybe a Torch, sometimes even an Ultron, as a lot of the teams in the Asian regions are actually doing. They will just pocket something that has mass damage output in both the neutral and their ultimate cycle, and they'll play for that so that they can literally just have an easier break point in comparison to the other team. Because what we had last week is Punisher versus Punisher. Both Punishers put Final Judgment. Who can pocket the Punisher better before the other Punisher falls over? And that was essentially all it was. Whose Duelist was getting more value? And I feel like now that we're moving into the second week, and with teams already having started going for the Mantis Invis or the Mantis Cloak and Dagger pairing, we're either going to be seeing that way more often and much more coordinated too, now that there's been a little bit of time and teams and scrims can really properly rehearse that timing, or we're going to see teams take it off the table entirely.
It does feel a little bit as well like while Schmungus have, I wouldn't say surprised, we know how good they are as a team. They had some good showing so far, really nice win over OGC, the dominant win. But I also feel like we talk about the sort of meta that has been forming. I do feel that they're somewhat suited to it as well, because these aren't players that you think of like, okay, this is one of the best Lokis in the scene. Well, you're never playing Loki again at this rate, so you have to move to your second, third pick option. When you have got these guys that have thousands of hours streaming the game and also playing competitively for however long, they don't really care that they get put on off-meta heroes. In fact, they will pick the off-meta heroes themselves with the likes of Scarlet Witch for cragging stuff. Is there like a head-to-head, a matchup in any of the roles that you think is worth looking at? You mentioned Crisis for Low9. Do you sort of think him versus Craggy's the call? Necro? Speaking
Wolver versus Boga.
A lot of Spider. Yeah, you reckon?
Wolver versus Boga. Strange. It's going to be a Doctor Strange off. Who's the better Sorcerer Supreme?
And we get to see it finally like come to fruition. So we have got the new draft system. There's a lot of new faces in here because I might be seeing the drops. Moxie, again, just talk us through the natural things. We've gone over it with the graphic. Now what's it like in the real world?
Okay, Vanguards are going to be taken out immediately, but Low 9, oh, hold on a minute, we've spotted. It's been an AMER ban from Schmungus first. There's going to be a Magneto save for Low 9, not the Captain America save for Saint Tomoto, which was a potential. Schmungus and Low 9, as we've established, they're more than happy to play the Doctor Strange as their second Vanguard. Schmungus can now start targeting down one strategist, out goes Loki, before they can instantly save a hero, and by saving a hero, we mean block them from being banned. So we're going to have one-sided AMER versus one-sided Magneto,
which has been the go-to. Like, that's almost like the first phase of the draft right there. The Venom starts a new one, and this is where, like you mentioned, these triple bans that you have on the side over on Low 9, you might be just put towards support, but you can also be very specific. Taking away the Venom off the hands of Y Andrew is a good way to make sure that there's no real burst moments that can take you out in a game mode like Domination. It's a lot more gambly, it's a lot more risky. The likes of Luna Snow, again, I don't think we really saw all that much of her last week because she was such a common ban in the second phase, but the save of the Ultron means that almost surely Schmungus are going for that triple support.
I mean, yeah, Schmungus are perfectly fine playing the Ultron. Necros has been playing the Ultron a whole lot. They're more than happy to embrace it. Low 9 now might be able to take out another strategist. They could go, yeah, they're going to go for the Invis women. So potentially we're going to see some elements of dive coming through from Low 9's composition, especially because Captain America still has not been targeted by the side of Schmungus, but Low 9 are going to prioritize saving that Punisher. Magneto has already been taken out of what Schmungus can play, and they thought about going for the Punisher save, but this is what I was expecting. It's the Cloak and Dagger save instead, because Cloak and Dagger's value has risen exponentially, and there's the targeted Saint Tomoto ban coming on for no Captain America, but because they went for Saint Tomoto's hero pool, Crisis gets to play the premier duelist of the Punisher, and they're going to have the Cloak and Dagger's Terror Cape line up to make sure that that final judgment is dealing even more damage.
Lots of sort of breakdown. I do find it interesting, actually, looking at the bands that went over to Schmungus. Loki is not a part of them. They went for the Invisible Woman. Is that a little bit like a... It's no point really going there for Desley because there's not as many good ultimates to copy. Like, what do you think of the thought process? Just that alone.
You want to remove things like force physics, because if you're trying to set up a Doctor Strange going in with an Eye of Agamotto has to worry, the cooldown that you worry about the most, other than just being shielded, is the force physics with the knockback. Because the thing about force physics is that if the enemy is in the air, if they're jumping, or, you know, if you're Doctor Strange and you're mid-levitation to set up for your Eye of Agamotto, you actually get pushed even further. Instead of being pushed 10 meters back, you go 15 meters.
The setup ready to sort of begin an important day for these squads, whether we'll be seeing more of Schmungus over in the playoffs. Seeing if they can go a little bit further in this tournament too. At the same time, Low 9, pretty late on in the process of signing up, came through the second qualifiers, looking to see exactly if they can take on Schmungus.
Yeah, Low 9's going to have the Venom and the Psylocke to try and hit into this backline. Desley on that Loki is going to make it a little bit harder for that Psylocke's fate of the Dance of the Butterflies to find the value with the clones being able to spread out the damage. But at first, it's going to be up to the breakpoints. Can these cloaks find their terror capes, as we can have a look at Schmungus' POV? They're anticipating that Venom, they're anticipating that Psylocke, playing underneath in the small rooms, make it harder for Saint Tomoto to actually find the engagement that he's looking for. And it means currently that we're in a 5v5 situation, but with Pine Clone already down for Low 9, they're missing a substantial amount of sustain.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine by Saint Tomoto running the Venom right into Schmungus and Y Andrew especially. Desley was the one to go down first, and the point is still just trickling over for Low 9. The progression is pretty good for Schmungus, and the eliminations are going back their way. A disengage, not losing too many bodies, whilst Schmungus have actually built up a couple of ultimates, but still wailing on a couple.
Yeah, KG, no surprises that he's been able to build up the Eternal Bond over Gonski. Everyone being stacked up on the side of Schmungus. We're getting the primary AoE connecting to all of our players. That and the fact that they've been able to team up the Terror Cape with Bogus follow-through on this Maelstrom of Madness has been absolutely crucial. The Saint Tomoto tries to find the off angle, pressures out Necros on the Panther to make the rest of his team have a little bit more confidence to walk through this choke, but there's no follow-up pressure afterwards. Jerky's not able to get into position. They need to force this Eternal Bond out and quickly. Otherwise, Kragi gets a free Galactic Legend before Wolver's got the ultimate to absorb it.
Jerky is sat on the Dance of the Butterflies, just got it online, wanted to just wait out some of these defensive ultimates that are coming in. Meteor M actually from Wolver, looking to try and find the right target, in the right position, but a little bit of cover, just keeping Schmungus alive for the time being. KG managing to take out Jerky just before the ultimate might have been potentially used. Means that this is not a bad fight for Schmungus. The contest is still there from Low 9, but whittled down. Craggy was the one that started that fight with the Galactic Legend. He's 50% having another one.
Yeah, and Low 9 didn't have access to any of their ultimates because Schmungus comes on through the Psionic Seduction, connecting onto Low 9, connecting onto Crisis before the Punisher can utilize the Final Judgment and the CC immunity of it. And Schmungus off of the back of that, hold on to the point for the entire duration of the fight, which did span an awful lot of time. But now Low 9, they've got the ultimates. The question is, can Crisis actually find this value? They're potentially going to have to pair up Feast of the Abyss and Dance of the Butterflies at the same time. Schmungus don't have a sustain ultimate, but they do have Desley with the Regeneration Domain and the Loki clones, which means the Feast of the Abyss feasts on air.
Regeneration Domain just keeping everybody alive, and it's just a battle of getting these support ultimates online. Wolver, though, with the Dance of the Butterflies as support, able to cut through. This should be Low 9, able to take the point, but Schmungus have done a really good job of putting this all the way to 99%, saving onto these ultimates and just trying to disengage, making sure the Crisis doesn't get too much value. He does have his ultimate already for the Final Judgment, so really, it's just a case of buying time.
Yeah, Crisis has been holding on to that one for a while, actually. They're wanting to wait for Gonski to hit Eternal Bond so that the two can be used in sync, which means that Punisher is going to be able to continuously receive that 250 heal per second as long as he plays inside the Eternal Bond. Schmungus do have Galactic Legend. Wolver 7% away from the Meteor Ramp. He should be able to get it online as the Galactic Legend ultimate comes on through. Kraggy's looking for any person a little bit isolated, but Wolver is immediately there. That's getting all absorbed, forces the regen domain as well, coming on through from Desley as Boca Shield was not in position, and Crisis is able to take the Stylord down. Bass Descent comes on through. Necros tries to find the hero moment, takes Gonski down, which means no Eternal Bond to pocket the Punisher.
Got two. The Eye of Agamotto there from Boga. It's just the attention that's been split over on this objective. Low 9 fighting back. They were up against Craggy's Galactic Legend. The Meteor M just buying a little bit of space, but Necros just finding people in the shadows in these little corridors to find the picks. And whilst everybody's attention is focused away, you mentioned Boga as a player to watch. He'd catch them out by surprise, and Low 9 losing the first point, which I don't know if it's too much of a surprise. Schmungus have been really good in these domination modes. It's a lot more of a intuition, coordination kind of play. The one thing you can say about Schmungus is these players as a core have played together quite some time now.
Yeah, Low 9 are going to be mixing things up entirely. Crisis actually sacrifices the Final Judgment entirely to swap over to the Winter Soldier, which is a clear indicator. Low 9 want this dive out of the way. Bionic Hook is going to come in through for the Bucky. If Necros tries to go in deep and catch on to one of these strategists, he's going to get hooked, he's going to get Troopers Fisted, and he's going to send packaged and parceled express style back to his respawn point. The problem, though, is that Low 9, like so much hinges on Jerky and Saint Tomoto, this duo hit squad, being able to find an in into Schmungus's backline, but Andrew on this AMER is making it so difficult for the Venom to have the confidence to take the fight until Diamond Form's gone.
Necros staying on the Black Panther. We saw him get a multitude of multi-kills with the Spider-Man pulling people off the side of the map here, but is opting to stay on something that is a little bit more popular, albeit not by much. Both support ultimates available for Schmungus means that it's sort of their fight to be taking. The Invisible Boundary is available for Pin Clone, but that's pretty much all there is to go for. Both teams holding off for the time being, but Eternal Bond is going to be the initiation, forcing out that Invisible Minnow.
Yeah, and they had Terror Cape, which meant that they were still taking vulnerability, even through the Invis Boundary. 165 heals per second is nothing for the target focus focus that Schmungus are able to output. Pineclone falls, Invis boundary drops prematurely, and Schmungus will be able to pick up the point, which is horrible news for Low 9. They're on a dive composition. They're going to have to take a brawl fight with half of their team still trying to find an in into Schmungus' back line.
Necros exposed as the environment breaks in around him. He's just trying to find a little bit of a gap whilst the dive has gone in from Saitomoto, jumping in onto multiple people with the tendrils. It might be a bit of a struggle to disengage safely here as the swing doesn't quite go where you want. At least you're able to get a little bit more resilience there. But the Psionic Seduction pulling him all the way back in. Boga with the Maelstrom, catching out onto Crisis first, who has he used an ultimate at all this Domination game? It feels like he's not had a great opportunity. Wolver, these Meteor M's not quite catching, consistently missing. And Schmungus, much like the first point, wailing out the storm and holding on to the objective as long as they possibly can.
Desley has finally been taken down. The problem is that Necros, just the pressure of the Panther, gets the Vibranian Spear onto the Cloak and Dagger and forces out the Eternal Bond as Gonski just needs to use the dash to create distance between themselves and the Duelist. Low9 will be able to find the flip, but it costs them so much in that engagement. Yes, you're going to have Invis boundary, but Boga has the Eye of Agamotto to punch through all of that healing. It's going to be up to Crisis. He needs to be the hero. This Bionic Hook needs to be able to take the Strange down before that ultimate comes through. That of the Force Physics. This is why you took the Invis Woman over something like the Cloak and Dagger.
That's a great pick from Craggy, actually. Necros going in, runs into a little bit of anti-dive, a little bit of peel from Jarecki, and then suddenly Craggy's coming in for the peel there too. So managing to actually make this a 6 versus 5 for the time being. Boga just trying to break down these shields. You mentioned the Eye of Agamotto up on the high ground. Can he sort of get the attention taken away from him for a second and jump into the back line? I mean, the Kraken Impact might be the thing that helps. He's only connected onto Jarecki, doesn't quite have their ultimate, and through all of the sort of healing that's coming through, nobody from Low 9 quite going down yet. Craggy going to be re-inviting himself back into the fight, and why Andrew's been able to find so much over on this Emma Frost.
Yeah, the Force Physics connected onto the Eye of Agamotto, but KG had the Eternal Bond, which is the better sustain for Schmungus. And it's the longest sustain for Schmungus too. So even though Low 9 were able to stop the Eye of Agamotto, so much went into anticipating it that when we tip over to the second stage of the fight, they have nothing to out-sustain the other side. Now, Chris is going to have the Bast Descent, Galactic Legend coming on through for Craggy too. Desley can get a second Eternal Bond online with the God of Mischief, and Saitomoto and Jerky. We've already seen this pair squad of the Venom, of the Psylocke, has not been able to find anything so far. Low 9 need to find much more value, and it's going to start right now. The counter dive is able to connect. Necros goes down to the Winter Soldier, and Gonski is going to utilize the Eternal Bond just to buy Wolver that opportunity as Terror Kit comes through. Feast of the Abyss almost takes Craggy down off of the back of it, and he will fall afterwards.
Saitomoto finding the opening with a Feast of the Abyss. And now it's if you can sort of keep resetting Schmungus for the time being. Everybody backing off. We're going to hear a little bit of Necros just sort of just perusing around, finding an opportunity, potential blood in the water over on like the more accurate site for him, I suppose. But you've got some really nice offensive ultimates. It's a support ultimate, so I'm a little bit worried about. Pink Clone's going to be the one that gets in there first. But for the Eternal Bonds on either side of Cloak of Daggers, it's a bit more leaning towards Kaiji.
Well, Low 9 currently is going to have the lead in terms of strategist advantage, given the fact that, yeah, reset after reset, you said it, and you got it right in one. Winter Soldier, Kraken Impact comes on through, and that means that Desley's copies are actually making it harder for Schmungus to sustain. Down to the butterflies comes out from Jerky, not to be able to find the picks, but because his health bar went low, he needs the intangibility. We move over to the point. Eternal Bond from KG paves the way for Schmungus to be able to set on up into that space. They catch Pineclone on the disengage. Slowly but surely, Low 9 are bleeding players that they can't afford to lose. Crisis comes back on the Strange, tries to come in through with the teleporter, but what's he buying time for? It has to be a Feast of the Abyss, but Saitomoto is being drained of health bar. Schmungus managing to focus via this Venom. They haven't been able to find the pick, but they have been able to chase him out. He's back in 4%. Feast of the Abyss comes on through, doesn't find anything. No, Schmungus scatter away while Andrew grabs Pineclone to make sure that there's no follow-up, no potential sustain from the Venom, and Schmungus take Burnin 2-0.
I mean, that point on the map has given us some really cinematic last fights that are happening. But there for Schmungus, it's the fact that they survived through all of those offensive ultimates right at the end there. They didn't have that Eternal Bond from the Cloak and Dagger. They didn't have the Loki ultimate. It was a lot of it, the regeneration domain. People forgetting how strong that ability is. But also, when we did see the Loki copy the Cloak and Dagger, what I really liked is that they didn't just instantly use the ultimate. They used the full duration of it. And it's not just copying an ultimate that Loki's ultimate is. You copied their whole kit, which means that you do get another Terra Cape. So you do have a lot more like opportunities to put that extra damage in on the opponent. But it's really suiting the fact that like Schmungus love those kind of chaotic fights. It was a lot more meta from them in comparison to the last time that we saw them play on Domination. But man, it really suits them.
Yeah, no, like you said, the Loki going for the copy of the Cloak and Dagger and then holding onto the Eternal Bond, there's a reason for that. You don't get pulled out of your ultimate early if you're Loki copying an ultimate that has a duration. So one of the ways that these players actually min-max the God of Mischief coming through from these Lokis is that they go for the copy, and then that 12-second copy duration can get extended if they use something like the Fated by Ports from a Luna or an Eternal Bond coming on through from a Cloak and Dagger. And where it gets even more meta in terms of min-maxing is that if you're a Loki and you use Regeneration Domain and then you use God of Mischief, that cooldown doesn't get put on pause. That continues all the way through your duplicate. So what you can actually have is you can have another regeneration domain into copy, into ultimate, into regeneration domain coming out of it. So you essentially get 3 ultimates for the price of 1, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, a hell of a first map to go over. L9 wanting to do a little bit more if they want to be trying to make it to playoffs, but we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, it's their choice of map, and we'll see if they can bring things on as even against Schmungus very soon. So don't go anywhere.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달렸어.
The sun might be setting on L9's chances to be making it for playoffs, but we are heading to a realm of eternal night as Midtown is going to be the map that they've chosen. And we've spoken a little bit about like the draft system, but also the tournament system has also changed a little bit, Moxie, when it comes to game modes as well. Every series will start with Domination, so that King of the Hill control game mode type we will always get at the start. Then the team that loses gets to choose map. But where is it different from before? Because it used to be that you could pick any map that you wanted realistically. Now there's a couple of caveats, right?
Yeah, so the team that loses, so like you said, to start us off with, we're always going to be starting on a random domination map. To make up for the fact that it's random, the team who is the highest seed will be rewarded with being able to pick their side, which is important because it manages to secure them the ban side that they want, right? They're both technically attacking because it's a domination round, but they'll be able to decide if they want the triple bans or if they want to be able to go for the ban last on that defender side. Then the team that loses is able to take us to a different map type. It can be either convoy or convergence, and they get to choose the side, whether they defend first, whether they attack first. The team that then loses that next one with the third map get to take us to a map that has not been played, a map type that hasn't been played. So if convergence is picked in round number 2, they have to take us to a convoy map, and then they'll also be able to get to pick the side that they choose.
So if you're just an absolute tearing domination team like Shmongus is, for example, but it can do a lot of damage, if you lose, you can't just keep taking, you can't take us to Hell's Heaven, for example, or
No.
Krakoa, right? They have to take us to what would be, in this case, a convergence map, because obviously Midtown is a full convoy, full payload, lots of awkward fights to be taken. But it does feel a little bit like the first point is kind of what defines the map for teams, whether the defenders can hold out that first objective for a good amount of time. There's a couple of nice little stall ideas with the Penny Parker and such, but you do also see some absolute wipeouts if the attacker keeps stalling out the defenders, which I'm curious what side Low9 is naturally going to pick. What do teams usually go for when they pick this map as a side?
So Midtown is an interesting one because, like you said, we see so many different compositions for different areas of the map that you fight in. At the beginning of the season, when the Penny Parker and the Rocket sort of, I'm not saying cheese, but definitely grated mozzarella over the top of composition was coming on through, you would grab something like a Rocket Raccoon, an Adam Warlock, a Cloak and Dagger, something that with the Adam you can self-revive, with the Rocket you can revive someone if they fall prematurely, with the Cloak and Dagger everyone's playing inside that very small room, so Eternal Bond comes online very, very quickly, and then you would run either the Penny, well, you would run the Penny Parker, but you would then run something like maybe a Strange or a Magneto to be able to bounce onto that point and make sure that the payload didn't move. And that was a very good strategy for a lot of the time. It would actually be able to complete full holds, except the attacker's side respawn is right behind that little small room, and what people have started doing is scouting out whether or not it is a spawn cheese comp, and they've gone back to spawn, and they've had their Vanguard players pick up duelists, and they've ran a solo strategist Mantis, and they picked up a Punisher or a Storm or a Moon Knight or a Squirrel Girl or a combination of all of those, and they've just thrown spam into that room, and that spawn hold has snapped within the first fight.
It's an interesting one too, because Low9 also lost Domination up against Blood Carudo in the elimination bracket on Sunday. They chose to take them afterwards and win on, because they reverse swept, Yggdrasil's Path. They didn't choose this map. So I'm wondering if it's a little bit of like, Shmongus might expect us to go here, or whether it's just a case of Yggdrasil's map has been in since like the closed beta, and the Shmongus players have been playing this game pretty much since the birth of this game, right? So it's a little bit like take them to the newest map that there's probably a little bit more adapted meta to, and just hope for the best. Or do you think that there's certain characters that they want to try and lead towards or get away from? So far, again, this part of the draft up until now pretty much always plays out this way. It's very cookie cutter. I guess also the different thing is actually the save of the Loki instead of actually saving a tank. So they don't have AMER, Frost, or Magneto.
Yes, so this is very different to what we traditionally see. Low9 are going to be barred access to both the AMER and that Magneto, but they will be able to save the Loki for themselves and bar Schmungus out of that Loki too. They're also going to be able to bar White Andrew out of that Venom. So a lot of the dive potential coming through from Schmungus has been cut in terms of value that it can be finding. Schmungus are going to remove the Luna from play, not just because of how strong Fate of Both Worlds is, but also the idle aura, the snowflake that you can place, especially given the fact that we've seen Low9 try and put Jerky towards that Psylocke, and having that Luna in the mix does give that Psylocke much more stability, given the fact that she would receive the idle aura, be out of the Luna's LOS, and still be receiving healing, as Low9 are going to be prioritizing yet again, picking up the Invis, which means probably a targeted Captain America ban coming on through here for the side of Schmungus, and there it is. Low9's Vanguard lineup has been, well, cut is saying it nicely.
So what are you sort of feeling? It's weird to see a team save both the supports and the Loki. You're not really going to copy the invisible boundary because healing per second isn't as strong as some of the other support ultimates. Do you think it's more the Loki to copy what they're expecting would be a Cloak and Dagger on the other side?
Counter dive. Loki is really strong here for counter dive, plus the fact that you're going to have regeneration domain, which is a cooldown, but the value that it brings to the table might as well be a full strategist ultimate in and of itself. It's one of the only things that allows you to actually live one-shot potential, because regeneration domain doesn't just stop healing you if you get one-shotted. It converts the damage that you would be taking in that one-shot directly to your health bar. So with it, you can full face tank, Iron Man Maximum Pulse, and Meteor M, whatever you choose, and you get 3 of them to position 2 as long as you have your doppelgangers up, because it copies everything that the Loki casts, including that regeneration domain.
That'd be a bittersweet symphony that might be happening for L9. And the drafts have been already getting pretty spicy. We sort of expected things to maybe homogenize a little bit more. Common things happening, but no, first game's giving us some interesting tidbits. Jerky's going to be over on the Johnny Storm. Human Torch, that combination is going to come in to just give him a little bit more sustain in the air for the most part. Actually, a lot of flyers. Storm we saw a lot of in the Invitational on this map, because you do have these sort of high lines to hide behind. But seeing the Storm and the Torch together is an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be having a lot of damage burst coming on through from the side of Low9. Jerky as well, getting to play with the Invis woman from Pineclan, is going to be receiving that Guardian Shield, and already just getting to put so much poke pressure down onto the side of Schmungus. Necros on this Wolverine is not getting a single inch to be able to move. We can see his silhouette there just moving around the right side, but he has not so far been able to try for a hit onto either of these flyers or onto that Doctor Strange. Pineclan 2 is going to be guarding that Strange. If the Wolverine tries to get through, it's going to be a force physics to deny the feral grab coming on out, as it's going to be Eternal Bond from KG. This is one of the strengths that Schmungus has. No one's gone down to the poke pressure that Low9 is able to put, which means that KG has been able to channel all of it into sustainability, the Cloak and Dagger charge, and Low9 lose the Strange. Without that Vanguard, they have to go back to this respawn point.
It was only 2 eliminations that we've seen on this map so far, and a minute and a half has passed. It's a good job for Schmungus to actually just deal with all of this damage coming in, mitigating it, but maybe L9 losing a little bit of that burst, being able to bring somebody down from 100 to 0. Necros looking to try and find a dive in the right position, getting the Doctor Strange out of position, and there's the final judgment from Crisis, trying to find a little bit of space. He needs a little bit more support of his team, and he's got the backing of them, and finally he finds an opening onto Boga.
Yeah, Invis Boundary not going to be able to come through in time to save the Doctor Strange. Supernova combined with a Mega Hurricane, and Schmungus's Invis Boundary is not going to be able to keep healing through that one. That's another reason why Low9 wanted to combine both of these players, but Schmungus have that Strange. Boga fell early in the fight, so he will be able to instantly set up another teleport coming on through. Necros lunges directly out, trying to find a grab. Last Stand is going to be in play. Gonski went for the copy of Invis Boundary. Can they find anything? The grab potentially to get one of these players outside of it, but Necros with the XP turns onto the Bucky, or rather the Punisher fully instead, to make sure that Crisis goes down. There is no firepower in Low9's composition, lacking that Punisher.
Schmungus being able to contest with the portal. Both Doctor Stranges in play, the head-to-head that we wanted to see, both of which having the Eye of Agamotto. Is you're looking at Desley for the Force Physics to see if they can stop things from happening. Pinklone was very good at doing it for L9 in the last map, but it didn't matter all too much in the end. The Schmungus have been able to take it. Eye of Agamotto just skirting across the sky, not being able to see or catch anything, and the eliminations going well into the direction of L9. Craggy's been really good at these sort of redemption arc fights, but even he can only hold off for a little bit longer. It's taken just over 3 minutes for L9 to get to the point of this map, but they keep things moving, most importantly.
Yeah, and they've already pushed so far ahead. Securing all of this space for the Flyers is absolutely paramount. Schmungus, if they want to be able to come back into another fight, they need to be just fought inside this room, where both the Storm and the Torch can play above the door frame, still putting pressure, but making sure that they're not within LOS of the Punisher, and that is a huge pick. Pyro Prison denying the space, adding that damage tick onto Schmungus' players just for standing there, but Necros answers back. Crisis with the final judgment goes down, and without that Punisher, Lone9 know that they've lost a lot of pressure onto both Kragi and Necros. They have no choice but to bend the knee and respect Schmungus enough to let them walk up.
Yeah, it's an opening because the good work that Schmungus did on the defense might be all for naught if they let this second objective flake through this quickly. There's the Fire Tornado coming through and everybody's stuck in this corridor. What else can you do other than just burn them down? The final judgment's going to be used from Craggy. All of that trash damage leading towards a big ultimate. And most importantly, whilst it's not leading to eliminations just yet, it has split these attackers. It means that this is not going to be a clean disengage. It's going to be more ult charges. The Rage of Ultron's going to be used from Necros, and more time wasted from Schmungus on this defense.
This is smart from Schmungus. This is taking space away from a composition that has Flyers, and Flyers need space. They need to be able to get into the air, not through these door frames. And Schmungus are going to be able to make it cost. Saints and Motor One, that Strange could potentially try and go for a portal play a little bit later, but first they have to get past this fight, this Punisher turret, and it's being giga-pocketed. The Aegis from the AMER, the Doctor Strange shield, regeneration domains already come out from Gonski's side just to make sure that they have the firepower, the stance to be able to push Kragi back, as finally Lone9 will be able to move forward. The ultimate comes on through. Final judgment. Schmungus try to double shield off that disengage. They fall back into the small rooms, and they do manage to disengage without losing a single player, but Lone9 want more. If his boundary gets invested, Kaji answers back with a turtle bomb, but goes too aggressive, and he goes down.
Boga, he's got the Eye of Agamotto with these invisible boundaries. There's a lot of little ways that you could just slip in and catch people out. It's going to be used. It gets 4 onto L9. There's the final judgment as well. That's the combination that L9 were really not wanting to go up against. Schmungus have done so well to just deal with all of this offensive damage that's coming in from L9, whether it's just holding back the S key to disengage, all these sort of support resources, not even ultimates, but just keeping everybody alive for the time being for Schmungus. How on earth are they surviving these fights?
Crisis now swaps over to the Hela. No more Punisher. We're going to have Hitscan to potentially put pressure onto Necros up in that sky. He's got the Rage of Ultron too. Lone9 are anticipating Schmungus getting aggressive with that one and trying to take away more of their space. Firestorm is going to come into the mix. Rage of Ultron paired up with Psionic Seduction, but the Storm has already been able to combine with the Torch. However, all of the picks are on Schmungus' side. The regen domain coming on through. Kragi out of the way entirely. Up on that high ground, Push untouchable. Inside the Dagger Dome coming on out, and Lone9 have been able to get their way onto the payload, but it feels like it's just temporary space.
He does have some help, but he actually gets Saints and Motor as he's about to ultimate. The shotgun's enough. And this is going to be a rough contest. You've got the supports coming in from Schmungus to hold this one down, but because the last person that went in was Saint Moto, there's no portal on the other side. Schmungus holding on well and able to actually take this one incredibly cleanly. Potentially.
Lone9 came in with a composition that had so much snowball potential. The problem was that it got melted. Quite literally, it just got melted. Kragi was so pocketed from his team. They understood the second that they saw the Punisher, the Storm, the Torch, Kragi is just getting an absolute gallery to fire onto. They're Flyers. They've only got one invis. Loki is one of the worst strategists at being able to heal Flyers because his primary fire is AoE based. The way that you aim with Loki, you don't aim directly at them. You aim for their feet. You aim so that you can get the most amount of splash heal onto the ground so that it can connect onto multiple players. That's why he's so strong in a triple Vanguard composition. Into flyers, though, his accuracy is going to be subpar.
Oh, it's a rough one. I gotta say, too, so let's say I'm a tier 3 sub to all of the Humongous players. What's the win condition? How do they, like, is where they got on the map good enough? Is it worse than you'd sort of aim for? Is it better? What is Humongous' win conditions here, and how do L9 stop this?
Momentum. For low 9, they need a long A and they need a longer B. One fight needs to be won on B after the A take if the A gets taken at all. Low 9 cannot go for the spawn hold because you're just in so much danger of being stuck on a bad composition for multiple fights in a row. As Saint Moto's on the Venom, but Andrew's still got that AMER. If they try and go for this dive, you're just getting Diamond Form grabbed up. They're on a triple strategist composition to have multiple avenues of sustain as well as damage output from Jerky up in the sky. But Humongous with the Punisher and that Wolverine can just close up the distance, especially the Groot is in danger if you get...
They've got Crisis.
They go for Crisis instead.
He's still managing to survive. A brief panic, but nothing more than that. The Ultron out from Jerky this time means that there's a little bit of a swap up as Craggy's gone for something a little bit more boots on the ground, to say the very least. Wolver finding his first pick, which has been delayed often so far in this first part of the map, but eventually things are starting to look pretty good for low 9. The elimination started to follow, but Craggy is always very good at turning what looks like a 4 versus 6 into a 1 versus 6 in favor of Craggy almost.
They've got Final Judgment and Eternal Bond in this next fight. Low 9 going to be stuck inside the invis boundary from Deadly coming on through. It traps everybody. If you try and pass out of it, you get slowed and you get melted by the Final Judgment that Craggy is going to be able to use to bypass Low 9's invis ultimate entirely. Crisis tries to find the hero moment. Gonski with the God of Mischief tries to pocket it with the regen domain. They have, with that Ultron Shield too, been able to find the space to get the picks. Low 9 by the skin of their teeth, and a Final Judgment from Crisis come through with a very fast turnaround. But Humongous with 2.5 minutes still to play with have that Eye of Agamotto, and all eyes yet again have to fall to Pineclone to be able to prevent it from getting value.
They should be aware of it. Most players at this level are very good at knowing exactly when gut instincts start to cut off. A last stand from Necros could catch them out and maybe provide a little bit more space. Saitomoto spotted in the back line, diving in, swinging back out just to keep people away from the main focus of this front line. Objective now back in hands of Humongous, and there's only a couple more meters to dive into, but not quite enough. Necros wanted to build some of that rage, but he also wants to keep that HP bar up as much as possible. Desley going down. Wolf has been very good at finding these first eliminations in the fight, and the last stand not really connecting onto much, forcing out some ultimates. Even the Eye of Agamotto from Boga just missing, thrown across the sky yet again. And the Final Judgment from Craggy wanted to try and come out, but the Loki copy in Invisible Boundary is a great counter from Low 9.
Yeah, Humongous tried to double stack again, Psionic Seduction and Final Judgments make everyone from Low 9 vulnerable, but they managed to just force the Emma out before turning onto that Punisher.
Stolen.
The Groot Walls too, to be able to get the late stagger pick onto this Emma. There's no part of the map for Andrew to try and fall off of to regroup with the team faster. 53 seconds left. Humongous have one good fight and potentially a Fogu that goes down early, a teleport recontest, but it's looking dicey.
Low 9, as a reminder, not having access to Magneto nor Emma Frost, going for something that's a little bit more like March 2025, but Saitomoto's been surviving. Wolf has been doing such a good job mitigating damage with the walls, but a Strangled Prison on the horizon is something that Humongous need to be careful about. Invisible Boundary, more aggressive, it has to be. It has to be on the objective, but it does mean that there are players in the back line that want to try and jump into the Invisible Boundary to survive. Just as the Strangled Prison's about to come in, the Rage of Ultron cutting through alongside the Final Judgment means that Crisis should be getting a hold of this one. It's going to be really hard for Humongous to be able to re-engage onto this. There's not going to be a portal play. Boga is the last to go down on the point, and Crisis, giving Craggy a taste of his own money, is going to bring us to a third map.
What a play from Low 9. Strangling Prison and at the same time overlapped with Rage of Ultron and Final Judgment. They create so many targets that that Schmungus just don't have enough players to focus down every single one of them in time. They go for the Ultron, but that just means that Crisis on that Punisher is free to let her rip, with the final judgment quite literally shredding down all of those players from Schmungus stuck inside that Groot ultimate. We said that it needed to be long stalled out fights coming on through from the side of Low 9, that they needed to actually give their Punisher the space where they could pocket him and make sure that final judgment was finding the value that it should be in this meta, and that's exactly what they were able to do.
Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit in the break as something to sort of highlight for this one of like Crisis was very quiet in that first map. Is that his fault, or is that just because he is playing almost like the star duelist in a sense that he's not getting the resources that he needs? And I think we kind of got the answer here. He had a lot more freedom. Craggy was also sort of mirroring the same style, but I'm curious, right? Like we spoke a lot about like what the bans are typically looking like. It feels that the general gist is you either want Magneto or Emma Frost. It is almost impossible to get both of them. It is an absolute disaster of a draft if you get neither of them. Here, Low 9 didn't get any of them, and it seemed fine. Is that something to ponder, or is that just a case of the scenario that's happened in front of us?
Well, Low 9 got the Loki. They specifically wanted the Loki, and while yes, Loki is going to struggle into healing flyers, Loki is absolutely a-okay at healing a Strange and a Groot and a Punisher, who are all going to be grouped up. And then you also have regeneration domain, because that was the thing. Like, we saw so many times that when Craggy and Crisis went head-to-head in terms of just utilizing that final judgment, Schmungus would be able to keep that Punisher up for longer. But with Low 9 being able to come on through with that regeneration domain, overlapping that heal potential over any strategist ultimate coming through at the same time, meant that Crisis was able to stay alive so much longer, even through all of the focus fire coming on through from Schmungus' side.
We didn't really get too much of the Strange head-to-head. There were a couple of moments here or there, for sure, but Saintamoto sort of switching it around. Somebody that we sort of expected or wanted to see a bit of his Captain America because of how strong it is, has sort of done well to flex over. And even with Volvar pulling out a bit of the Groot, sort of rolling back the months, not quite the years, but the months, means that this is a pretty decent series, all things considered. And there's still quite a bit on the line when it comes to qualifying for stuff. We are going to see exactly what Schmungus are going to choose for their final map. It has to be a convergence one, as we sort of briefly spoke about. But we're going to see exactly what that's going to be very soon as we see how this best of three and this first qualifying spot for playoffs for today is going to go. See you soon.
This is my unnatural selection. It's Domination!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
Obviously, drops are available today as we're going to go over with some of the cool stuff that's happening in Ignite, but just as a reminder, today is a bit important for EMEA. It's the second week, it's the first game that we're seeing, and the third map. Whoever wins this will be going to the top 8 of EMEA, which means playoffs, which means a straight buy into stage 2, which is a little later on this year, and avoiding to have to go through the gauntlet again, which Low9 are going to be more used to because we saw them come through the open qualifiers recently. The Schmungus, they've been able to do the same. I think these are actually both teams that came in through the second open qualifiers, right? So it's basically who gets to stay and who has to go through it potentially all again, right?
Yeah, and I mean, it is going to be determined by one third and final map, which we know the map type, it has to be convergence. Where do Schmungus decide to take us, though? That is the question. It can't be Shinshibuya. Shinshibuya is out of the map pool, as I'm sure many people are very happy about. That point C on Shinshibuya has been the bane of every single Attack side's push for literally the inception of Marvel Rivals Esports. I could potentially see maybe a Hall of Dejalia coming on through, but I feel like that might benefit Low9's playstyle, especially given the fact that even if Saint Moto does not get the Captain America, he's going to be going for the Venom, and Venom being able to attack Hall of Dejalia, be able to instantly dive onto the defender side high ground, just makes it a little bit trickier for the defenders to be able to spin all of the plates of keeping that space intact.
Yeah, Clintar also seems like a pretty good one because we did see that Schmungus had a routing attacking side against OG Seed where they pretty much won every team fight that they were in, but they were really proactive in catching out OG Seed as they were trying to reset, trying to regroup. And I think that that's going to be important up against Low9. It did feel that we were talking a little bit about Crisis not getting the resources that they needed. I think it's important that Schmungus don't allow Crisis to get the resources that he wants in some of those fights, which is proving a little bit harder to do in Midtown.
Yeah, and I mean, Schmungus as well, we have to remember, Low9 having lost that first round of Domination, they got to choose which side that they wanted to opt for, and they opted for the side that got the first save. They opted for attacker's side, so that once they had the instabans come through, they immediately got to protect and ban out that Loki from Schmungus being able to bar them from it. And that definitely felt like a really big win condition in terms of resources that they were able to give, not so much on the attack, but much more so on the defense. And Loki is very strong on the defense because you have the opportunity of putting your doppelgangers wherever you want before the fight begins, as opposed to an attacker side Loki, where a lot of the time you're burning those cooldowns either at the very opening stage of the fight or halfway through it. So the cooldowns are going to be coming through a little bit later into the fight, potentially, than you actually would want them to be able to combat some of those ultimates coming through. Schmungus having lost, however, that Midtown means that they can stop Low9 from picking that side immediately. And if they want the Loki gone, they can take the Loki out before Low9 can do anything about it.
So we did see Low9 doing something a little bit interesting with the draft, with not wanting to get one of the main two vanguards, Magneto, Emma Frost, going for the Loki, kind of like you mentioned. Is that, well, first of all, is that something that you would want to see again, I guess? Like, it worked for them, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? But also, I guess, with the sort of focus being on taking out some of the strong supports, it does feel like vanguards. Yeah, you have Magneto and Emma Frost that seem to be ahead of the pack, but Captain America feels really good. Groot still feels strong in the right hands. It's just that Wolverine is also very popular. It's really only the Thing that's sort of fallen out of play, and Thor is sort of and ahhing, I suppose, on where he is. Also, as a reminder for people, there is a patch today. We are on the old patch for this part of the tournament. I would imagine for playoffs, we would also go to, you know, the 275 HP Moon Knight and the more expensive ultimate from Storm. That is not going to be in play today. So just throwing it out there so people know to not expect a Moon Knight meta with his extra 25 HP. But yeah, I guess the question before, Moxie, like, would you want L9 to stick to their guns here?
I think so. I think if you're low 9, like the thing about low 9's Vanguard lineup is that they're very flexible. Saint Tomoto likes playing the Cap, likes playing the Venom. Like, if they get full meta, they're going to be happy that they get full meta. If they don't get full meta, it's fine. They've got workarounds in terms of the Vanguard lineups, and they'd rather have things like the Loki on that Strategist lineup as a Schmungus going to be removing the AMER from play. Low 9, yeah, there it is. They're going to be banning the Loki and probably saving it so they get one-sided Loki right now.
So here, Schmunga is probably thinking again, like, what, really? So Magneto seems like the obvious one. Not going to be a save for quite some time. But now that you've played a couple of rounds against this team, like Schmungus, what else is causing you issues? Would you even consider taking out the Punisher at this rate? Or does it feel like Crisis will just rotate to something else like the Winter Soldier?
Yeah, Winter Soldier is definitely still something that you're worried about, especially if Schmungus are playing Dive. It should be noted, however, that Rixichu has been subbed in and Necros has been taken out. So already Low 9 are coming in with a little bit less information on what potentially Schmungus want to be running when those spawn doors open, as Low 9 are actually going to be banning out that Venom. So Andrew is going to be removed, and I like this. This is the Captain America save that I was hoping to see come through from Low 9. Saint Tomoto is going to be able to pick that one up, as Schmungus did like late targeting out their Captain America, so instead they're going to ban out the next best target, that's Psylocke, allowing the cap through but denying the follow-up damage.
Hey, you got the Lunar Snow saved on the side of Schmungus, which I guess if you're the Loki on the side of Low 9, you're licking your lips. That's a fantastic ultimate to be able to copy, and you also get Saint Tomoto's Captain America, which does feel like, again, like there's not too much pressure put onto Low 9, putting onto Schmungus, sorry, when it comes to that support backline. You do have to worry about the fact that there has been that substitution. Necros, a fantastic player, but maybe not the meta when it comes to the characters that he's predominantly used to playing. It might also mean if Rixichu's going to lock in the Ultron, that Craggy is freed up to play the likes of Punisher as well.
Yeah, Craggy can play over the Punisher, potentially the Star-Lord. Maybe we get to see the Scarlet Witch Dark Sorcery team up come through. Schmungus have liked to run that composition on Symbiotic Surface, as we can have a look to see what Low 9 on their defense is going to be opting for. What other thing that Rixichu can potentially come on through is play Hit Scan. If they're anticipating that Low 9 are going to be going for Torch, just the way that they did on their Midtown push, then the Hela coming to the mix is going to complicate things for the Flyers significantly, especially if the Hela is starting on defense, which means off angle already developed and potential pocket coming on through from something like an Invis, so your Hela can just play nice and safe behind the Guardian Shield in that first fight, and that Flyer never makes it off the ground.
Yeah, so this feels almost strategic as opposed to, oh, we lost Necros, you're off the team, you're benched. It really does feel like we just want to get more hit scan because of the aerial threats that are coming in, and they're on the money. Jerky is going to be over on a Human Torch, Crisis over on the Punisher. Standard sort of setup, but a scary lineup when it comes to the heroes available for Low 9 on this defense.
Yeah, Low 9 on this defense going to be hold up on that high ground. To have to be careful though that they don't play too split. One person isolated makes a very tasty teleport a target, which is why they're all going to be stacking on up. They've been able to scout out the Stranger's animation. The Schmungus are going to be trying for a teleport grab play, and they don't find anything until now. Gonski actually goes down. Regeneration Domain was not able to save the team through the Absolute Zero from KG, who picks up 26% ult charge from one Pierce ability alone.
Well, you at least not playing for a draw on this point. You've made some good progression. Jerky, suppressive fire more than anything. Wolver, very quick tenure over on the group to switch over to the Doctor Strange to allow a portal to try and contest this. But Schmungus, much like they did over against OGC, looking to take this first point very quickly. Full rage Wolverine in the hands of Craggy. He's got the freedom to do as Rixichu's going to be up in the sky as the Star-Lord. And Crisis, again, just suppressive fire, holding things down. And Schmungus actually having to disengage just for a moment at the very least, as they don't quite have the damage to burst through.
They do have a strategist ultimate to recontest if they want to use it, though. Invis Boundary is up for Deadly. Whether or not they'll get the space to do it, I'm not sure. Jerky gets frozen. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to find the pick. However, Saint Motor comes on for the Peeler's final judgment with that Loki regeneration domain comes out off of the point, though, Ryan. Everyone from Humongous just decided, okay, we've got Invis Boundary. You might find the pick through it, but we've got the point.
It's the royal wave of Humongous are just walking away on this giant symbiotic thing. I don't even have the words to describe it, but regardless, L9 are waving goodbye to it as it starts on its merry way. Just after you use the final judgment as well. You do have some really good ultimates if you're low 9. You've almost got the freedom charge too and an Eye of Agamotto. But still, you're going to be maybe a bit frustrated that things trucked on the way that they did.
True, Supernova comes out before Andrew can get Psionic Seduction to make the Flyer have a little bit more problems staying up in that sky. And that Supernova has been able to clear the high ground entirely. Lone 9 really wants to get Crisis into the bird's eye view to try and put more pressure onto Rixie 2 on this Star-Lord. They even contributed the regen domain to keep him up. That freedom charge comes out, gets grabbed immediately by the Carbon Crush coming in through from Andrew. KG comes on through with the fate of both worlds. Wolver tries to put a stop to the momentum that Humongous were looking to secure. The Eye of Agamotto coming on out from his end. And off of the back of that, Crisis and Jerky, the crossfire coming on through between the Torch and the Punisher, catch the disengaging players from Humongous and make up a little bit of time, but they have to make sure that they're able to disengage cleanly too.
Ooh, that gets all of them.
Legend gets so many, but they've still managed got the Invis Boundary to heal for the most part.
Craggy caught so many of them with the last stand, and the invisible boundary, I think, was only on Pink Clone that wasn't caught. So this counter-attack that's coming from Crisis, a real savior here. A nice fight for low 9, but that's one to definitely watch back. That seemed that Craggy was able to find a good amount of CC onto the targets of the defenders, but not quite enough to get any eliminations on your side.
Pine Clone, what you need to do as an Invis once you've got Boundary is not get caught by the last stand, and that's exactly what he's able to do. Strange Teleport comes on through from Humongous, avoiding the poke coming on out from Jerky and Crisis, but Jerky does have another Supernova. Bogus got the Eye of Agamotto. Low 9 keeping up the pressure on the Strange, but he doesn't have the confidence to use it. Pine Clone, can we find the Force Physics? No, but we've got the Regeneration Domain. The copies have to be broken before the Maelstrom can come on through. They haven't been able to find the pick, as Jerky's been able to shut down the space that Humongous were looking to secure. Supernova splits the team, and even though the Pillars made some little process, it's going to be all for naught, it feels, as they're again staggering out Andrew on this AMER. The Strange is utilizing the shield to make sure that no one takes a little bit too much damage coming on for Humongous try and save the AMER.
Jerky has had free reign up until this point potentially as Craggy switched over to the Punisher, so a little bit more hit scan to really clear out the skies as there hasn't been much to stop it. Crisis, another final judgment ready to go to try and keep a hold of this objective. More just sitting on the high ground, using the map's terrain to their advantage, as this slope makes things very difficult for Humongous to actually get on top and take this engagement. Fate of both worlds is handy, but Gonski's looking to try and get the copy perhaps.
Humongous too don't have ease of access into that high ground. If they have to wrap all the way around the left, they get pressured by Saint Moto. That allows Jerky the time to set up these fire pools and potentially have a Pyro Prison online yet again for the contest of that high ground space. Crisis backs out, has the final judgment. Humongous have to be aware of it. The regeneration domain, so the Punisher can get more aggressive. Wolver manages to make sure that he avoids the Force Physics by clipping his body into the wall above it, and Freedom Charge and Final Judgment come through with the Punisher trying to cut off the disengage. And Humongous have no space to run. They've got their backs against the corner. They answer back with a Final Judgment pocketed by a Luna of their own, but the heal isn't enough. Low 9 find the break point. Craggy falls mid-ultimate, and Low 9 is still holding strong.
Oh, the Supernova is in the most uncomfortable of places, and whilst you said that everything was just holding on, there was the thing that broke the camel's back for Humongous. There's just 45 seconds left to keep things moving, and it feels like it's been a good few minutes before any progression has been made for Humongous thus far. Crisis halfway to another ultimate. He has been absurdly strong, and now when you've got a lot more freedom of the Loki to support Saint Moto and the Captain America, it's going to be hard for Humongous to get things going again.
Out of the fire into the pyro prison, Schmungus denied any space to potentially counterplay Crisis on this Punisher turret. Rixie even over to the Ultron, still gonna have a lot of duelist potential, but also sustain. Final Judgment comes through from Crisis yet again, kept safe by the regeneration domain from his Loki. Gonski even was able to find the God of Mischief to copy the Invis boundary. Crisis is able to use the shotgun to avoid the silence coming on through from the Psionic Seduction. Pineclothes got his own actual Invis boundary, and Schmungus are out of ultimates. They're out of bodies. They're going to be out of time as well, as Low 9 managed to slam the door on Schmungus's approach. Point B, halfway through, barely, is as far as the team makes it.
With the first point going fairly quickly in favor of Schmungus, the way that ended is going to feel a little bit scary at this rate. Tournament life on the line, and Pink Clone on this Invisible Woman has made so much happen off the back of these invisible boundaries, really just taking some of the impact away from Schmungus overall. Craggy, whether it's the Final Judgment, whether it's the Galactic Legend, the Rixitude that was playing over on Star-Lord, it felt that nothing was really coming through at all offensively on the side of Schmungus. Now that they're defending, Low 9 don't have too much pressure to get on the map, but Schmungus have also had pretty good holds over on Symbiotic Showdown. It'd have to be a hell of a one to win out here.
They need to be able to find a pick onto Jerky or Crisis, because these two duelists getting to stay alive at the same time is a situation that Schmungus just can't deal with. If they can find one, then they can immediately turn their attention to the other. But at the same time, if they're looking at the Punisher and the torch is still up, the torch is getting more value, and vice versa. And Low 9 did such a good job of putting the resources into that Punisher, of utilizing Jerky's Pyro Prison uptimes as well when the Punisher turret was in play, so that all of the shields being stacked in front of that Punisher turret don't get broken, because no one can peek it without taking that chunk damage coming on through from the Pyro Prison. Oh no. Wolver sets up the counter portal. Does he manage?
Well,
Catch Bogus been able to find 4 people off the map before.
yeah.
From the side of Low 9 pulls for it.
We're able to get through, and the play is one that we've actually seen from L9 before over on Central Park. Just opening the doorway, a turret to set up from Crisis to hopefully have a good run of this. I think they were actually on the offensive side of this beforehand, on the receiving end. And now Craggy being able to have a bit more freedom with the characters that he's playing now that Necros is on the sideline, and Rixitude's coming in to make that triple support with the Ultron work just a little bit more.
Crisis, slowly but surely taking away shield resources. They feel the confidence to go for an aggressive play. Out comes Regeneration Domain. Moves forward to take pressure onto the Strange. Moves backward to make sure that the Punisher doesn't get traded. But Saint Moto has been taken down. Jerky's entrance is now not clear for go. And it is going to be Low 9 having to back on off. The Torch making sure with the spam pressure that Schmungus don't get to chase for more.
These resets are going to be something that Schmungus are hungry for, but also they are just sticking bodies on the point, just trying to hold things down. Rage of Ultron is going to be the opening ultimate for this fight, this defensive side, it feels like. And really, it's just Low 9 holding things out. They're not too concerned about it, just waiting out the storm to an extent, as they're not too far away from having that invisible boundary and the combination of a Loki ultimate. Final Judgment for Crisis going to be the thing that starts off this attack.
Yeah, they weren't able to stop Low 9 from building up those ultimates, nor was Rage of Ultron able to give them the space to build something to counterplay the Final Judgment. Not when Gonski was able to get the copy onto the Lunar Snow. Fate of both worlds, 40% damage boost to every single shot coming on through from that Punisher's side, and Schmungus crumble. They're going to try and make a play for this high ground hold, but Jerky already on top of it. Same to be said of Saint Moto, just disrupting Schmungus's forces, trying to give them reason to burn an ultimate before we go into where the fight actually matters on the payload.
Ooh, Galactic Legend, the sort of dashes have had to go back in a negative direction, but Saint Moto's the first one that's going to go down. Pink Cloud, I think, did have the invisible boundary throughout the whole of the beginning of that ultimate from the Star-Lord, just choosing to use it now, play it down, but still able to hold on, and actually they are getting this objective moving along, just passing about 60 meters. Psionic Seduction going to be coming in and pulling in Low 9 into these fights, and it's a good reset from Schmungus, but with just under 4 minutes to hold on to, there has to be more fights like that.
True, but Low9 don't have space. That's immediately theirs. Punisher is a brilliant duelist when you have the space. When you can, at every single fight at the beginning, set up a turret, stack shields in front of it, and stop the other side from walking forward. That's why Schmungus used things like the Rage of Ultron to deny the high ground hold for Low9 to have the space to set the Punisher up. If Schmungus can pick apart the resources that this Punisher has, he's going to be finding far less value. We can already see that Crisis is not getting the confidence to use that Punisher turret, but he has been able to find the poke damage to build up the final judgment. We're headed to final fight territory. Out comes the God of Mischief. On both ends, we've got a Luna dancing, but it's a damage boost for Crisis, and the final judgment might be the final play Low9 needs to unlock for a symbiotic surface. Schmungus are falling. If this boundary is the thing that they're forced to take cover, and Force Physics comes out from Deadly just trying to delay a potential regroup, but it's not to be. And Low9 managed to see the threat of Schmungus gone. What a team, what a Punisher, what a pocket that they're able to find for Crisis.
Yeah, just a mental resilience for them to stay within this one. Crisis, a bit of just a missing factor in that first domination map that Schmungus were able to pick up. But once we moved over to the different objectives, it felt there like Schmungus, yeah, they were having some really good fights on the defense, but that final point was taken with still like 3 minutes left on the clock. It would have had to be an absurd hold from Schmungus to make that one a lot closer on the line. But it does mean that they won't be making it to playoffs. A team that I think is... we can't even call the stream team anymore, because these guys have been so experienced in playing in Marvel Rivals in previous games, and they're clearly here to do some damage and win. They might be only scrimming a couple of hours a week in comparison to other teams that are doing that a day, but still, there's a lot of promise on this team. If they want to put more time in, they can definitely reach the likes of playoffs and the top 8 finish.
Yeah, and if you're the side of Low9 too, everyone who's going to be matching up against this team, they're going to be taking notes on this match, because it feels like Low9's strategy was a little bit revealed. Gonski with the Loki, one of the first times that we're seeing a team prioritize saving a strategist in the advanced ban system over a Vanguard, and this Loki was absolutely paramount to their game plan. So much of what they were able to find was off of the back of regeneration domains, or like you said, the fact that even though Schmungus were able to get the one-sided Luna, it was only one-sided Luna until God of Mischief came through, and then Gonski just had an immediate copy target, and they just had so much healing and so much damage boost. It takes so much confidence. It's a very scary thing if you're a Luna Snow player trying to use Fate of Both Worlds to damage boost your players, because they made it a couple of patches ago that there's a lock time now. You can't just go between damage boost heal, damage boost heal, damage boost heal on your scroll wheel any further. There's literally a time gate that is attached to each of the effects. So if they're not careful, if they're not making sure that that Punisher is being kept up from every single part of healing coming over from that team, when Gonski swaps over to that damage boost, it all falls apart. Crisis with his final judgment gets shredded, but they do such a good job of making sure that his health bar just does not drop in those really crucial moments.
It was a hell of a series for Low9. Like, I 100% agree with the point of just maybe what they've shown might be counted before, but it's not going to matter too much, at least for the rest of this week. You are playing for seeding, playing to, frankly, just avoid some of the stronger teams, but we were sort of looking at it more of a sense of avoiding Vertus Pro. But that would have been a case of Vertus Pro if they had gone through 2-0. But before we go any further looking into that series, we do have an interview from Low9. And I'd missed who it was that we're talking to. We're about to see in a second, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. But, I mean, Moxie was a fantastic showing from them overall, full stop.
Yes, it absolutely was. And hello, Jerky. Congratulations on the win. Give us a little bit of a rundown on that last map, because Ryan and I, we've seen so many games in EMEA where Vanguards have been the thing that everyone has saved in that first insta-save slot. And you opted for the Loki without revealing too many secrets, without revealing all of the source. Why did you guys prioritize the Loki over a Vanguard save?
Well, I think our Vanguards have the advantage where they're really versatile and they can play everything, and I don't think our team is necessarily made up because of our Vanguards. I think we're mostly made up because we're just a really good team, right? So we don't need a Mag, for example, or we don't need a Emma, for example. I think we just prioritize what's our comfort pick and we just roll with that.
Yeah, I think... Do you feel like it's a bit of a misplay from other teams then, that are also like being in the scene a while, very flexible on the characters that they play, to be sort of putting so much pressure into getting either Emma Frost or Magneto first? Because there's a lot of, like, Saint Tomota's a fantastic like Vanguard, especially with his like Captain America being able to put focus on that. Do you think it's like a misplay that people are focusing too much on taking out the strong Vanguards when the supports are the ones that are definitely being focused the most?
Well, personally, I just think that a lot of other compositions work for a lot of other teams, right? There's obviously the res comp, I'm not sure for the exact name, but there's a res comp where there's an Adam, Mantis, and whatever, and we don't play that, right? And some teams might prioritize that, some teams might prioritize the Mag, some teams might prioritize the Emma, so I think it's just preference, and I think a lot of really good compositions work with a lot of different teams, so at the end of the day, it's just preference.
And is it preference the reason why you're running the Torch? Because when those patch notes came through, everyone might maybe have overreacted and said, okay, Torch is just gutted. Is there a reason why you think that Torch is still strong?
Well, I think the Torch last patch was just really strong and he was just completely overtuned, but now he is kind of on a middle ground where he does work with a lot of comms but also doesn't work in others, so I think he's in a really good state right now where he works sometimes but not always, so I think he's a really good character right now. He works in a lot of compositions, but also without being too arrogant, I think the enemy team just had the human candle Necros, so yeah. I think that's why I picked the Torch there.
I mean, you gotta assert yourself whatever you can, I guess, but it does mean that you sort of go on further into the tournament. You've had full free mappers as well all the way through this tournament so far. Like, it was a loss against All Business, it was win against Blood Cariudo. What did you take from that first loss against All Business? That's a hard game because we haven't seen them play for a bit. They've progressed. We're going to see them a little bit later on today. Like, what have you taken from last week into this week when it comes to your own performance? Is it looking at the draft? Is it going, wait, let's put more stock onto getting our support players onto their strong picks because our Vanguard's better? Like, certain maps? What has been the focus of this week that has led to you getting to this spot?
Well, without revealing too much, I think we're a team that's new, so we didn't have a lot of time to practice and to really test out those bans. So getting into this tournament, we didn't really know what to ban exactly. We were just kind of playing off of our experience and whatever. But now that we actually got some practice in and scrimmed quite a lot, I think we maybe not perfected the bans, but definitely improved them. So I think the draft is going to be way different against All Business, and I think it will go in our favor this time. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Yoki. Once again, congratulations on your win. We'll let you get back to the rest of your day.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
I hope the rest of his day is watching the rest of the games that are happening, to be fair, Moxie, because not only are you looking at potential opponents, I think it is like the next game, or one of the games today is going to be their opponent for tomorrow when they're sort of playing for that top 4 position in their groups. But obviously, like I said, it is seeding at this point. But before we go and look at the Vertus Pro going up against Yonanda shortly after this, I do want to remind people, if you haven't got all of this set up, that we do have drops here for Ignite that are going on from today. It's very standard. You literally, all you need to do is just have us on your screen, watch some of the games. You probably have already earned up to the nameplate at this one because this was a fairly exciting series, Moxie. And I'd say by the end of the day, you could very easily have this Willa Galactic costume alongside, because we've got Americas later on too, and China started, the Asia region, Ocean. There's enough reason to be watching this, or your favorite co-streamers.
Yes, I mean, Marvel Rivals Ignite, the action just does not stop. Like you said, by the end of the day, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of those drops already at 100% because we've got Yonanda versus Vertus Pro, game number 2 after this break.
Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. And Ryan, Vertus Pro in the lower bracket is not a sentence that I think myself or you could ever have estimated that we would find ourselves saying. Yet here we find ourselves, Vertus Pro versus Yonanda. One of these teams will be able to find the victory and continue in this tournament without having to go through the qualifiers again. And one of these teams will have to traverse those qualifiers again. Who do we think it's going to be?
It's a tricky one. I think the fact that like Vertus Pro, it's inevitable that they were going to lose a series, right? It felt that some of those series were getting a lot closer. It did feel the way that the Ignite sort of tournament is set up in the sense of not being forced onto domination maps would suit Vertus Pro, because that's the one where they take the most damage. But it is more like, okay, now that you've lost, how do you react from here? Because some teams will just go, it was bound to happen, let's just go next. But it means that the honeymoon era is potentially ended, and it would be an absolute disaster for them once we get into these big, like $3 million prize pool tournaments total for Ignite. If we don't see Vertus Pro in the playoffs for stage one, not at the mid-season finals, and have to go through the qualifiers again if they lose this game. With these players, you sort of have that experience and knowledge to go on and push through. It does feel that with the draft difference that has come in, we haven't seen the likes of Saipe be able to play on like his strongest characters. He's been put on the back burner a little bit more, and it just feels Vertus Pro a little bit late to deal with what meta has transpired before us.
Yeah, Vertus Pro, by far one of, if not the strongest teams in the world, has been the definition that has been attached to this team ever since season 0 of Marvel Rivals Esports. So it is a huge surprise, as we can see here. This was their matchup against Team Rider, match that they did go on to lose, but they had some really shining moments. Fi on this torch was an absolute standout. Nevix is one of, if not the strongest groups in the world, potentially matched only by Black Sow coming on through. So they have so much pedigree, like you said, a lot of stories, a lot of experience. However, so too does Yonanda, and like I said, Nevix's Groot, incredibly strong, potentially world best, but this one player is probably the closest, if not the one that surpasses him. So I cannot wait to see a Nevix versus Black Sow.
Yeah, Yonanda, maybe not too surprising that they were sort of in the stage of the tournament. It was a very easy win, I'd say, over Dusty, going into that elimination bracket after losing their first series. But you look at the players and you can't necessarily neglect the experience that they had, but majority of them representing Fnatic at the last Invitational. You have some players like Melio and Line Pro going in different directions, and then Etsu, that I think used to be on the LG squad, moving over. So the actual like players that they have on this team are pretty well tenured. Granted that it's not been a very long and laborious scene for the Marvel Rivals esports scene. So there is a chance that Yonanda could do damage here. They're probably just a little bit frustrated of like, why did we have to get Vertus Pro? How are they down here with us? Like, It should have been a little bit more straightforward for us, but no, they have to do the unthinkable, it feels like, in order to qualify for playoffs.
Yeah, one thing that could be the difference maker in this match as well is one of the heroes that we've started to see more and more. Very much the star of the show in the Ignite EMEA, and not just the EMEA, but also a lot of other regions too. It's Cloak and Dagger appreciation time. It's Terror Cape exclamation time too, because this one ability has been breaking health pools since the beginning of this tournament, and it's on a 12-second cooldown, which is absolutely mind-boggling. Terror Cape is an ability that travels 25 meters, and if it catches onto you, you get blinded, which is obscure vision for a 10-meter radius for 1.5 seconds. However, the true lethality to this cooldown is the vulnerability that it applies. Target takes 28% increased damage for 3 seconds from all sources, and it is something that Rad Esports were able to utilize against Vertus Pro again and again and again. Fate's Terror Cape applications were some of the best we have seen, and one of the up-and-coming stars that we're really getting to see in the EMEA region is Vertigo for Yonanda, who loves playing the Cloak and Dagger. So that one is either going to be banned out, or Vertus Pro are going to have to find a way to work around the Cloak and Dagger.
And it also feels that when you have less of the Lunar Snow, the less of the Loki copy in some of these like big support ultimates, Eternal Bond is very good for that, just being able to out-sustain a huge amount of damage that's been thrown at you. But because you don't have like the Lunar Snow ultimate that also will provide damage boosted elements, and a lot of Magneto is banned out too, so you don't have the Meteor M that could just squash somebody very quickly, regardless of how much healing that they're getting. It does feel that just there's a lot more freedom. It is, I suppose, odd that people have only realized its impact now, but I guess that's it. When there's so much money on the line, now every little ability, if it brings any form of like shred, I suppose, as you would call it in other games, to just remove some of the resistance and do more damage than flat out, means that Vertus Pro bit in the backside by it in the last series against Rad, which they lost pretty heavily. Not quite going to be banning it out first, but you'd imagine it'd be on the list.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be seeing either a ban or immediate just locking in terms of those compositions coming on through. AMER is going to be locked for the side of Yonanda, so Vertus Pro are not going to be able to ban that one out. What they can ban out is the Luna, which is likely going to go first, that Yonanda don't get their hands on a super bolstered up Psylocke. Now we get to see what Vertus Pro are going to decide to save. This might be where we see the Magneto. Well, yeah, it is going to be where we see the Magneto. They might feel comfortable leaving the Cloak and Dagger up for grabs now that they have that Magneto confirmed, so that they can use the Meteor and the one-shot potential to try and shut down the Cloak and Dagger mid-Eternal Bond dash.
One thing that we have been hearing through the grapevine is that Vertus Pro, like we mentioned, it was the first time that they lost the series last week, but they have been dropping maps in various tournaments, and they have been dropping scrims. But this is a team that tries to sort of bite back if they go through a bad period. They tend to sort of really come together and improve. The lock of the Cloak and Dagger seems to be the improvement that you would expect them to be making. Are there any other characters that would even be considered at this rate? Or do you think Vertus Pro are like, yeah, we want to make sure that we get that at least?
Yeah, I feel like you want, if you're Vertus Pro, to take the Cloak and Dagger. Immediately, Yonanda going to ban out the Invis. They'd probably have preferred banning out the Cloak and Dagger, although then again, if Invis is on the table, Fire's Torch is going to get absolutely bolstered on up with the Guardian Shield and also the team-up ability giving him additional armor. But with VP protecting the Cloak and Dagger, it means that if Yonanda go for a save of the Cloak and Dagger themselves, we're going to be seeing that both of these teams have that same win condition. They're going to be both being able to have that Terror Cape up and running, but no, Yonanda are actually going to protect the Wolverine, which means that Vertus Pro here take the Cloak and Dagger instantly out. There's the adaptation that I was expecting. They saw it against Rad. They want nothing to do with it.
So I guess the question really is like, Yonanda leaning into this meta. You would have almost assumed that like, okay, the team that just played them beat them, and they did it by going for basically the same draft twice. Let's just copy that draft. Let's see if we can like find the answers. But it does feel like, even from the picks alone, the Vertus Pro have like really done some soul searching to work out exactly where they went wrong. Yonanda, not to say that they don't understand what or even looked into it too much, they're just not really that fussed about the Cloak and Dagger.
Well, the Wolverine can, just in the same vein as you use Feral Grab to just get everybody out of the Invis boundary or Blast Stand 2. You can do that with Eternal Bond. It's an AoE that you have to be able to stand in. It's not based around the Cloak and Dagger's location. It's set on that ground. If you move them out of it, they're not getting that healing per second. So that can act as a counter agent there. The Wolverine's also going to be able to put pressure on potential duelist picks like the group coming on through if we do see Nevix try and go for that one, which might allow Black Sao to come in through with the lead on the Vanguard. 1 versus 1, but we'll have to wait and see as Vertus Pro with that Cloak and Dagger are definitely going to be doing a lot of significant damage outbursts. Their burst cycles are going to be immensely stronger than Yonanda's if Yonanda aren't comfortable, as Vertigo on that Jeff is going to just speed everybody out of the spawn before swapping on over to the Mantis. Vertus Pro in the meantime utilizing Finzi's Doctor Strange portal not just to set up an insta into the fight but also scatter the comp they're against.
Fi's already found the pick onto Snaze. Triple support lineup for Sparkers. Just the crazy amount of damage Soulbound used pretty early in the fight as Yonanda really not looking to make this fight any longer themselves. It's an awkward disengage, just picking apart Captain America, Psylocke just trying to get out of dodge, but Etsu unfortunately taken out. Vertus Pro have had a very easy time of this, and just as we were talking like it's the beginning of the end for this team as they lost their first series, feels that they bounced back, and we're seeing some Black Widow, which is not afraid to pull out.
I don't know if Yonanda misread the composition they were up against, because this screams to me that they were thinking they were going to be up against Torch. Taking a Black Widow with a Mantis means that you have the one-shot potential, but not if you have to be able to break for double shield of Doctor Strange and Magneto at the same time. Monk Murder's shots are buying a little bit of space. Vertus Pro have to make sure that they don't ego peek into them, but everyone just anchors up on point, utilizes the natural cover of the scenery to avoid the Widow, and off of the back of that, where's Yonanda's in? Maybe it's the Cap, maybe it's the Psylocke, but they're so separated at the moment that they're not finding any engagement in.
At least Plax has found the opening there, just as I say it. That 5v6 turns into a 4v3. Clearing out things very easily for Yonanda, who haven't really had a look in at the objective full stop. Ultimates have been pretty slow to charge for Vertus Pro, I'd say, for the most part, because there hasn't really been much damage to do.
Dridor was getting all of the healing, immediately has Eternal Bond, and then Sparker too. You don't really prioritize the Atom here for the Karmic Revival. You prioritize the poke pressure to be able to keep Monk Mother off of these angles and also dispatch damage towards either Etsu or Blacks if they try and jump in. If the dive is committed, Vertus Pro have so many tools of dealing with it. Soul Bond from the Atom, Sleep from Saipei, just even a heal boost coming on through from Dridro. Etsu is finally able to take down the Atom, but Spark is going to be able to self-revive, and Fi coming on through with the Blaster Barrage is going to be able to just collapse onto Yonanda stacks up players. Sedation comes on out. Snaze with the Psionic Seduction trying to fight any space that they can for Yonanda to get onto this point, but it is for naught as Sparker back in the mix without revisiting Spawn Room is just absolutely dispatching player after player.
Very straightforward fight for Vertus Pro so far. Yonanda, no progression on the objective on the Eldritch Monument. Moving over to the airfield. We were definitely having a conversation of like, okay, yeah, Vertus Pro, you know what I'm going to say. We all know what happened. I've gone over it enough. Like, is it looking that bad that they could completely drop out at this stage in the tournament? Yonanda's a good team, but a Vertus Pro in that bad of a stage? Right now, it looks like it's only just a flesh wound, and they've bounced back. Only 2 eliminations gone on to Saipei and Sparker. Means that the Karmic Revival really can be just sat on for as long as possible because it really hasn't been needed. Now they have it, though, going into this first fight. Yeah.
So many players from Vertus Pro have not revisited the Spawn Room, and even the players that did go down, a lot of them had self-revives. So, yeah, rumors of their losses might have been greatly exaggerated.
Yeah.
Vertus Pros, they have had motivation now to try and actually really improve and lean into this new meta that's been established. Strange Teleport comes on out. Vertus Pro claiming his takes on that high ground. Damage boost going on to Fi as well. Yonanda, they don't have that Magneto. They don't have Meteor M. Neither do they have Psionic Seduction to be able to shut down Galactic Legend. It's all going to be off of heals coming coming in through from Freedom Charge, but that's not going to be enough. Monk Mother on that torch is outside of the Captain America's AoE, and Vertus Pro have already found the first pick.
Really good spot from Vi to sort of see that whilst the Freedom Charge was coming in, the Monk Mother was a little bit isolated on his own, churned down in the fight. And whilst it was looking like Yonanda might be able to jump on there first, they're even dedicating ultimates to this still, so hold that thought. Yonanda might be able to keep a hold of this one. There's no point in progression being made as of yet. It's still just fighting for this spot. Down to the butterfly from Etsu on very low HP. Mostly maybe used to just keep himself alive in this state. The Eye of Agamotto comes in, connects onto Free. The elimination follows from Nevix. This Vanguard duo has been played together so long, they might as well read each other's minds. They do exactly that. Vertus Pro take the point first.
Yeah, Yonanda invested the Cosmic Yon Amplifier too, but the only one saying goodbye are the Yonanda players. Back they have to run. Sparker has still got the Karmic Revival, has had no cause of investing it. Vertus Pro can take this next fight, force Yonanda into using an ultimate just to bypass these chokes, and then come back with all of their players fully intact. They do have to be careful though, as Blacks and Etsu can both close up the distance of where that Karmic Revival is cast. Fi on that Star-Lord is scouting out too, trying to figure out where is this Psylocke? Is my backline going to be safe? There's the Captain America spotted on out. Out comes the Soul Bond, out comes the Sleep from Saipe, and Yonanda just don't have the confidence. Vertus Pro are the ones to start the fight instead.
And this Eternal Bond is almost pure ego and hubris coming out of Dredro. He has the freedom to do it. There's not going to be one on the other side. And for Vertus Pro, they're looking comfortable. They're looking back into the form that we expect them to be in. And for now, yes, Sparker can sit on his Karmic Revival all he wants. Nevix, the Meteor M, has just sat nicely. And 5 moving over to the Star-Lord, something that we've seen him on before, but maybe not as a high priority. As the point starts to switch around on the map, Yonanda having a couple of things to work with, I guess, namely the Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, Psionic Seduction is going to be there. Saipe should be able to get the Soul Resurgence online as Yonanda go on through aggressively, but the peel is just immense. Bulwark, Meteor M, everything layered on top. Fight even with the Galactic Legends, and still Yonanda have not been able to find the picks. It's Sparker instead who takes down the AMER even through the Invis boundary. Out comes Eye of Agamotto. Finzy's been able to collapse onto so many of their players, stacks them up for fight and knock them down with the Blast Barrage, and they're going to counter TP Yonanda's recontest touch. As if Snails goes for the portal, he's going to get taken by Finzy.
Well, that might take some of the focus away, but they're going to be able to dive in and take this fight. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier put onto the objective, which means the fight can pretty much take it straight back out. Finzy finds the burst onto Etsu. The comfort is there, and the elimination still all in blue. Vertus Pro looking very clean so far. The portal just diminishing. The fight's holding on for dear life as the Eternal Bond from Dredro is just going to keep everybody up, pushing everybody from Yonanda back. And a complete hold, 2-0 over on this first map for Vertus Pro, and 0 progression made at all from Yonanda.
And it didn't matter for Vertus Pro that they were missing strategist ultimates that could provide sustainability, because they never had to use them.
Yep.
Soul Resurgence never matched wits with Supernova. Dancer the Butterflies was always coming out into an Adam who had Soul Bond, and it is no surprise to me that Dredro takes MVP, Cloak and Dagger. The secret is out, and Vertus Pro are making full advantage of it. 13-0-19. Read Dredro's statistics. 19,080 healing done. It doesn't matter that Sparker doesn't really provide all that much sustain. It doesn't matter that your Mantis from Saipe is tied to sustainability for her resource when Cloak and Dagger has that much healing potential.
Oh, for sure. Like this sort of Guardians of the Galaxy comp working out really nicely. Everybody looking comfortable. But I think that whilst, yeah, I wouldn't say that Sparker's ultimates were that good, mainly because he didn't use them. We can't have an opinion on them either way. But he had the most, like, final hits. Which with that right click, we talk sort of about, you know, you talking to me about like the breakpoints being able to eliminate somebody for all of the healing that they're getting. That right click from Adam Warlock can hurt a lot. And I think we did see that pretty much proved with the damage that was done in the end. Despite the fact that the heal, like you said, wasn't needed. The team up was always useful. it was just like the damage output and the eliminations he was able to get.
And the Soulborn too. The Soulborn being utilized as a pseudo ultimate, essentially, whenever Dance of the Butterflies came out from the Psylocke. And it was very hard as well for Yonanda to be able to find the spaces to utilize Dance of the Butterflies whenever they wanted, because Fire on that Star-Lord was doing such a stellar job of just scouting, of checking. That being said, we'll have to see whether or not map number 2 is going to be just as dominantly sided to Vertus Pro, or if Yonanda can pull it back. We'll be back after this break.
Double KO! Oh yeah, 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나. 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려. 쓰러지지 마. 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해. 잘 춤을 춰봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면
We were all a little bit worried, unless you're Yonanda, that lightning might strike twice against Vertus Pro, but right now it's the weather like is in the UK. Very warm, clear skies, and Yonanda sort of melting under the pressure a little bit. We've seen the adjustments needed and required for Vertus Pro after they've gone 24 wins in the official like Ignite Marvel Rivals tournaments, and after that loss, bounced back really nicely. Incredibly dominant display there, Moxie.
Yeah, and I like as well the fact that we're seeing huge changes coming on through to Vertus Pro's compositions, because that was one of the worries, right? Is Vertus Pro one of the teams that everyone thought in Season 0, Season 1, everyone said if there's ever going to be regions meeting each other, Vertus Pro are probably going to be coming out on top. And then the first tournament where regions are potentially going to be up, we know regions are going to be meeting each other, but potentially Vertus Pro doesn't even get to meet other regions because they're in the lower bracket. But no, they come back after a loss against Rad, they bounce back in with a new composition, which shows that they've been investing, learning how strong the meta has turned into the Cloak and Dagger favor, as Loki is going to be taken off of the board for Yonanda. Yonanda. Yonanda will be able to secure themselves AMER as well. Vertus Pro mirroring that as Magneto has already been removed for both sides. Ryan, do you think we're going to see Cloak and Dagger make another appearance in the ban system now, though?
Potentially. I saw a couple of people like looking through, the watch parties and stuff, seeing what people were like thinking of that one. And there was a couple of people who was like, oh yeah, you need to take out the Adam Warlock. But we actually we had a discussion about this yesterday, Moxie, where it's like, it's too specific. You have to think about the characters you're taking out and how they either connect via team-ups or just synergize really nicely with other strong characters. So yeah, it probably is a smart idea to not allow the Cloak and Dagger here. But I guess like being able to save it here from Vertus Pro is good because you get to protect it. And if you don't get to protect it, it means that either Luna or Loki was left out, so you just grab them instead, right? It's a bit of a pick your poison thing for Yonanda.
Do Yonanda save the Cloak and Dagger? The last time they prioritized the Wolverine, and there's the Cloak and Dagger save. Okay, there we go. So yeah, for me, like that last round, Hell's Heaven was a little bit strange, pun fully intended, because the ban system, Yonanda were going into this anticipating a vastly different composition that Vertus Pro were running out. They prioritized the Wolverine. They thought that they would be up against Groot coming on through from the side of Vertus Pro, and maybe they wanted the Wolverine for things like the Strange. But either way, the Wolverine, we never really got to see it come into fruition because Vertus Pro were on a composition that just shut down anything that tried to find an isolated target and grab them into Yonanda. Be it the Psylocke, the Captain America, the Wolverine, it all fell to pieces between the poke that came out from the Atom, the sleep CC that comes out from the Mantis, the Soul one so that no damage really bursts through anyone at the initial stage of dive, which is where dive is at its strongest since you're going in with all of your cooldowns. So it's going to be Arako that we get to go to. We've seen this map very rarely as Yonanda decide to take us here. One of, in fact, the latest map pool that we're getting to see from Marvel Rivals, which Vertus Pro have been able to full push in the past, but they definitely struggled with on that last point.
Yeah, it was a weird map because the Fire Straight's doing the exact same thing here of just forcing Vertus Pro into the latest map, maybe to just see exactly how they want to be playing this out. But Vertus Pro had a really good way of playing where they're able to take fights and have the objective still moving or be on the defense and just maintain the control of this objective, and everybody has to be like cleared, everybody has to be eliminated full team wide in order for Yonanda to make any progression. On this first part though, there is a little bit of leeway given to the attackers because you have the high ground and that 90-degree angle to play around, but you can already see Vertus Pro being irritating and Sparky yet again finding the first pick.
Yeah, normally this first corner is really annoying for the defender side to be able to take because of the flank routes that are active, but Vertus Pro, with Spark is still on this Adam Warlock, is winning the 1v1. He's controlling the lane behind Vertus Pro's first corner and stopping Etsu from finding any value on this Psylocke, and because the Psylocke is losing to the Adam Warlock, the Psylocke's not there to take out the torch, which is normally the Psylocke's job. Psylocke normally takes down the flyers. Fi has to be careful that we don't get blitzed down by a Terror Cape, but instead it's Vertus Pro who are coming through with the picks as Blacks hops through that teleporter to just fully reposition into the fight, maybe cut Vertus Pro's attention, forced resources into chasing down the Captain America for the rest of his team to get value, but Sparker now has been taken down to the bait of chasing the Cap.
I mean, it was the only elimination so far I think that Vertus Pro been able to take, but obviously the resurrection for Sparker means that he's going to be back into the fight fairly early on. Hasn't really been that many. You can count on one hand the eliminations at Yonanda, maybe even two now as Etsu's managed to double up, but it's again onto a Guardian. The team up means that these people are back into the fight for the most part. Eternal Bond is going to make things a little bit more precarious for Yonanda as they're trying to get past this corner, but Monk Butter moving over to the Human Torch gets onto the Supernova first. Psionic Seduction trying to find some of these moments yet again, but Vertus Pro are just so good on this map. We've seen so little of it, but they're so good at just being irritating. Even if they lose this fight, they're going to buy so much time, Moxie.
Yeah, Sparker said Soul Bond. Monk Mudder has the Supernova after Dridro's Eternal Bond had expired. They were a little bit late to trying to use it to save Saipe, but Soul Bond just means that everyone from VP is stacked survives the Torch ultimate. Nevix now gets to answer back with the Psionic Seduction. He does get Carbon Crushed by Snaze, but that just means that the AMER's position is static and Sparker takes the Vanguard down. You would be correct if you mistook the strategist for a duelist with the amount of damage that Spark has been able to pump into the forces of Yonanda, as they have not been able to find a way of breaking this first corner at all. Blaziken's approaching that Eternal Bond, but Dridro's got one to mirror. Finzi with the Eye of Agamotto 2 can catch on to all of those players and still have the pick potential with the Maelstrom of Madness as Finzi dives into the back line, sees Vertigo going lower and lower.
He wants that kill so bad.
Going for the pick, but overcommits and Monk Mudder punishes.
He just wanted that pick so bad that he was willing to overextend a little bit, and that might have bit off more than Vertus Pro can chew. Black's able to get a couple of these eliminations together, but it's pretty much what Vertus Pro have been consistently strong at. Like, really haven't lost that many either Convoy or Convergence maps, full stop. And here, 3.5 minutes have been bought, and it's basically 2 corners that this objective has been able to go behind. Vertus Pro looking to contest this a little bit. Soul Resurgence from Saipe ready to go to add a little bit more damage onto this side, and with the Terror Cape, you know how this is going. The drop down with the Eye of Agamotto, able to actually catch onto Vertigo, who just manages to get their own Soul Resurgence out just in the nick of time. You've got all of the tornadoes and the Supernova flying down from Monk Mudder and the Dance of the Butterfly, but I'm not seeing any blue names in the kill feed going down. And even if they would, I was going to say the Kamet Revival's on the horizon to be used, but Sparker goes down. He's not going to be back. He's not going to be able to be resurrected. So it's actually looking like Yonanda are going to be able to push this one over the line.
Yeah, Black's out coming on through with the hero of the moment, Freedom Charge, charging Yoganda's A point and letting them push into B now. But this time bank, it's miserable for this attacker's side. They've still got one of the worst points to be able to push, point C, where Vertus Pro are going to have access to the high ground, all of the cover to hide their torch around these corners so that fight just does not get picked. And Monk Mudder, in the opposite side, he's got to contest with the torch, he's got to contest with Sparker on this Adam. Etsu on this side is looking for an in, but the protection from Vertus Pro is almost immediate. Saipe picks the Psylocke out. Dridro aggressively sends the Eternal Bond so that Vertus Pro can go for more, limit the space that Yonanda have open to them for this next push. And now Vertus Pro can establish themselves on these angles, make themselves so hard to be able to oust that Yonanda are going to have to overcommit, overextend into their space, which is going to feed them directly to the angles, the LOS of Sparker and Fi.
A lot of ultimates been sat on for Vertus Pro. Psionic Seduction is going to be the first used, and pulling the Human Torch that's right in the air, just a sitting duck to be cleared out in hand. Etsu caught by Nevix. The Carbon Crush is going to maintain control for this defensive side. And it was just Vertus Pro biding their time, waiting for Yonanda to be a bit more out in the open. And with all of the ultimates that they've been sat on, conserving, they only used the one.
True, but it was Eternal Bond from Vertus Pro. That being said, Tridor is about to have another Eternal Bond, having used it in the fight prior. Yonanda have an Eternal Bond of their own. Etsu had the Dance of the Butterflies, but no! The dance floor is shut down immediately by the torch. Fi picks Vertigo 2 before Soul Resurgence can come on through. They're all stuck in one small space. Monk Mudder with the Supernova trying to find anything, but Fi's flames burn brighter, burn hotter. And unfortunately for Yonanda, they're not able to handle the heat. They're falling apart time and time again.
It's the same adjustment too. Like, I really like the macro, the foundations, the fundamentals that Vertus Pro are playing with. Like, yeah, you're on the high ground, it's hard to go with, but as soon as they realize that objective is moving, even with Vertus Pro completely split up in that fight because it's so chaotic, they all just culminate on the objective. They can play off of each other, maintain a little bit of healing, and just really shut down Etsu from going in for that dive. Like you mentioned, Moxie, that Dance of the Butterflies is available. Grouping up against it is going to be important. Supernova going to be used on Vertus Pro's side as overtime is going to be triggered. Soul Resurgence and the Dance of the Butterfly lapping over each other, but the elimination's not quite cutting in this. Dridro has farmed up yet another Eternal Bond. Psionic Seduction a little bit late to shut down some of these ultimates that Vertus Pro have been throwing in, but it's looking a little bit like the last point in that Yonanda leaving it to right to the end, able to have enough sustenance to survive a little bit longer, but they have to push this point up these 2 slopes all the way to the second point. They're able to sort of do it to an extent as Vertus Pro are forced to back out, but they're leaving it so late on the clock.
And they don't have the ultimates. Monkmud is going to have to build the supernova in super time. Vertus Pro, Fi's going back onto the Star-Lord so he can recontest in faster, as well as having the iframes on the Stellar Shift. You can get aggressively on top of the backline of Yonanda 2 with the Barrage, Terror Cape into Star-Lord follow through, and Fi is absolutely unstoppable. Yonanda, it cost them everything in the fight before, and Vertus Pro just sit on the Comic Revival, don't even need to use it to fully revive the entire team. They're just picking up key players to make sure that they don't have to wait around for Nevix on that AMER Frost to come back into the mix, and they can just get so aggressive with Fi, Diretro, and Saipe all chunking down Yonanda squishies.
I just want to listen to the music for a bit. I like that it feels like, yeah, we're setting the stakes. This is really serious, and then it's just this in the background.
Oh yeah, the music
Lovely
design
music.
in Marvel Rivals is amazing. I think by far my favorite score is Hell's Heaven Overtime, because all of the different maps actually have their own overtime music scores too.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to listen to those properly. I like the opening to Yggdrasil's Path. Just the guitar, the grunginess of it. It feels for Yonanda they need to really pull out a hell of a solo here to sort of bring things down for Vertus Pro. We did see them not finish the map against Fire Strays, but like we've been alluding to, Moxie, it was like in that final choke where you got under the ground with the robots coming out of the wall. That's where things can often get stuck. Vertus Pro don't need to worry about that. They just need to get it pretty much to the end of point B.
Oh, Fire. Oh, do they manage to get a pick? Mantis damage boost? And Black Widow. Does Fi find anything right here? If they get a first pick before Yonanda have control of corner, this defense changes up entirely, but no one peeks, no one egos. Vertus Pro swap to what they actually want to run out with. Fi onto that Star-Lord, they saw how much value it had. It's going to buy so much space too. Yonanda are going to have to back all the way up when they see that Star-Lord getting a little bit too close. So speaking about too close, Edsu a little bit too close to Sparker's protection squad, and that Star-Lord tears the Psylocke apart.
Yeah, the thing I want people to watch, if you haven't watched Vertus Pro play on this map so far, is just how many times we see that triple arrow at the top of the payload whilst the fights from Vertus Pro are happening fifth like they are now. Look how far ahead they are. That objective is still pretty much moving at full speed. Yonanda really can't do too much about it, and Sparker really shining on the Adam Warlock. We've put so much focus on the other strategists in the game currently that Adam just wanted to make sure that his name was named, brought up, and basically to Rio to don't be rash. Vertus Pro is still back.
Yeah, Pyro Prison expires from Monkmudder. Virtus Pro move in aggressively with a Soul Bond. Dreadrow is going to be able to top it off with an Eternal Bond as well into a Terror Cape, and it catches so many players from Yonanda. He uses the Eternal Bond to get past the shields, which would have blocked the damage vulnerability. Etsy has no choice but to go for the Dance of the Butterflies, trying to shut down any aggressive plays that Virtus Pro were looking to find. Soul Resurgence though from Saipe, and all of the bodies being stacked too close to the Psylocke. She's going to deny any pick. And meanwhile, Finzi, the more players that are stacked for the Strange, the more players that will fall to the Maelstrom that comes afterwards.
It just feels inevitable. That whole like lever of we're so back, it's so over, it's now we're so back for Vertus Pro. It saves so many ultimates. It's a really good fight, a fantastic Kayavag motor that comes out of Finzi. You're seeing like Saipe, we sort of said that he was the one that was suffering the most with the focus of strategists in the draft. He's rolling back the years over on the Mantis, making it work. And Black's trying to just make something happen, not wanting to give up too much space, knowing that Vertus Pro, with 4 minutes on the clock, don't really have all that far to travel.
Freedom Charge comes into the mix. Vertus Pro going to have to make sure that they shut that follow-up down. Nevix with the Psionic Seduction silences anyone from Yonanda who thought that they could find a vulnerability in Vertus Pro's back line. Fi with the Galactic Legend also make sure that Sneeze's own Psionic Seduction doesn't find any inroad to Vertus Pro's back line. And still, like you mentioned, bodies on the payload. Objective continues to move while Vertus Pro continue to move their players forward. taking away the space, eroding the positions that Yonanda could play to slow their approach down.
Pretty much exclusively on the Star-Lord today, just making the most of the team up with Mantis and Adam, of course. Really has been good at shutting down Etsu. It's this almost like Peel of just being aggressive, able to chase up people that don't want to be chased. And now this objective is pretty much right at the end of its tether with 3 minutes for Yonanda to hold. Losing stays is a little bit rough. There's going to be a contest. There has to be. The Dance of the Butterfly not able to beat that, of course, but with everybody grouped up, the damage is just negligible, not noticeable. Soul Resurgence is just going to flip things back, and Monk Mother, the Supernova feels like it's just a light heat wave more than anything. You've got the Eternal Bond holding on for Yonanda, but they're still losing players. Etsu's down again. Black's CC'd out, surviving, trying to disengage over onto Fi, and Vertus Pro not playing with their food, but being very selective with where they're taking these fights exactly. It's only 8 meters to push things on, and Etsu at least taking out one of the backline supports of Sci-Fi. It's going to keep things alive, but it's still 2.5 minutes, Moxie.
Navix is going to fall. Spark with the Karmic Revival, more than happy to invest that ultimate, and brings back both the Mantis and the AMER. Karmic Revival still going to be sounding on off for the next 10 seconds, so I'm going to have no choice but to back away. Try and stabilize around this corner. Eternal Bond from Dridro, that's going to lead into another aggressive Terror Cape, potentially behind the entire team to catch. They try and Terror Cape back, but Fi gets phased by the Dark Teleportation coming on through, and Nevix with the Psionic Seduction sets everything up for Fi. Soul Bomb just to top it all off. There's nothing Yonanda can do. Vertus Pro sweep the series 2-0. The top dogs are back.
Yonanda, however, unfortunately not participating any further in Stage 1, and if they want to make Stage 2, they're going to have to run a little bit more of an in-game gauntlet to get there, whichever way that looks. But yeah, the death of Vertus Pro greatly exaggerated with how things have played out today. Adapted nicely, 2 games to Cloak and Dagger, the MVP, is probably an omen, I suppose, of what exactly was Vertus Pro's problem and what exactly they fixed up.
I need to see the stats of the assists. Yeah, there it is, 36. So to put this into perspective, Dridro had more assists than a Mantis. I'm just gonna let that information just settle for a couple of seconds to sink in. A Cloak and Dagger had more assists than a Mantis whose job it is to give damage boosts to your duelists, and potentially Sparker as well on this Adam Warlock, who might as well, let's be honest, have been another duelist. But Tridor did such a good job. Like, aggressively utilizing Eternal Bond can be very tricky for teams to be able to pull off. However, the fact that, like, Yonanda didn't really have anything that could punish. There was no Magneto on the other side, there was no Iron Man, so no one-shot potential, which means that Dridro, every single time Eternal Bond came out, the goop on the floor might be purple, but for Dridro, it was just a green light of go, go, go into aggressive Terror Cape to catch everyone from Yonanda, who was stacked up and not in front of a shield, which would have blocked the Terror Cape application.
It's also worth adding that Dridro had more assists than the opponent, Cloak and Dagger and Mantis combined, which goes to show how much of a strong performance he's had. And I remember it was him that I think when this advanced draft system was added in, that he was like, it's too simple, it's too straightforward, because teams were just first banning Torch every single time. I think he's probably kicking himself because he's had everything happen since with the draft system really impacting the support players more than anything. But they've got ahead of it. That's how it feels. Now, with Vertus Pro, it's a dominant win. Yonanda are a solid team. You sort of expect Vertus Pro to be able to bounce back. But it does cast a little bit of a question mark on them across the rest of this tournament. Even going further on into this group, if we do see a rematch against Rad, which could easily happen, right? We still could see them in their groups finals. What that would look like, and if the likes of Berber Patipim could maybe try and do some damage to Vertus Pro. It's made this whole tournament feel wide open, despite the fact that Vertus Pro have bounced back seamlessly after that defeat from last week.
Yeah, what it's also going to do is it's going to shake the meta. A lot of these other teams look to Vertus Pro to see what is being run, because Vertus Pro was the strongest team. They were the strongest team across all regions. They weren't even scrimming EMEA on the way to the Invitational because they thought, one, they didn't want to reveal the strategies, and two, they thought that it wasn't worth their time. They said so themselves in interviews many times. They would only scrim American teams. But now that Vertus Pro have shown how incredibly strong not just Cloak and Dagger is, but Cloak and Dagger combined with Mantis and Adam Warlock, because then you're taking Terracape's 28% damage vulnerability for 3 seconds, and you're combining that with Mantis 12% damage boost to come on through. You send that onto something like a Star-Lord who has the means of going aggressively in. He's got the mobility, even without that Magneto with the bubbles. He still has all of the safe engagement plays because he's got 2 iframes attached to his 2 stellar shifts, which also act as an automatic reload to his primary, and all of a sudden you're creating an absolute monster. And you know what's even crazier, Ryan? We're not playing on the next patch, but next patch, Star-Lord's getting buffed.
His effective range has been increased because, of course, I mean, it makes it very exciting for 5, but we're actually going to speak to the DPS Adam Warlock himself, and we're going to talk to Sparker. And Sparker, if you like, we'll start off the elephant in the room. We can't talk about today yet. Last week, that first series loss against Rad, what went wrong, but also what was your reaction afterwards? It surely was like we were bound to lose at some point. It's better to lose now than say like the grand finals of Ignite, right? We can bounce back.
I mean, yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you gotta lose at some point, right? And if it is for seeding, then who cares, you know?
So, Cloak and Dagger, because we're starting to see that she's an insanely strong strategist in her own right, and she's also now either getting banned or saved. What do you think about the strategist makes her as strong as she is?
I mean, she has like the blind that does so everyone does like 25% more damage to the target. I think that's a big reason of why. And also her ult is really good because you can cover so much area. I think she just has like a good kit, and I mean, people get forced to ban all these other supports. So you usually just end up with Cloak or something like that.
Can you talk to us a little bit about like the Adam Warlock pickup? Because I think we sort of saw like how the draft looked against Rad, like them using and sort of almost exploiting the Cloak and Dagger stuff. I think a lot of people were assuming that you would just sort of take what they did and carbon copy it across and use it today, but it feels like you've sort of taken that and then almost improved upon it, right? By adding in this sort of triple support lineup. You've got the Resurrects as well over on the Kamet Revival, the Ultimates, the team-ups and stuff. Like, was that something that you were sitting on beforehand, or was that after that loss to Rad, you all sat down, you talked about what we could do, how we could like influence the draft, and then you realized that this was something to maybe work towards?
Well, we've practiced a lot of comms, so we know how to play everything, and we just play based off bans. So we thought this was the best, and we just picked it.
So obviously, continuing on now in this tournament, you have the potential of going up against some teams, but also maybe being able to find your way back up against Rad Esports. Do you have anything to say to them? Do you think would anything be different if you guys matched up again, say next week?
Well, we will be better prepared for them next time. And I do think we had a bad day, so we will do better next time.
Sure. I mean, there's plenty of teams that have gone down to a loser's bracket and then done the run to go and win the whole thing. So I think if there's a team that we sort of expect to be able to do that, it's probably you guys, Parker. So thank you very much for joining us. Again, congrats for making playoffs. You still got games tomorrow and stuff. So we'll let you go, prepare, relax, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, Moxie, it feels like it's business back to normal for Vertus Pro with how they dealt with that, and I think the reaction is the appropriate one. It's easy to almost get a little bit panicked and emotional because the team that never loses lost, but really, Vertus Pro are just like, yeah, and we move on. And like I just said, plenty of teams have done the losers bracket runs to go on and win a whole tournament, so Vertus Pro are capable of that at the very least.
Yeah, just like Iron Man, it very much was inevitable. And I think like it took a lot of pressure off of them as well. And it's going to be them moving forward now in that lower bracket run. We have to find out who they're going to be up against though. Peps versus Alcatu is going to be coming through, but that is not our next matchup. Our next matchup is going to be very, very different. It's going to be All Business versus OG Seed. So this is going to be one that you absolutely do not want to miss. But unfortunately for you, or maybe fortunate if you're a little bit behind on those drops, we'll be back with it after this break.
Today, the age of Ultron begins. Domination. Challenge me, you animals. Emperor's protection. You would have failed without me. The virus takes hold. Extermination! All targets eliminated.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through
Well, it was business as usual for Vertus Pro, but it's going to be OG Seed versus All Business now with game number 3 for the Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by Ryan. And Ryan, we've had a very interesting day of 2 extremes. We've had a very close free mapper, and then we had one of the fastest, most dominant performances in the Ignite stage so far.
Yeah, and we're still looking for the consistent thing of putting the top 8 teams of EMEA from the 2 groups together. So this one, I think, is probably the most biggest question mark, I would say, so far out of all of the games today. I do think that seeing Peps and Alcancia later is going to be probably a very interesting, very even best of 3. But this one, there's a lot of questions about it because, frankly, Moxie, we haven't really seen much of these 2 teams prior to this tournament starting. OG Seed sort of coming in with the finish from the Ignition event with the original OG roster, decided to put their Academy squad together, and whilst it was a rough start against Schmungus, missing out on bans, getting 0-2 quite dominantly, the 0% result should give a little bit more confidence into this team and what they can do.
Should give a very good reason as well for banning Luna Snow against them, as KQ for Freeze Hawkeye was absolutely insane into that game of 0%. Abuhu too on the Wolverine is one to watch out for, as 6, we don't often get to see a Hela coming on through, but OG Seed with that Hela was able to do a lot of work forcing Legacy on that Strange into having to use Levitation to be able to block all of the Goddess of Death ultimates. I don't know if the Hela is going to be able to continue in this matchup of theirs against All Business, however, as 0% were known for having Legacy on that Strange, so I feel like it's going to be something a little bit closer to traditional meta that we see from them in their matchup today.
It's going to be hard work for OG Seed. This is a team that sort of was like put together. They did relatively well in the recent Marvel Rivals Championship with a top 16 finish, adding in a couple of new players. But this team that they're playing up against came 3rd in the same event. All Business, a bit of a misnomer team, it feels like. A group that have played together in other games from various backgrounds, PC and console. They decided to put together a ragtag group for the recent championship and had a very surprising finish. The problem, however, Moxie, is yet again, we haven't seen much of them play. These are people with normal lives, they have jobs, they have school, they're practicing a couple of hours a day still, and they have been since the championship ended. But it's hard to sort of match with some of the no-lifers that we're seeing on other teams, right, that are practicing for 6 to 8 hours a day.
They do have stellar star power, though, as All Business in their matchups have been looking incredibly strong. Slowpoke, Wolverine, and Punisher has been standout, but so too has Tuzi on the duelist, be it the Psylocke that he gets perma-banned out of, or the torch that we get to see come through from him. He is always able to find the picks for All Business to take advantage of. While Schmini's Captain America has been a standout performance as well, one that a lot of teams running up against All Business like to have removed from the scene, so I feel like we're definitely going to be seeing a couple of differences from the usual advanced ban system that we see, as teams, even though they do take out the Luna Snow in the past going up against All Business, have still targeted the Psylocke afterwards and also gone after the Captain America in the later stages of the series too.
Ooh, but that's the interesting thing, I think, for All Business, because I was really impressed with how they handled the draft, because it was different to other teams where their sort of first picks and first bans were for the Captain America to try to get it online themselves, but they still had that window in order to either pick and ban out the Emma Frost or the Magneto alongside. But with everything that's changed, with the focus and the onus that we've put over on the picks and drafts themselves, we've seen OGC miss the first ban for once. I think it's kind of like losing your passport in a foreign country. You only make that mistake once, you make sure to never do it again.
Well, they're going to make sure that Magneto is perma-banned, as are both of these teams, so no Meteor M's. Punisher is going to be having a little bit more of a cushion of safety. Emma is still a very, very strong Vanguard. However, a lot of teams, as we've already established, once their next section comes on through, pull out the final judgment to sink any of the momentum that the other teams are looking to grab off of the back of it. OG Seed now are going to be removing the Luna rather than another of the Vanguard lineup, before we get to go into seeing what they decide to save. Potentially a Vanguard of their own. They might want to have the Mirror AMER pick, and indeed, there it is. As All Business now get to go into the triple bans Which role do they try and target remove?
It's whether they've been involving themselves in the same conversations that we've seen from the other teams, right? Luna Snow, I think a lot of their bans from the last week were fairly standard. I think for both sides it was straightforward. I think it looked better for OG Seed when they're going up against a team that wasn't Shmongus, mostly because Shmongus was, you know, the Venom, right? For Andrew, you're looking at other characters to be the main playmakers as opposed to what is the most effective tactic available, which is exactly what the meta is. So OG Seed, now that they're in more of a neutral environment, to say the least, you would expect that they're comfortable enough to deal with the draft that's put in front of them.
Yeah, OG Seed targeting the Loki and then saving the Cloak and Dagger. They might feel okay and confident letting the Psylocke through, but I do worry for them because they only have one ban slot left, and All Business get a save before that ban slot comes through. So Tuzi is instantly going to grab that Psylocke. This is the first time that Psylocke has been able to get through the ban system against All Business. OGC probably going to take the Captain America out now. Indeed, there it's going to go. But still, facing down Tuzi Psylocke is a very daunting process, as All Business in the past pulled maps against Vertus Pro, and the man who MVP'd it, the hero that he played, was Tuzi on the Psylocke.
Tuzi has been incredibly impressive. Just the amount of damage that he's able to put out. Like, typically you'd see if he's playing Psylocke and Slowpose over on the Punisher, that the Punisher would be doing maybe twice as much damage. Because a lot of it is just damage to tanks. I'm just going to get healed up. Tuzi's damage has to be very, like, dedicated. Make sure that it leads into an elimination. Yet Tuzi was still doing a lot of damage alongside the Punisher. He's getting a lot of out of it, and much like we put focus onto Crisis and L9 of putting resources into him, I do think that that's something that All Business do very well. These are players that haven't played that much in Marvel Rivals together. Like, I think the Season 1 Championship was the first major event. The previous ones, they sort of had top 32, top 64 finishes, but they have a lot of experience in the past, either playing against each other, playing with each other, just knowing each other from the scene because they're on different platforms. Well, now we're seeing a lot more Control players pop up, and All Business are the same. They're going to be able to use that kind of stuff, and that synergy really shows in every game that they play.
But something that we should point out, though, is that OG Seed are on the composition that Vertus Pro used to mitigate all forms of Psylocke threat. It's going to be the Atom with the Cloak and Dagger with the Mantis. This is the full Peel composition coming on through, as both of these strangers are going to use the portals, not to position immediately, but to get a read of the composition that they're up against, to have a better understanding of where they need to take the fight. Are we going to see an immediate jump onto that Cloak and Dagger? Out comes the Terror Cape, but it gets blocked by the Strange Shield. Oh, the KQ for free dives right into All Business's entire team and pays the price for it.
Slowpose sedated, just able to sort of back up. It was All Business that got onto the objective first, as OG Seed holding onto the portal to just buy their time, as the objective wasn't going to be open for a good 10 seconds. But now it's just chipping away at these ultimates. 2-2-2 moving over towards the Venom, just sort of fighting up, pushing this backline now as Tuzi's found that opening in the backline. No OG Seed crumbling under the weight of All Business now that they found those picks. It's going to be them taking the point first.
Yeah, OG Seed as well, losing this first fight and that TP fight as well is going to make it much harder for them to get on top of where this Punisher is going to be playing from. Plus, two might not have been able to go for the Captain America for the side of Welsh Mania, but can still play that Venom to give Tuzi the confidence to really commit into these fights. The Venom can go first, pull out those crucial cooldowns, and then your Psylocke, the thing that's actually going to be finding the pick, can follow up shortly after. In fact, we can see him already set up on the wall, waiting for that slam down. The Tether comes out. Dagger Dome's going to be able to keep everyone healed up, but it's the dance of the butterflies that you have to worry about. No picks off of the back of it, though. Good sleep into Solar Resurgence from 6 forces All Business into having to overcommit. They could have won that fight potentially with 2 ultimates, but instead they have to burn the entire ultimate bank, and they've got 1 left.
Resurrections bringing back some of the players, but it might just end up slowing down this reset for OGC. Like you pointed out, big ultimates all used at the same time for All Business, from the Vanguards, the Duelists, and the Strategists all together. So OGC having a lot, but 6 going down there just means that more time is going to be bought. Yeah, he's checking his watch. I'm not surprised, because OG Seed just letting, what, 10, 15, 20% go for free.
Yeah, Toot's gonna have Feast of the Abyss, but where's your damage boost? You don't have a Mantis, you don't have a Luna. OG Seed are gonna be able to survive all the way through with that Eternal Bond coming on through. Abyssals don't even have any other ultimate to overlap over the Feast of the Abyss. However, what they do have is pressure. Slowpoke is already off of the Punisher turret. Greedy sends in the Eternal Bond. It's gonna be mirrored back with closest in this boundary. Hachiko comes through with an eye catches onto 4 of them, and it doesn't matter that Old Business didn't have the ultimates because they're just falling apart.
It was the invisible boundary set up from closer to hold Old Business to accounts, but OG Seed, the most impressive fact is it was just the Eye of Agamotto that seemed to follow through, and the Eternal Bond for Greedy Nils, almost not even worth mentioning because of how quickly these ultimates can be farmed up. You've got the Karmic Revival for that extra little bit of security, Psionic Survival and the Dance of the Butterflies to be proactive, and it has to be that from OG Seed. 99% on the board for All Business.
At least Greedy doesn't have that Eternal Bond yet again. Down to the Butterflies from KQ. Psionic Seduction comes out at the same time too from OG Seed, trying to punish the fact that they had to stack those players into that Psylocke ultimate to stop it having value. And unfortunately, that's done just the ticket. All Business lose so many of their players, and OG Seed win another fight in a row.
That's 2-2 using the ultimate, switching over to the Doctor Strange now. Not needed to be a contest with the portal just yet. 44% on it for OG Seed, so it's a good fight. Using up some of those bigger ultimates and not really close to having any others come online other than the Karmic Revival.
All Business, they've got the Eternal Bond. They've got the Final Judgment. We've seen teams have to invest both to guarantee that the Punisher survives the duration of the ultimate. Still, though, All Business not opening things up just yet. It's going to be a Psylocke versus Psylocke for one. Psylocke's got the AMER team up, and KQ is able to come out on top. Out comes the Final Judgment, emboldened by the Eternal Bond, but OG Seed are more than happy to trade 2 ultimates for the price of 1. Karmic Revival behind the point, and they've been able to bring all of those players back.
Now it's overtime. It's not even going to be progressing forward for OG Seed. They have to take it back, which is looking likely at this rate. You got KQ with the Dance of the Butterflies, not wanting to use it in this engagement. Really nothing's been made towards it, but All Business almost taking this first point and making it theirs. KQ trying to keep the resets happening on the other side this time, and All Business wanting to try and peel through. The Slowpoke is the ultimate that seemed to make the most difference. He's not going to have it for this next and potential final fight. The portal from 2-2 coming in. Hachiko does have the Eye of Agamotto, hiding it feels like to try and catch them out.
Yeah, they don't know where the Strange is. They've got to go for a teleport play to try and just take down closer before that invis boundary can potentially come on through. Out comes All Business.
It's 4.
Agamotto, he gets 4 yet again. Tuesday's able to find Lapis. Where's the follow-up damage off of the eye? It's not there in time. All Business come through with an Eye of Agamotto of their own. 6 with the Resurgence is trying to keep everybody up through it. KQ, intangible, but still coming on out with the tangible damages off of the back of that Dance of the Butterflies. All Business trying to have the later support ultimate coming on through so that they can have the long-term sustainability, and that's been able to win them the fight. Eternal Bond paired up with Tuzi's ultimate, and OG Seed are going to have to rush Greedy onto the Strange and try and set up a teleport just to be able to touch.
Well, it's going to be able to, though. It's back and forth, this fight is, but 2-2 finds the pick straight away over onto the Adam Warlock. Greedy Nils, a shield dropped pretty much instantly. Hachiko on the Captain America, cut down yet again from this Venom, who has been able to get these eliminations, chop things up nicely, but it's Tuzi that's the one that's absolutely shredding through the first seed. And the first point for OG, All Business, had it to begin with, lost it, brought it to 99%, and was able to take it back, which mentally, physically, exhausting for OG Seed to have to deal with.
No matter who takes this first map, I see in the future of map number 2 a Psylocke target ban even after that Luna's snow has been taken off. Because Tuzi on this Psylocke, 20-3 right now. The numbers that Tuzi is outputting, it's just insane. OG Seed is even on a composition that is tailor-made to survive the Psylocke hit dive coming on through, but he's still finding the value when his team needs him to.
Yeah, today's given a couple of fireworks. I love all of these shots. I love the Krakoa and Arako just have so many like little cute little tidbits, especially. But for OG Seed, considering this is pretty much the garden of all gardens that you're playing in, things growing in some places, dying in others, really. It's the only way to sort of put it. For all business, they've set themselves up nicely. And Slowpo having the final judgment, it's a scary, precarious thing that OG Seed need to be very careful of.
Yeah, Watchmania is going to be able to power it up too with a lovely Psionic Seduction. KQ43 is going to go all the way around the back, trying to scatter these positions where all business are going to be setting on up. They need to know where the Punisher is so they can disengage cleanly. Veil of Light Force comes on through from all business, so they can just keep that forward position. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies from Tuesday. They saw that OGC were a little bit too reluctant to face the Punisher.
Oh my god.
And all get trapped into the open space against the Dance of the Butterflies. No final judgment, but that definitely has an air of finality as Tuesday's ultimate closes out the fight.
Yeah, I felt that the final judgment was almost security. Use the Psionic Seduction, Dance the Butterfly together, force out some big support ultimates or big cooldowns like the Soul Bond. That's when the final judgment can come through, but it wasn't needed. All business, the big ultimates are online, they're set up nicely and they're cycling them to perfection. OG Seed, not really much progression made on the point for all business at this point, but they want to make these ultimates work, gain some tempo. They have enough to work with, all 6 ultimates.
KQ43 hasn't got the LOS for the Mantis damage boost. Soul Resurgence comes out instead. Eye of Agamotto from 2 catches 3 of them. The Mantis heal just isn't enough. Slowpo with the final judgment is entirely untouchable, safe inside the invis boundary. And OG Seed, their presence is entirely invisible on this point right now. They haven't been able to find a single in, and unfortunately for them too, it's going to come at the cost of another late stagger pick. The body block, they take the Atom down before Lapis can find the map edge, and all business are about to hit final fight territory.
Well, Tuesday's not gone down. He's gone from 23 to 3 to 29 and 3. 17 final hits, but Slowpo, that duelist combination is horrendously terrifying for anybody to be dealing with, and really they're able to shine because of the support and the resources poured into them. Now you've got this sort of high ground play. We saw Canutin play a bunch of these sort of positions before over on the side of Zero Tenacity, and Slowpo's just for free. It looks for free that he's able to put this damage in. The Eye of Agamotto from Hachiko not catching on to the 4K that he's usually consistently able to grab. It's only the 1. Unfortunately, it's not really amounted to all too much. KQ trying to make sure that the turret from the Punisher from Slowpo isn't going to really catch that much free terrain. And the fight is finally going away with OG Seed, but much like the first point, Moxie, it's a 99% for all business.
Yeah,
they're not even able to get it.
Yeah, Tuesday's still up. It's a Psylocke 1v1. Tuesday's gonna fall. It was a 2 versus 1, and 6 of us there to help out with the inspiration. But all business, 99%. They've got final judgment. They're going to have invis boundary, and they're just going to go straight for a teleport play before OG Seed can build up the ultimates to stop them. Strange teleports right above the air. Slowpo gets the absolute wonderful angle with this Punisher turret to just catch onto all of these players from OG Seed as they have no choice but to throw themselves onto point, or it flips over.
Agamotto dropping in again, the 4K, and the follow-up is exactly there from the Maelstrom, from the final judgment. Psionic Seduction going to be used on the other side, but it's not silencing anything. Those guns are still going burr over on the side from Slowpo, and all business cleaning up this first map in a nice straightforward 2-0 fashion. OGC not able to get anything on the board on the carousel.
All business are one of the best teams at identifying the win conditions, especially when their win condition is the duelist. They will go above and beyond to make sure that their duelists have the resources necessary. And they have such a good understanding of the situations when those resources are called for it as well. Tuesday's going to be walking with an MVP. That's a very familiar screen that we've been seeing when all business have been in the driver's seat. 37-4. Insane performance coming on through from him. 52% accuracy on that Psylocke as well. Slowpo 30-4 as well. Both of the duelists only taken down 4 times thanks to such wonderful pocketing coming on through from Zenost, and also closer. Like a lot of the time when we even saw Slowpo with the Punisher turret just all the way away up on that high perch tower, he finally gets pressured as KQ on the Psylocke detaches himself from the fight, go to try and hunt the Punisher down. Doesn't manage to find the pick because Closer just comes on through with the force physics and bats him away before he can.
I mean, we speak about like the duelist needing resources. That is a fine example of one, really. And at this point, like OGC, it felt like they were going to be able to take this first point if it wasn't for Tuzi just cleaning everybody up like it was nothing. It wasn't really, you know, he got kill eliminations off the back of his like Dance of the Butterflies, sure, but a lot of it was just his like left click. It was just a lot of like these fights and clean engagements. KQ's had a fair few, as you're seeing, but as this map and first point went on, it really did feel like Tuzi just completely took over.
Yeah, Slowpo as well. These final judgments. OGC didn't have the Punisher. They didn't have the damage wherewithal to stand up to what All Business could do. And it's so strange as well that we didn't really see that Punisher come through for them because they had the Mantis. If they'd wanted to, they could actually have won the Punisher 1v1. They would have had more potential pocket plays with the damage boost option. But instead, we see them like try and play around the dive coming on through. They've got the Adam to act as that solo duelist, potentially out-sustain All Business's side. But the thing about All Business is that they position perfectly for the first stage of the fight and the second stage of the fight. A lot of the time when they knew that things like the Dance of the Butterflies would be up on the side of the enemy, they would have everyone stacked in Eternal Bond except Slowpo, who at the beginning of that fight, before it even began, would have ziplined to a different position, and he would have been up on the Punisher turret to make sure that he was just continuing to chunk those shots and stop anyone from picking up any form of space. We'll have to wait and see whether or not they can answer back, or if it's just going to be a full shutdown after this short break.
So we have two teams that came in invited to EMEA Ignite playing here for a chance of making playoffs. Those that win will continue on in the tournament. Those that lose are going to have to come back and fight their way back in next time. So for OGC, there's a lot of pressure, right? Like, you're invited, you're almost seen as the seedling team. That's why it's called OGC, the Academy Squad. Young players that have a lot of promise. Wanted to make use of the opportunity of being invited here. All business, a really good showing in the championship with a 3rd place finish and even taking a map off of Vertus Pro way back when, I believe, showing that they're not just a flash in the pan, that they deserve to be at the top end of EMEA, despite the fact that we haven't really seen that much of them since, right?
Yeah, showing as well why you banned 2Z Psylocke. Even though Luna was out of rotation because of the advanced pick and ban system coming through from OG Seed, 2Z showed why you still fear the Psylocke even without that strategist pocket. And if you're trying to put all of your resources into dealing with the Psylocke, that immediately clears the way for Slowpo on the Punisher to get whatever he wants done. Those two duelists work very well together in that vein. It's also another reason why Storm and Punisher tends to be a package parcel deal that we tend to see coming on for in terms of duelist lineup as well. So headed into this, I'm really hoping that the instant adaptation coming in through from OG side is removing both the Luna and the Psylocke.
All of Dejalia, the choice of map for OG Seed, attacking side 2. As both teams lead in the line with a Magneto. This is not where we would expect a Psylocke ban to be coming in. But it does feel like, you mentioned it before, right? Like, every other team has respected 2Z Psylocke enough to take it out. OG Seed, if they've done their research, which I know that they have, you would assume that either they're gonna ban it out or they have a plan for it. And if they have a plan for it, well, I haven't quite seen it come to fruition and executed well yet.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from Vertus Pro earlier that the Adam, Mantis, and Cloak and Dagger can shut down the Psylocke, but there was a lot of coordination involved in doing that, and there it is. Already I can see it in the portrait. OG Seed removed the Psylocke from play. The Adam, the Mantis, the Cloak and Dagger that they'd obviously probably prepared for in anticipation of the Psylocke was proven to be not enough, and they don't want to risk it again.
Ooh, and they get low-key instead, do all business. Comfortable for closer. So what ultimates you're going to want to be able to copy? And well, Cloak and Dagger has been involved in this series thus far, but not necessarily in the draft, not following, you know, the talking point of the day, the hot topic. Invisible Woman grabbed up for OG Seed. Any particular standout other than to just deal with some of the dive that might be happening?
2Z.
Whatever 2Z's going to play.
Get to play Psylocke, he's going to be on the torch more than likely. So you remove the Invis Woman from being able to give any potential flyer Guardian Shield.
More stuff. You don't have the Magneto for the shields. You don't have the... Yeah, I mean, everything that is involved in this draft, even though some of it is very common, is don't give LeBron the ball, essentially, isn't it? Like, don't let 2Z have any form of sustenance, any damage boost, any mitigation. And for OG Seed, they don't want to give them Wolverine either. So, draft's looking standards, if not still a little bit scary for OG Seed, because 2Z, you know what he's going to play. You just don't know what you could do against it.
Yeah, 2Z has so many different characters. As all business, it looks like they wanted to remove the Wolverine because they wanted to put Toot on the Groot. So that we have the Groot AMER lineup coming on through with the Loki and Cloak and Dagger strategist backline. In the meantime, OG Seed are going to have access to the Punisher alongside the Storm, just like their opponents. But they did ban out that Invis Woman on the other side, so that flyer is going to have a little bit more value in terms of resources, although I feel like the Guardian Shield is much going to be focused on that Punisher over Aurora.
Really looking a lot at... Really, whilst 2Z is going to sort of take the limelight with some of the stuff he's able to do, Slowpo was also incredibly impressive. And now, it's been able to deal with them. There's a lot of synergy that's been able to play with his team. The real weakness of all business is just the amount of time they are able to practice. But it might not matter. A top 8 finish might be able to put a bit more time, maybe even a couple of resignations in for the real jobs if other opportunities are available. But OG Seed, their choice of map, their side, they're going to be attacking the halls of Jajalia. Their last chance, potentially, to be making a good finish in EMEA.
Teleport play, however, all business with that Loki have the regeneration domain to instantly react to it. Not if the Loki gets taken down before we can hit shift, though. That is panic button for all business. In fact, they just have to full withdraw from this fight to make sure that no other picks come on through for this defense, which would allow OGC to start running away with ultimate charge as well as point percentage.
A lot of damage being done from KQ, who definitely had the bright moments, was the solo duelist in the last map. Gonna have at least a bit more support from 6, but that objective is moving along. Portal play not quite working for all business, switching away from it, just having to back out of this fight, and OGC smelling blood in the water, honestly, able to keep things swimming along. And they've taken so much space on this second point.
Yeah, not so much swimming, much soaring, as this storm with the damage boost for KQ on that Goddess boost aura has been absolutely huge. Suzy on the Punisher is going to have to try and break Hachiko's Striking Shield to oust him from his high ground position. And once they've cleared that, then they can move over to taking this fight over onto point. Toot's gonna fall though, force physics. A cruel cooldown against the group player. Omega Hurricane even being invested out into the invis boundary. They're able to catch the storm as well as bleed out close as Eternal Bond. The OGC are gonna be down that Punisher, and all business now coming as the later Omega Hurricane.
These Omega Hurricanes trying to carve their way through the lines of players, but it's almost the trades coming in onto the either side. The final judgment coming through, at least from 2Z, is going to allow all business to regain control of the objective, force OGC back as well. The eliminations are still coming in. It's a little bit chaotic. They're just trying to jump into like a deer in the headlights, just try to reset as fast as possible. They have some good ultimates to work with, but they have fed a good amount of charge to all business on this defense.
Yeah, Psionic Seduction for Wells Mania is not going to find the value that it's looking for. Neither a Strangling Prison, as KQ's final judgment is going to be CC immune to both of them, so it can be used in case all business try and kick things off first. 2Z is the one that has to try and buy up time for Xenos and closer to hit the cooldowns to survive the test that Final Judgment will put this defense under. Final Judgment comes now from KQ, Strangling Prison from 2, catches a majority of OGC's players, but there's just no confidence in the face of Final Judgment. They have to fall back. The regeneration domain has bought them the seconds to do so, and Final Judgment's done.
Agamotto diving on in, catches free. There's been a lot of really nice connections from the main vanguards on both sides. OGC winning a clean fight, but doing it in such a nice position. And this second objective going to be taken with a good amount of time on the board. 5 minutes just shy of for OGC to push this payload all the way to the end.
True, but all business are in a much better cycle of ultimates right now. 2Z and Closer are both going to be hitting Daz at the exact same time, so too is Nosts. And that should give the defense a means of just immediately stamping out any momentum that OGC are looking to pick up. Omega Hurricane from 6 is potentially going to get chunked down by the Final Judgment. Can they find the pick onto that storm in time? No, they cannot. KQ goes down though. 2 able to take down the Punisher, then the storm. The Final Judgment still tearing through the players of OGC Aid. And 2Z's Final Judgment once again slows the approach of the attack.
He's been the hero of all business's story so far. OG looking good in a lot of these fights, but then suddenly 2Z shows up and has that shining play. Slowpo, another Omega Hurricane looking to cut through Znost with the God of Mischief, able to sit on some security plays whilst Klosar builds up another one of those big Cloak and Dagger ultimates. The fight is going to be used on the other side, and just as we do see the Eternal Bond used on the attacking seed of OG, it is just immediately taken down on the other end. There's enough pressure to push on through, and just past the middle point of this third objective, the Portal looking to try to catch off and stop all business from actually contesting this.
Yeah, they might be able to get around it. There are a couple of different ways that you can enter that high ground on the left, but what it has been able to do is funnel them into that position, which is going to feed them right into KQ. Waiting on that Punisher turret, the AMER has to be the one that goes forward, and unfortunately it's not to be. They walk directly into the Psionic Seduction. Slowpo tries to cut off the backline with the Omega Hurricane, remove the resources, remove the healing.
Wow.
Maybe OGC's frontline gets removed alongside it, but it's not enough.
Time to switch things up.
And OGC
mean-
full push.
Side you're on.
I feel like my northernness is going to come out, but that ending bit from OG Seed was bloody lovely. Like, honestly, like the portal play to block off the two other entrances and then setting up the turret on top of the payload to just burst down the other entrance where all business are trying to come from. It's nice to see that, like, I feel like in the first game that they had against Schmungers, they were in over their heads. They kind of lost their composure. But here, a map down, it's all backed up against you, but they're able to still commit to some really nice, like, set plays almost in a very chaotic, fluid kind of game. All business very much on the back foot. It's going to be hard to not only get to the end of the map, but to match them time-wise with about 3 minutes still left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be, is it gonna be a portal pickup of A, or is it potentially a full hold? That is the question that Hall of Djalia holds for a lot of these teams. It is incredibly defensively favored in terms of the angles that the attacker side have to walk up and approach into, all of that poke. And when you're up against a Punisher, when you're up against a Storm, the incoming spam damage is absolutely insane. So a lot of these teams mitigate it purely by just teleporting behind and onto the high ground to just push the defense off of it. This time around, All Business should be able to use the regeneration domain if they decide to go for a teleport play into OGC's back line. Snoss will be able to place the doppelgangers and hit that regeneration domain, but it looks like it's not actually going to be a teleport that All Business decide to take. Instead, they walk around manually all the way up the left. OGC should break that bridge now to deny All Business from being able to have that high ground to match them, and we have a joust. Both Punishers on their turrets trying to break through any shield that they can.
Yeah, just fighting from distance, really. Portal wanted to be held on to for All Business. And it's more about, like, which one's going to drop down to low ground first. Well, actually, one player's going to be knocked down to fight up against a Chico over on OGC. We do see the Eternal Bond used on one side. Tuzi's not the one that's going to be using the final judgment. It's KQ. But with all of that support, that healing, and the bodies, the progression has been made for All Business. OGC having to just dump into the muck and the mud to try and contest. And thankfully, they're taking these fights. They're getting engagements and winning them. It wasn't even off the back of ultimates. There's a lot of ultimates dedicated from All Business that haven't really amounted to all too much up until then. Slowpoke comes in with the 2K and the Omega Hurricane trying to fight off anybody else from OGC that's holding on to this objective.
They might be able to take the AMER down before the regroup can come on through. Abu manages to take the Storm out of the mix. Remember, All Business also didn't open up this fight with that teleporter, so if they want to recontest quickly in, they will be able to. Two with the Strange Shield blocks off the AMER LOS so that the heals get prevented. However, she is able to dive back towards her strategist and still fully get healed to come and prove the Psionic Seduction. Both of these AMERs mirroring their ultimate, while Shmania pushing aggressively onto both of the strategists, huddled up safely in Garage as Slowpoke comes on through. Not able to find the Omega Hurricane. Six of the Goddess Boost tries to find the pick. Final Judgment into Io Agamotto, but where's the follow-up? Hachiko was able to at least stun out the Loki, but the damage is not there.
What a long fight for OGC to try and hold on for All Business. Slowpoke especially finding a lot of the eliminations to at least get into the green to get things moving. OGC, though, you're not going to be too upset. You've fought a good amount of time, more so than the opponents did at that stage of the map. But it's about making sure that this doesn't snowball into something uncontrollable.
Abuhu gets so much pressure on this AMER from that Punisher turret on the payload. However, the strategists are able to keep them healed up and also convert it into ultimate charge. Lapis off at the back of that has a Viz boundary. Final Judgment gets held. Io Agamotto comes on through from 2, catches so many players. 4 from OG Seed, and 4 will fall off of all of that follow-up damage. All Business don't even need to use an aggressive ultimate. It's just Io Agamotto, Maelstrom, Zanostra with the God of Mischief copying the Eternal Bomb to make sure that there's no punishment for them overstepping their bounds.
AQ will lead in the line with damage, but honestly, looking at the numbers, damage numbers seem about even. It's just about where that damage is dedicated and if it's enough to actually take somebody down to 0 HP. Now, however, it was pretty much even on times for All Business and OGC getting to this third objective. Now it's about getting it over the line in the next 90 seconds for All Business if you want to be trying to set a better time. Omega Hurricane for Slowpoke available for the third, fourth time, even potentially over on this defense, and just cutting down some of this mitigation. The damage boost is going to be coming in with a final judgment from Tuzi, and it just carves through stuff. Hachiko coming in with the Eye of Agamotto. It's not going to matter all that much. Even Eternal Bond isn't putting a dent into this damage.
All Business, the coordination is just on point. OG Seed try to commit, they try to answer back, they mirror the final judgment, they mirror the eternal bond, but All Business just coordinate seamlessly. Everyone jumping around the corner at the moment that Slowpoke hits Goddess boost. Tuzi comes through with the final judgment, and just the way we saw OG Seed barreling through C with a Punisher turret setup, it is going to get broken. Psionic Seduction comes through from Welsh Mania. Slowpoke trying to play with Omega Hurricane in case they all get run out of that Invis boundary. They might be able to get the damage through off of the back of that Eye of Agamotto that Toot's able to provide into the fight. And All Business find an all wipe. OGC do not have the place to recontest. This is going to be All Business being able to walk away a full push 3 minutes 21 to 2 minutes 59.
Because you have experience coaching and analyzing, being an analyst for teams, Moxie, what are like the maps that tend to finish out the most, that you actually are able to complete consistent?
Not this one.
Not this one. That's good to know.
Not this one. It is incredibly rare that the whole of Dejalia sees anything over a 2-minute time bank. Incredibly rare. Because that means that you have to have captured A pretty much off of first fight, either a teleport play, or you've managed to take the high ground angle by walking full side left and win out the brawl, and then you never get stopped on B. If you ever get stopped a single time on B, especially if there's any flying component in your composition, you're looking at least a minute. A minute minimum that you're going to be burnt out of, and then the same applies to C. If you lose a single fight on C, the defenders just get so aggressive and push to that first corner that you're forced into using ultimates in that fight. Then you've got the fight in the wider hole, and then you've got the fight on the last contest as well. It's absolutely insane that we're seeing both teams have around 3 minutes in the bank.
It's actually some of the time it's been shaved off. Just seen that before, just like for OG Seed, just 2 minutes to work with, but still, it's pretty even, only 20 seconds difference. You had such a good showing on that first point, but when it comes to any other plays, the Portal gaining information, seeing that OG Seed taking a leaf out of All Business's book, not wanting to use the Portal play straight away, but they're going to get jumped on by one that's nicely set up by All Business.
Yeah, so All Business were actually setting up not just to scout, but they wanted to see if OG Seed went for a teleport play from spawn. Tuzi would get the angle above with the Punisher turret and potentially take the Strange down when that Strange portal was being cast. As it is going to be a brawl for brawl, OG Seed's Hachiko going lower and lower and lower, as unfortunately OG Seed prioritizing just walking to the point as quickly as possible means that they have diminishing returns in terms of space that they control. And All Business, they're losing some of those health bars. However, Greedy gets to come on through, the players being stacked up, Eternal Bond builds faster than the side of that defense, and now they can establish themselves, anchor themselves on that point with their Strange trying to push Tuzi out before Final Judgment can come through.
Ooh, KQ's found a nice couple of eliminations before this full player has come out. There's not going to be enough. 1 minute left on the clock. OG Seed saving the portal. Not really needing it, actually. They were able to just win out the fight in the end. It was looking like it was going All Business's way, but Hachiko has been taking some really nice fights and making sure, for the most part, that Tuzi can't get that free reign that he wanted there with the Final Judgment.
Yeah, Greedy as well, being able to come through that Eternal Bond. Like, OG Seed play with fire. There's no torch in the lobby, but if anyone from OG Seed goes down when they have that little space, it all falls apart. They were banking on the Cloak and Dagger building the ultimate first, and that's exactly what they're able to achieve. The Slowpoke out, Goddess boost. All Business dig their heels into the ground, refuse to give any form of space. Might, however, be a decision made for them. AQ comes through with the Final Judgment, and All Business make themselves very scarce indeed.
You weren't kidding with just not wanting to get stuck here. You could tell OG Seed throwing a lot of big ultimates to know that every inch is going to be important here. Now that they're in overtime, keeping things pushed back, it's going to be purely overtime now. No extra sort of time going to be given. 2-2 just waiting on this angle, looking for a good fight here. Both of the Doctor Stranges having the Eye of Agamotto, and both of them have been exceptional at connecting them.
Hachiko's just waiting for someone to extend to that low ground. Out comes Psionic Seduction, out goes the Eye of Agamotto to remove any form of follow-up. Regeneration Domain gets invested, surviving the Omega Hurricane forecast coming on through from the side of 6, and the triple Lokis will be able to work together and take down the Storm. Slowpo is still making sure that OGC don't gain more ground though. The Storm has to be pushed out before the payload can move on. As like you said, it being overtime, even though OGC were able to get past that second checkpoint, the time bank does not gain more ground, and All Business just have to win one singular fight with a Final Judgment and Eternal Bond to pocket it. It definitely feels like they should win the next.
Momentum's the name of the game, not only when it comes to progression, but also just the mantra to keep these players talking, to keep them in this one that mapped down OGC. Really breaking the limits and stopping All Business from having to try and match this. It's looking like this is going to be the end of the road for OGC's attacking side. But with only 2 and a bit minutes for All Business, that feels like it's going to be a real Herculean task to try and match.
They did pick up A incredibly quickly. But it's such a huge risk. Is why we saw OGC just not want to go for the teleport play at the beginning, because if you use your teleport to aggressively take that high ground and you don't win the fight,
we'll have it
that
for the
teleport
contest.
is not going to come back for the contest time. Exactly. So it's feast or famine, go big, go home. If you try and throw your eggs into the basket of an early TP play, that is the hill that you might find yourself falling on.
You say go big, go home. Could be going home for OG if they ain't able to pick up this map. All Business on well, not tournament point. This isn't the grand finals. The grand finals of Ignite. If it's these two teams, I would be shocked. But at the very least, they're both promising prospects. All Business just trying to show a little bit more that they are more than just a third place finish in championship for OG Seed. They are a team to be honestly respected at the top level, and that is a good attacking side. They held on that first point a little bit longer than All Business did in that first go around on this defense. It really does feel about how you take these fights. Once we get towards the end here, you might see a lot of overextensions, a little bit of brashness, I suppose, of trying to put this game to bed as soon as possible. All Business, they have a lot of experience in other games. Have to take it into Marvel Rivals here.
Well, a lot of experience, not a lot of time. No TP either. They are going to go just like OGC, mirroring all the way around the back. Now, it's a race. Who hits Eternal Bond first? OG Seed actually send their Strange player up to take that high ground to make sure that they don't get grabbed out by Force Physics coming through from Invis boundary. And All Business now being pushed off of that high ground have far less space to be able to stack up around this corner. Dagger Dome comes on through, Closer 64%, Greedy also 61%, but it feels like All Business are going to be able to get that ultimate online first. And OGC are already positioning in anticipation of an Eternal Bomb dashing into that back line. Both of the cloaks burn the ultimate. Who has the damage to punch through?
AQ's traded it up to be a 5v5. Omega Hurricane's going to be mirrored up as well. So, yeah, you're getting a real experience over on this point as OGC are just putting as much on their bodies as they can to stop this from progressing. Eye of Agamotto, not looking to connect onto anything, but 2-2 going to be using it on that side. Hachiko jumping in, does have the Eye of Agamotto himself, and he's going to just drop himself in. Again, not catching anything as these ultimates traded at either side. Now, however, All Business having the picks in order to find some space, and Tuesday with a Final Judgment, the firepower to take control and get things moving with 50 seconds.
It was a huge dark teleportation coming through from Closer. That Eye of Agamotto could have been the one thing that finished All Business's attack, but no. And Tuesday gets to come back from the respawn point, having gone down early in the fight prior. Silver lining. He's got the Final Judgment, and he's got enough players to be able to pocket him through it. OG Seed, though, have a Final Judgment of their own, and now All Business are going to have to find a way of preventing it from finding the picks. 20 seconds left. They cannot afford to get pushed off of this payload. They do not have the time bank to fully regroup. They need to go first. They need to shut KQ down before Final Judgment can come on through. Psionic Seduction opens things up. OG side just waiting. They know that they just have to wait it out before coming back in the final judgment off of an eternal bond. And all business is going to be up to their strategists to keep themselves alive.
Oh, all business, I think, stacked their support ultimates. So that's one thing with overtime here. It is just one fight that OGC need, and the Boohoo's found two. Eye of Agamotto stunning stuff out for all business. They need to make more progression on the point to keep themselves at least a 2-0. KQ has been finding so much value in all business, now brought down to free fighting on the objective. Doing a really good job at stalling, but there's too many seeds in this garden, and they've pulled themselves a nice ripe third map to play on.
We go the distance. We go the distance. And I feel like the pick ban system is probably not going to be changing up in the slightest. This is such a close series too. Like, both of these teams have very similar play styles in terms of just pocketing. Pocket your duelist. Your duelist will win you the fight. It's all about making sure that you're having maximum value when those duelist ultimates are going on off. And it's these small little plays, the differences between greedy and closer being able to hit their eternal bond first to better give their team space to properly take that fight. That's going to be the real difference maker.
Support's outputting a lot of healing greedy nils, especially Lapsisotilas as well. Like, I haven't mentioned him mostly because I'm scared of the name. It's the first time I mentioned it, but it's the support backline, I think, for OGC that has really held the line nicely in some of those engagements. And for all business, at the very least, you get the choice and side pick of the next map, so there's some advantage of being able to pick up the first domination game that we saw in this best of 3. But it's a scary predicament to be put in for both sides now. All of the stress to going onto this final map of whether you're making playoffs or not. And for all business, it's really been good showings. It just felt that one, Tuzi, didn't get the same level of freedom as he got on Krakoa.
Yeah, Hachiko as well on this Doctor Strange was able to really take advantage of all business having to hide from duelist ultimates coming on through. Like, we got to see just that before the point went into B. He was able to catch both of the strategists around the corner because they were busy running, trying to utilize that natural cover to hide from final judgment, and that led into them being stacked into free Eye of Agamotto. Even here in these moments, we were getting to see Hachiko with the Doctor Strange, with that just threat of the Eye of Agamotto forcing all business's hands in terms of, okay, we've got to divert resources away from Tuzi to making sure that we are actually alive to heal him when the time comes for final judgment to be pulled on out. OG Seed in the meantime are doing a very good job of just splitting their resources. 6-2 on this storm has been so good at setting up the Omega Hurricanes to put pressure onto all business's backline. Like, Zenost on this Loki had the better sustain in terms of just regeneration domain. That was another entire defensive cooldown that everyone on the side of OG Seed had to be able to pressure on out because it's just pumping out so much healing prowess. But the Omega Hurricanes were doing such a good job of just removing the Loki doppelgangers that we never really got to see the Loki find the value.
Especially when you're like saving as well in the draft. Like, that's going to be the key thing. Fine margins that are separating both of these two teams. We'll be seeing exactly where that third map is going to take us. We knew that these games were going to be close, but for OG Seed and all business, it's going to go that extra mile. So we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll see where this best of 3 takes us. Or not.
Go, my children. Make yourself useful.
By the Eye of Agamotto! Calm before fast! Maximum pulse!
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계우면
Playoffs is on the line. We've already seen a couple of these best of threes go the distance. It's only Vertus Pro that have made pretty quick work of theirs. But here, Moxie, it is the choice of all business to be able to sort of take this one over the line on a full payload map. So realistically, what are your chances when you're looking at these two teams? Because OG Seed really bounced back in that one, I think, when it came to some individual performances.
Yeah, I definitely bounced back. One of the major factors in being able to give them that bounce back ability was the pick and ban system. They did much better in that second round, as we pointed out. Taking the Psylocke out of the mix, I definitely foresee that sticking around as a ban coming on through. As for the side of all business, like Tuzi can play a bunch of different heroes, but his Psylocke is his primary and his source of comfort too. Plus, having the Psylocke being removed allowed suddenly Six to go and play the Storm, because Flyers don't have a fun time into Psylocke at all. So getting to see as well the fact that the Loki is really good for the Punisher, but it works against your Storm significantly in regards to the comparison of the Invis Woman, where you're using the Guardian Shield and you can just put that in front of your Flyer and call it a day in terms of the healing that you can do, plus the primary being able to pierce. If players are stacked up, boom, you're building Invis Boundary at a skyrocket pace in comparison to All Business, who really prized having that Loki, the way that we saw everyone utilizing Regeneration Domain in map number 1 of game number 1, where the Loki came in and absolutely just cushioned the final judgment from the Punisher.
Yggdrasil's path is going to be the end of the road for one of these two teams in stage 1. And the vetoes, I feel like for OG Seed, you found the answer with the Psylocke ban, but is there an adjustment that All Business can make here? What seems to be the natural, like, almost chess moves to make of like, okay, you're going to dedicate one of your 4 bans towards this character. We're going to do this to punish you.
I feel like you have to save the Cloak and Dagger is the problem for All Business. They have to save the Cloak and Dagger, which does open up them not being able to have things like the Doctor, not the Doctor Strange, the Captain America, as, oh, wait a minute. They don't save the Cloak and Dagger. Oh, that's going to get insta-banned out right now, then.
I mean, it should be. I mean, isn't
maybe
this...
Maybe they go Invis. No, they go Invis because of Tuzi Torch. So, All Business is still going to get a primary strategist.
I mean, I guess it's sort of like you're boxed into a corner for OG Seed there, because it did feel like you had that kind of advantage, and maybe if they end up losing this map and this series, that's something that you look back on and go, should we? But ultimately, it worked last time. You managed to really quieten down how effective Tuzi was, and the Loki, like you were mentioning, did feel like it got too much advantage. However, the fact that All Business have been able to ban it out at the end, that's an advantage in itself, no?
Yeah, and it's gonna be a cloak and dagger as well coming on for their side too. So even though you don't have the invis to have guardian shields for your torch, you are still going to have good heals on your flyers. The one major thing about cloak and dagger is that her primary locks on. So you don't have to worry about flyers strafing around the pack, and we might actually even see All Business commit this duo squad to flank around the back of the Ultron and the Torch, where the Torch gets the Imperative Patch, which is then going to give the AoE heal to both the Ultron and the Torch, and you can try and break around that first corner of Yggdrasil. Very pesky for attackers, to the point that a lot of attacking teams now actually do come up with a composition that you use purely for that first fight, so that you can either find the pick or provide enough of a threat that the defenders are forced to say, hold on a minute, we can't take this fight, and just take a major step backwards.
Really feels that it has been trying to get LeBron the ball with 2Z, and Slowpo is going to be able to try and do something adjacent to that for the most part. But triple support for All Business's defense, side that they chose, so GC bringing things to an even series, and even actually trying to manage it as well. We see the double Ultron flying in the sky.
Yeah, it's going to be greedy on the Mantis, trying to match wits with closer on the Cloak and Dagger. 12% Mantis inspiration, but put out much more frequently in comparison to the 12-second cooldown that is closest. 28% vulnerability. 2Z on the Torch, breaking that Strange Shield, making sure that OG Seed cannot remove the high ground angle that this Torch is able to play around with. As that Pyro Prison is putting significant pressure on the backline of OG Seed's players.
Oh, they're just running through it. It looks painful to watch. Now is OG Seed wanting to try and cut ahead a little bit more, but Hachiko extended just enough. We see All Business, 3 players diving right on top of him, descending back to the spawn room, which OG Seed, unfortunately, looking like they have to reset there for a time being. I mean, there's a little bit of like having to be careful here if you're a Boohoo. You're pushed up pretty much all on your lonesome, but now you've managed to dive back just a little bit more. Rage of Ultron from Slowpo sat onto. They're comfortable for things to play out the way that they are for the time being.
Well, 6 is going to open up instead of a Rage of Ultron of their own. Well, this is going to be answering back with one themselves. And Slowpo has already been able to find the inn. Eternal Bond got copied from Snust's God of Mischief. And All Business just used it as the red carpet right into the entirety of OG Seed's team.
And having 4 ultimates still to use, using a God of Mischief and a Rage of Ultron still winning the fight seems like a pretty good trade when you look at what else they have available. Nevertheless, OG Seed, Greedy Nils, having that Soul Resurgence, but it feels like it needs to be used alongside something to really get the most out of the healing, to get the most out of the damage, and 2Z's not going to let this slide. The combination is definitely there with the Final Judgment, but the Supernova, you need to be careful of. You've got the Psionic Seduction around, but clearly not hitting exactly where KQ is, who's able to clear up a couple of bodies before 2Z finally gets a trade. Invisible Boundary put on top of this payload that isn't moving, and the Eye of Agamotto used on the other side now from Hachiko. He gets stunned just as much as the stun came out from him, and now Psionic Seduction used on this attacking side for OG Seed. They're still getting things moving. All Business have done well to buy a bit of time, but I don't think there's going to be much of a connection when it comes to All Business fighting on this point.
I'll say goodbye. Stranger's about to get kidnapped. Off the map we go. Have a nice fall, Toot.
No, he's not.
He's got the shift. He's got the shift. He's able to utilize the capable levitation.
Like a Looney Tunes moment.
Cliffside. 2 will be able to come back through, and at the same time, Watchmen is also able to organize themselves through that portal. OG Seed, though, have the Punisher KQ set up on that turret. They've got as well 6 on this Ultron, being able to keep an eye on that left side recontest. Rage of Ultron comes out from Slover, but it's not enough. Snost even copies with the God of Mischief. Eternal Bond coming on through. Imperative Patch gets transferred over to KQ, who was made vulnerable by that Terror Cave. And still, OG Seed are denied. They have to wait out the duration of this Eternal Bond before they can look for the picks afterwards.
Silent Seduction used, but it's just Welsh Mania here. Used to really stall, but it's not going to do all that much. All Business having to quickly reset. There's a couple of players that went up to try and rush back and help Emma Frost as quickly as possible. They don't want to be caught in no man's land now. The OG Seed have got things moving. They were very good at being able to do this for the second and third point on the last map, and his Final Judgment is trying to copy that winning recipe that worked so well for them last time.
Yeah, OGC, because All Business really stubbornly tried to fight out A, they lost that positioning on B to try and shut OGC's momentum down. KQ utilizes that final judgment to make sure that they gain even more ground, push All Business all the way back around so that when Tuzi and Slowpoke try and peek into this next fight, it's going to be at an angle where they're either not getting to see the target of focus that they want, or it puts them directly into the crosshairs of KQ on this Punisher. Closer does have that Eternal Bond, potentially giving All Business an aggressive play into the back, and it's going to be utilized, the CC immunity, keeping the Cloak and Dagger safe through the duration of the Psionic Seduction coming on through from Abuhu, as Lapis will be able to come on through with that Invis boundary, but it's the Eye of Agamotto that you have to worry about if you're All Business. Eye right into the back line, and that's one that you probably want to turn a blind eye to, with all of the pixels coming off the back of it.
Chico's had some fantastic moments on this Doctor Strange. I mean, both of them, the sort of matchup that's been happening with two has been really two players that enjoy this character that would really like to play him as much as possible. So you get to see a little bit of the flex happening there. Halo's still moving, almost going to get to the end of this second checkpoint. And the Doctor Strange holding back this fight. It's still going to be a contest coming in from Wealthmania. In fact, he found himself a pick. The counter-attack is good. Just over a minute left for OGC to get things going. There's All Business holding on in a really nice spot. OGC, not really the biggest ultimates available, but very close to being.
Yeah, they've got Final Judgment. The problem for them is that they don't have good strategist ultimates to keep the Punisher alive through it. It's potentially going to have to be a combination of Rage of Ultron and Soul Resurgence, as Welshmania with the Freedom Charges got all of the confidence, the ultimate to bail him out if he overcommits into this backline. He's just going to play Disruption to make sure that the Final Judgment doesn't get the pocket that OGC are looking to set it up with. Out comes the Soul Resurgence. There's the Rage of Ultron over the top. All Business with the Loki copies and the Regen Domain keep themselves alive through it. Freedom Charge too. All of the players stacked on top of it going to be receiving that healing from their Captain America as OGC get corralled into a small room against the Psionic Seduction. They've lost all momentum.
20 seconds left now for OGC to keep things trucking on. 2-2, a full charge on the left click is just burning through people, but actually the picks are coming on the other side. It's Abuhu that's found these picks and openings. Welshmania, one of the main reasons why everything has stalled over on this point is forcing OGC to use some of these bigger ultimates. Psionic Seduction and Abuhu following up to get another 2k. That should be enough to get things going into point 3, but all of the time whittled down for All Business.
Is it going to be enough? 1 minute and 20 seconds left to be able to push through C. They don't have great snowball momentum either. It's going to be really on the shoulders of Hachiko. If he can find a brilliant Eye of Agamotto to open up this fight, then OGC would have a good chance, but they've got to make that moves and soon. Tuzi and Slowpoke are going to be able to just pressure out the Strange before the Eye of Agamotto can have it set up. And now it's going to be so much harder to find the connection of that CC into the backline. As Tuzi with the Supernova takes out all of the momentum. All Business want to remove all of the space the attacker side have to play around with. Yet again, we see the combination. No Punisher, no Final Judgment for Eternal Bond to pocket. Instead is used to make sure that Supernova gets the follow-up it requires.
OGC now just sitting, resetting, looking at what they have available to them. Eye of Agamotto's are plenty of being a cool thing to look at, and the Rage of Ultrons on either side. KQ taking Slowpoke out of the sky with the help of the Maelstrom from Hachiko is really allowing OG to take some spade. This Regen Domain, fantastic actually, but it might have pulled All Business into fight in a close proximity to where the Eye of Agamotto was coming from. Soul Resurgence from Greedy Nails going to keep people topped up as KQ found himself another Final Judgment. That alongside his teammates' Invisible Boundary means that this can keep pushing forward. All Business using everything that they have, all of the resources, the ultimates, just top decking them to keep themselves going on this engagement. It's really everything going for them, and now 2-2 finding that elimination to bring the numbers in advantage to All Business. It was looking like OGC now that in overtime they could get things just moving a little bit more onto this third checkpoint, and with Greedy Nils, as I keep talking, they're able to bounce back, and maybe nothing's moving at this point, but everybody is fighting for this final chance for OGC.
Psionic Seduction from Abuhu. Rage of Ultron and Solar Resurgence going to be up for Greedy Nils, but where's the final judgment? Where's the follow-up damage? It's going to have to be up to the Punisher and this Ultron to find the picks that OGC desperately require. Tuzi with the Supernova is going to be able to blanket out the payload entirely. We start things off yet again with the Eternal Bond, but it's taken down. Closer, the heal gets blitzed through by the Ultron, damage boosted off of Greedy, and it's going to be the Supernova now for all business. Without the Eternal Bond, they don't have the sustain to keep themselves on that point. They've got to just tap on it one by one. KQ's building up the final judgment. Zenos already burned the regeneration domain. He's got the God of Mischief though. He goes for the copy against the Eternal Bond. Psionics injection comes on through from 2, trying to pull everyone from OGC out of their invis boundary. Final judgment. The CC immunity will be able to
Gets free.
The AMER ultimate. The Eye of Agamotto gets free. The follow-up is there. Tuzi trying to find the trades. They've been able to take KQ and the Punisher down. The respawns are in favor of all business. What's the damage that OGC turns to next? KQ's even coming back in on the Spider-Man, but he's not going to be able to swing in on time.
Oh, OGC really pushing the boundaries of the time available to them. But they made a good amount of progression with no time available to them at all. And for all business, it's a decent bar to try and hit now that they go onto their attacking side. I would say for both of these squads, like, maybe it's the nascency, the greenness of OG Seed, excuse the pun, with just how like young these players are, and all business just not able to put in the hours that they were able to do previously because life's got in the way. But for both of these teams, where it matters, their intuition, their team play, when they don't have strategies to rely on, is stellar. Some of these late team fights really show you that these guys mean business.
Yeah, I mean, Zenost coming on through with some insane Loki plays. He's able to come on through with the God of Mischief right at the opening fight on C, where Hachiko comes in with an Eye of Agamotto. Closer almost goes down, but the God of Mischief copy is able to keep him up. And then Closer immediately trades it off, bailing out his Loki with a huge Dark Teleportation to make sure that the backline is able to disengage safely without stagger picks coming through against them. They're even actually able to throw a Veil of Light Force, the 15% healing boost, over towards Tuzi's Torch at the same time to make sure that the frontline core just doesn't get to take any space. And just plays like that, allowing them to just hold their position, to not let OGC start running away with momentum every single time it looked like they had an in. On that last point of Yggdrasil allowed all business to stop the payload permanently, and now a win condition has been set. Can all business push the payload to that point? We will have to see. They're going to try and do it off of the back of Tuzi on the Punisher. Slowpo over towards that Ultron too, trying to get a little bit of a better pocket as Hachiko's already been stunned out. Welshmania in the background manages to bounce the projectile of sedation directly back into Greedy, and the Captain America has put so much space for his team.
It required a couple of bodies to go in and make sure the Greedy Nils didn't go down there. Welshmania not being the front line, but just being the dive. He's been so irritating, and it just means that more resources, more focused on the back line, more so than the front line of all business as they're trucking things along. Welshmania does go a little bit low. Hachiko, the main tank, the vanguard of OG Seed, dropping, which should open the doors a little bit more for all business to keep this progression going. And the ultimate's out too. Rage of Ultron being stacked up with the God of Mischief isn't going to matter too much. It's almost like the cherry on top of the cake. And now with Tuzi with a final judgment, if he can keep this springboarding, especially if Zenos is just going to get free as the cloak with the right click, cutting on through. OG Seed now wanted to contest, but how do you on earth do this?
Well, potentially over the final judgment. They've got it, but all business have the actual Eternal Bond, and they've got a final judgment of their own. Tuzi rips, shreds, his health bar barely falls. The amount of pocket on this Punisher is absolutely perfect from the side of all business. They had a win condition, and it's just another 9-5 for them. Point A picks on up in such a speedy fashion. They've got so much time. They can forge ahead, remove this first corner from the possession of the defense. And Welshmania is already getting into position, not to find picks, but to disrupt, to break apart OG Seed's backline so that they're forced to turn their attention over towards the Captain America, which then allows so much room for Tuzi to do whatever he wants.
Ultimate rotations have been good. It's actually going to be the silent seduction from the defensive side of OGC that's going to start off this engagement. And there's the Eye of Agamotto connecting onto Frey again from Hachiko. He's been so consistent with them, but the follow-up isn't quite there. In fact, all business have been able to get more eliminations off the back of the Doctor Strange ults in comparison. Xenos just adding up the pressure even more. OGC throwing literally whatever they have ultimate-wise. Now the invisible boundary to just keep people going. But Slowpo's cutting through them. Closar's doing the same. Tuzi's having a go as well with a nice 2K. And for OGC, having to hold on for 4 minutes is going to be hard enough, but there's going to be extra time allocated for all business if they get to the second checkpoint.
Final Judgment, God of Mischief, that's going to be copying an Eternal Bond for sure. If they even get the opportunity to get the bodies onto the point, Walshmania yet again is going to just look for his opportunity, dive into the backline, disrupt any follow-up on the pocket that could come out for KQ, so that all business win the Punisher off instead, and indeed there it goes. KQ gets taken down, all business's Punisher, the better. And unfortunately for OGC, now they're down that major win condition, he's got to swap over to the Torch instead of the Punisher, just to potentially have things like Pyro Prison to try and drain away the momentum that all business are going to have, as they've got 4.5 minutes. Nearly the entirety of C to be able to push through. But it feels like with how fast they picked up both A and B, this team is unstoppable right now.
Thought Welshmania might consider switching over, but honestly, I think this Captain America has done the world of good to create space for the DPS line. Slowpo not too far away from having that Rage of Ultron, and that combined with some of these other support ultimates, even the offensive ones, has been really nice. Tuzi, just off the back of this Eternal Bond, is able to keep things swinging, and it just feels like the all business kill feed is just lighting up with OG Seed names. It's all blue. And there's now, what, like less than 20 meters difference between the two squads? Welshmania trying to cut things off, and it's made it incredibly uncomfortable for OGC to try and contest.
3D's over to the rocket, so at least Hachiko will be brought back by the BRB station. That's this with the Invis boundary trying to buy time. KQ even over towards that Psylocke, potentially wanting to take Slowpo in the air down. But Final Judgment is the thing that you have to contest, and it feels like the final nail in the coffin. And unfortunately, OGC'd have nothing to stand up to the power of the Punisher. It's just another day, another workplace for Frank Castle, and all business will be able to walk away with Yggdrasil in such a dominant fashion.
It was close enough in the end for OG Seed, and whilst it's sort of disappointing to go out this way, there is an element of like this premise, I think, for this team to go on and do some good stuff. All business, at least with a top 8 finish, continuing on with the form that they had in the championship, showing that they aren't just this one-trick pony that's only going to show up once and never again. They mean business, and even with the meta changing, a team that is only able to practice a couple of hours a night in comparison to a fair few hours from a lot of other teams, showing that they're still, like, this old dog can still do new tricks.
All business, what a performance it was too. They had some amazing plays coming out. Slowpo on this Ultron with the Rage of Ultron, making sure that OGC found no value, but it really was just the pocket puncher difference coming on through for their attacker side. Like, Welshmania was doing so much. Hachiko, like you pointed out, had some amazing Eye of Agamottos, but there was just no follow-up. That never could be, because Welshmania was keeping OGC just split 50-50. Eye of Agamotto catches too, but everyone on OGC's side is just turning around to having to deal with the Captain America. And there's no bodies, there's no follow-up, there's no damage. So when we swing into the part that follows after the Eye of Agamotto, suddenly that Strange is behind enemy lines next to a pocketed Punisher and a Loki and a Cloak and Dagger, who have access to all of their resources and just immediately see you right back to your respawn.
If you were to give an MVP for all business, who would you be looking at?
See, this is so tricky because Tuzi was the one coming through with the picks, right? Tuzi was the one with the picks. Tuzi's final judgments were the things that allowed all business to come on through with such an insanely fast time bank onto Yggdrasil path. But every single person on that team It was a full 6-man job to make sure that Tuzi found that space, whether it was Welsh Mania making sure that the Punisher was never contested in the setup phase, whether it was his backline making sure that he always had regeneration domain, that he always was receiving Veil of Light Force from his Cloak and Dagger, that when they tried to go after the Punisher in terms of burst damages, Dagger Dome came out, Eternal Bond came out. He had 2 Eternal Bond cooldowns on rotation from the actual Cloak and Dagger, from the Loki copying, and like so much was just done to make sure that he had the space. Even Slowpoke going over to the Ultron, away from a duelist role, so that he could give Imperative Patch and Rage of Ultron to make sure that there was never any value, never any space that OGC were able to remove from the side of all business and turn against the Punisher. Like, Tuzi, mechanically, a beast of a player, but all business together as a hive mind, being able to put Tuzi into those positions to find those picks, an unstoppable team.
Yeah, amazingly put. Like, it's a team that is showing a lot of surprises, I think, so far, and really as well, the mental resilience, I think, to double down on the Loki pick, because it didn't work on Halls of Dajalia, and it felt that they didn't really get that much out of it. But to be able to go, no, we're sticking to our guns, like this is the way that we want to approach it, it really seemed to make the difference on Yggdrasil's path, and naturally so. I don't need to tell people, like, Loki is a good character, and we all know exactly why. But especially when teams have got very used to specifically focusing on people, especially in this case Tuzi, that other players can go, okay, I can be on my main character, on my main role, and I can shine. And I think that's what Xenos did an exceptional job of, I think.
Yeah, and it also helped as well that they removed Cloak and Dagger from the other side. So every single time it went down to a Punisher versus Punisher, Tuzi had the better breakpoint. As we're going to have a look and see how that has impacted our bracket, as we now know that it's going to be all business versus low 9 in that lower bracket. Both of those two teams with their wins today able to continue, and both of these two teams actually having to fight through a pretty sluggish last minute a couple of free mappers coming on through. So it'll be interesting, especially when we get to the interview room, to talk to all business and see what exactly goes in to keeping a Punisher alive in the current pocket meta.
Yeah, and like tomorrow's game as well, it's a little bit of that kind of seeding thing for groups. And let's say if Vertus Pro actually are able to turn things around and top their group, it's basically who's going to avoid playing Vertus Pro in their first game. Like, there's a lot of teams to be scared of for sure, but you know, the higher seed you can get, the better potential side of the bracket that you can work for playoffs. So there's still plenty to play for these games, but both of these teams, for low 9 and for all business, can breathe a sigh of relief after today that they've at least made it into next week, into stage 2 if things stay the same, and honestly have done a good job in doing that. We have Xenos actually for the interview as well, so, you know, I think we've sort of given him the unofficial MVP for this one, Moxie, so it's nice to be able to talk to him. First and foremost, Xenos, congratulations for making it to playoffs, showing that, like, a 3rd place finish after championship going into this event. You must be pleased to show that you are, like, considered, like, a legitimate team and that people should really put some respect onto you guys, right?
Yes, we're happy we won this. We were really practicing a lot this week, and after the second game, we were like a bit nervous, I think, but then at the end we all did our best and it worked out.
So, did the game plan change at all? Because something that we really weren't expecting was the fact that Tuzi's Psylocke managed to make it through for the first time, actually, the pick and ban stage. Were you guys going into today expecting the Psylocke to be taken out?
We were expecting it to be taken out, and that's why we've practiced a lot with playing without it, with the Loki and Punisher and Torch and stuff like that. In the second game, we kind of didn't do the last ban that we did in scrims, and I don't know, I think we got nervous maybe like the tournament time, and in the last game we did what we wanted to do in scrims, and it worked out well.
What was the final ban that you did on Halls of Dajalia? I'm
we banned the Wolverine, which we hadn't banned at all in scrims. I think we just got too scared there for our groups because we were planning to play good.
And I think for this map, the final one, you went for the Cloak and Dagger, right? So you put a lot of stock onto you like playing Loki. The third map showed exactly why, right? Like it was just seemed to be a lot of really good ultimates, a lot of regen domains, just being irritating as per usual from a Loki player. What wasn't working on Halls of Dajalia? Because OGC had a really like good attacking side. You both put up really good attacking sides, full stop, but they just managed to push it literally over the line.
Yeah, I think we were losing the old fights. They were winning with the Cloak and Punisher ults while we weren't really getting as much value from it. And at the start of the round, I got picked off, for example, on the first attack they did, and they got like an instant point cap. And then they just rolled us over on the second point, and we finally stabilized. But yeah, it was mostly the old fights, I believe.
So, as a strategist player, you actually get like sort of the first-person POV into having to keep up a Punisher through a Final Judgment, because it feels like the meta a lot of the time is coming down to which team gets more value with the Punisher ultimate. How exactly does the team go about coordinating Final Judgments in such high-pressure situations?
Well, we make sure, obviously, we have something to protect the Punisher, like a support ult, for example, and then both of the supports also protect him, like heal him the only basically, and like try to keep him up because he is our win condition. He's what we want to carry us to the victory. Yeah, and the tanks shield him. Like everyone is playing bodyguard for him.
I mean, it's probably a good strategy, I suppose, to keep people alive that way. But I did think for the final question, we haven't seen that much of you guys in like third-party tournaments or other stuff since the championship. Like, what do we sort of know about you guys? Because I spoke to a couple of you today briefly, and it seems to be like you all know each other previously from another game, that some of you have like jobs and sort of like real lives, that you've had like esports careers in the past, and now you're sort of almost playing for fun. Like, what does it mean, I suppose? Because you aren't able to practice as much as the other teams, right? That you've only able to put in a certain amount of like hours. This is like a really good sign for the future for this team, right? Showing that even with like the less time to put into it, that you're still putting up really good numbers.
Yes, we only really play in the evenings mostly because we are busy with uni, with jobs and stuff like that during the day. But we have been a team since the start of this game, basically. And even before that, most of us knew each other because we played together in a game called Paladins, which is also a hero shooter, as a team. And we're pretty good at playing together, I think. We have like this team play down, and we're all kind of happy that we got to play in a similar game now and that it's working out well. Then we picked up Torzi, who we didn't know before, and he's doing God's work on some of these champions, so...
Yeah, I mean, we're all really excited to see more of you for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
I mean, my first initial thought was, what did the poster say? I assume it was German, but I have no idea. We need like a collection, I think, of like the pro players. So we've got Enzo's like food poster. We've got that one from Znost. Like, it is really cool to see that all business, often overlooked, I think, coming into this event when it came to like predictions of how well that they can do, showing that, yeah, the underestimated team has gone in and done well and qualified for playoffs, and we still have more games to come from Marvel Rivals, right, Moxie? We still got this final best of 3 to go through.
Yeah, Peps versus Alcatia. Which of these teams are going to be able to continue in the tournament? We will have to see. But speaking about seeing, there's something else that you guys are going to want to get your hands on so that you can see in game. This is amazing. The cosmetics team at Marvel Rivals absolutely do not miss. And this one, yet again, are two absolute stunners. Iron Fist's Binary Fist and Moon Knight's Phoenix Knight, bringing the heat, will be available in the game score when you wake up tomorrow morning.
Yeah, not quite available yet, but I mean, with all of the stuff, you've got the drops that are available on these streams, you've got the the bubblegum Venom skin that was added in the other day. So plenty of options to be either working towards in battle passes and stuff like that. Obviously, just watching these streams, if you've been watching all day, you probably have earned it at this point. But if you haven't quite hit the 8-hour mark, I can promise you that this next series is going to be one to keep an eye on that isn't probably going to last 8 hours on its own, but you never know with these teams. Peps versus Alcancia is the final best of 3 today to see exactly who's going to be our final team making playoffs, but that's going to be after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Look who just showed up.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time. 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아득한 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 잘 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날 때까지
We have one spot left when it comes to playing for playoffs, and we've had some like crazy series so far today, ending on one of the most anticipated, I think, when it's coming to Team Peps and Alcacia. Talking over Team Peps first, Moxie, it's a name that people might recognize. It's changed faces a lot. They were the team that took the first map ever from Vertus Pro back in the Invitational in sort of late February, early March. What else can you tell us about this team? Because some of the faces have changed. A lot of them are common faces that we've seen not only in Marvel Rivals, but across Air Shooter Esports full stop.
Yeah, well, first of all, they immortalized the spawn hole composition strat. That was Peps. If ever you've run into a team that's using triple vanguards outside of your spawn door, especially on Spider Islands, say hello to the guys who created it, and they've been able to run so many maps with that spawn hold strategy. It started in Spider Islands, then it moved over to Midtown. It's since evolved. We actually talked to Peps after their first win, where they actually confessed that they were a little bit behind in terms of learning the Penny Parker and the Rocket Raccoon composition. So they got a little bit of practice on it, but most of it was learning on the go. But still, even though it was quote-unquote learning on the go from their end, they've pulled off a full hold of Midtown, and then also proceeded to full hold the enemy team coming on through even after they adjusted and went into the triple duelist Moon Knight composition that a lot of these teams are using to break those spawn holds. So Pep's side definitely stronger on the defense. Speaking about strongest, Hardest is one of the strongest punishers in the entire EMEA region.
Yeah, I think I'm turning to Jar Jar Binks. That's how warm it's getting. But for Peps, it's definitely been a case of like recognizable names. I've heard really good things about Aura Steel as well, just as a strategist player to do a lot of work on like the flexibility that is required now. Used to be that you could maybe just be like focusing on Loki or maybe Luna and just sort of have them be the 67-70% of the picks that you'd usually have. Now you have to be a lot more diverse, I think, with the characters that you play. And for Hardest, he was terrifying, I think, when we saw a lot of the Bucky back in the Invitational. For Alcacia, an organization that's sort of known to getting more and more involved, even some players like Milk Boy and Lindstrom that have come from other teams. This does feel like it's a mad scientists team that's been put together of some terrific players in the scene.
Yeah, Helis actually said that he was meant to be a coach, and then he became a player, so he was the one that picked up all of these players. Tilt was a player that he's known and played other game franchises with for many, many years, so they've already got really good synergy coming on through. Lindstrom and Helis also already having prior synergy back when they were both substitutes for Team Cats, which was Team Vertus Pro before they had the name of Team Vertus Pro. And then we also have Kaya, who got picked up from Twisted Minds, who was a DPS in another game franchise. Then when he came over to Marvel Rivals, he picked up the role of Vanguard, and he was actually one of the first players who was playing for and Captain America making it really, really hard for a lot of these teams to hold their defenses against a Vanguard who was just perma-brawling into their back line. So they've got some really good pocket picks coming on through for their side too.
No fear is the approach, it sounds like, and that's a pretty apt thing to be having going into this one. I think Helis as well, predominantly a melee character as well, so Wolverine was his chosen character that sort of expected to be played in previous games, but now, Moxie, I think since we've been talking a lot about the way that pick bans have been working, Wolverine we saw in that last series being banned out, but we haven't seen that much play of it, at least specifically today. Do you think that changes now that we see Helis in play?
Yeah, I definitely feel like Helis is maybe going to try and take us the route of the Wolverine. He's been one of the original players who took on the mantle of the Wolverine. There were 4 of them at the beginning who learned very, very quickly that Wolverine was a duelist who benefited into taking fights against Vanguards rather than strategists, which everyone sort of assumed given the dive-in nature of the Wolverine's ability kits, as we can have a look diving in to our advanced pick and ban system. So Alcazia, right off of the rip, going to be able to secure one-sided Magneto. Team Pep's likely going to be using this first save to block Katsia, banning out an AMER.
Hell's Heaven, the random map that was assigned to the teams on this first domination. Team Pep's really just setting the standard so far, halfway into the pick ban draft. But Loki banned out into there's going to be a bit of a swap around, maybe just a mirror of the lunar snows being removed here. But Psylocke is hovered from Alcazia. I guess Leaf and Hardest can be very scary on the duelist lines, and actually the Wolverine is going to be taken out and forced away completely from Helis.
Yeah, Alcazia Helis' Wolverine is definitely something that you do not want to leave up onto the table. Beetle, though, has been able to keep the Captain America currently in play, as Team Pep's also going to be able to prioritize the Ultron. They're going to be potentially going for a triple strategist lineup there. So it doesn't matter that they've lost out the Loki, they might just try and go for something like the Cloak and Dagger, the Mantis, and the Ultron all combined together, as they're not going to be able to have the Luna. But one thing that Alcazia are going to be able to protect is Tilt's Punisher.
Seems that that's the sensible choice, really. If they don't go for the Punisher here, it's likely to be last banned out from Team Peps. Is there anything that looks like an outlier here? Is that sort of standard?
Mag.
It's not quite the
Alcazia
same.
got Punisher and Mag, and Peps don't have the Magneto on the other side.
Most of it, yeah, has been the mirror of the Emma Frost. But last week, we did have a lot of the alternating, you get one, we get the other. Is the synergy... obviously, it's that strong. But I guess it's the fact that Magneto synergizes with literally everybody with those Iron Bulwarks. And then...
If Magneto is in the game, Punisher becomes weaker, is the thing, because you have essentially the 50-50 of Punisher can overload the Meteor M, but if the Magneto is able to come in for the reaction check pass and rolls a nat 20, you're able to immediately chuck that one-shot potential directly on top of the Punisher, and we've actually been seeing in all of the regions Meteor M to absorb that first burst of the Final Judgment into multiple players all getting picks because of how much resources goes into caring for that Punisher. Remember, it's not just the Final Judgment that comes out from the team of the Punisher, it's the Eternal Bond too. And if the Cloak and Dagger is mid-dash, suddenly you don't have the ability to duck teleport out of the meteor hurtling straight for your face.
So we're at least seeing a potential lean towards the Magneto pick that's coming in. We have one spot left for a top 8 finish here in the EMEA Ignite tournament. Playoffs abound for one of these two squads. Beetle going to be on the Doctor Strange to begin with, to just go for the portal play. Kai's going to be doing a very similar thing. We've seen some really nice Doctor Strange that Aya Bagamoto plays, and for these two you're expecting a lot. The counter portal was actually going to be used to try to cut off exactly where Team Peps were looking to fight from, but nothing really came of it.
By the way, Larry has committed. We have actual jab strats. Jab strats were used by Rad to keep the pressure on Fi with the Human Torch, and Helis now is going to be feeling that heat turned onto him. DAP and Beetle both able to come on through, immediately catching onto the win condition. Punisher removed from that fight, as with that strange teleport, Peps had the lay of the land. both the high ground and the ability to out-tempo Alcazia as they all came through from a very small space.
I have it my way.
Ultimates-wise, you're looking at Larry that's actually made the most progress because he has just been healing up all of this trash damage that's been coming in from Alcazia. With so much of the damage coming in from the skies, Larry just being able to pull people out of dodge might actually be useful with the It's Jeff ultimate so far. Kaya just wanted to try and make some headway, but he gets sort of interrupted, cut up by Team Peps, who have managed to take this fight really away from the point as it's progressing past the third point, really. Making good progression. Fate of both worlds from Lidstrom's going to be used. It's Jeff also going in onto this engagement on top of it.
Lindstrom is able to come and prove the fate of both worlds to give the damage boost to Kaya, but the Maelstrom takes Larry down mid-It's Jeff before he could find his way to the fire pit, but DRP are going to be taking Alcazia down before they can even take themselves over to that point. Eternal Bond and Psionic Seduction both invested. Felix comes on through with the later Supernova. Aya Vagamoto also comes out from Kaya, catching onto Aura Stealer and Leap. The Mantis removed through the Soul Resurgence as out surges Tilt. Final Judgment clears the space, but can Katsia actually find the flip?
Still no progression made from Alcazia. It was a nice final judgment to push people back, and the eliminations are still like in their favor. Now it's just 82%. The Peps have managed to get onto the board. Not quite 99%, but Alcazia, after that fight, probably hoping that they could have done things a little bit more acutely than they did.
They should be able to survive, though, this next fight. Hardest is the only one, really, for Team Peps with a win condition, but that can be shut down quite easily by the Meteor M hanging above Pep's head, with the threat of if they try to follow up from that Winter Soldier's ultimate opening things. Alcazia also making sure that they have their back to the point, so they can drop down if the pressure becomes too much. Terra Cape comes on further, catches Milk Boy. Out goes the Meteor M threat. Suddenly, Hardest is on high alert. He doesn't even need to utilize the full duration of the Kraken impact. He can just find the shots off the Rotterstone.
Yeah, resets not really needed, but the fight is still good now as that 82% is now tricking to 92%. Beetle managing to take out Kaya, so any form of like portal play, not think it's going to be available, but Meteor M now thrown out, taking a lot of the damage with it, but the elimination not quite there. Psionic Seduction from DRP just keeping people away from this objective into the Jeff pickup with the ult. He's only managed to grab one, but he's going to pull him into the Fire and Flames regardless. Fate of both worlds for Lindstrom, for Alcazia, trying to keep things contested, but they almost just jumped off with the point. You could see exactly how much Team Peps are trying to knock them back, but they're still fighting, clambering on to these two vanguards. Kaya just trying to find whatever they can. It's going to be a while before we see the Aya Vagamoto, and Hardest just trying to cut on beyond. Beetle, taken out of the fight, is able to put a portal not only to help him get in, but to add something else to stop Alcazia taking this fight, but they're able to actually take the point.
Keyless gets to come back after being abducted by Larry's It's Jeff, which Beetle actually shields to make sure that the Jeff survives the plight into the fiery pits below. Now, though, Alcazia finally finding that flip. Finally having the space where this composition really shines. Heelless on this torch is going to be so annoying for Team Peps to have to just get through the gauntlet of poke pressure that the torch is able to output the second that they try and stack through those small corridors. And Team Peps already counter-rotating further away. Beetle's got the Eye of Agamotto. Alcazia trying to keep up the pressure onto the Strange so he doesn't get the confidence to go for it. A good sleep onto Heelless means that the Strange is going to be stabilized by Larry, but the dive bomb stops the Strange from regrouping with his team. He's forced outside of the small room, and Alcazia capitalized with the Meteor and stopping any follow-up from the Eye.
Oh man, Beetle was taken out just as the Eye of Agamotto was used. Hardest also using the Kraken's impact, but he's just backed up into a corner. Psionic Seduction, it's not really mattering because this final judgment is just shredding through Aura Steelo. 3 ultimates used by Team Peps. 4 actually with Larry that's managed to at least attempted to kidnap a couple more to throw them into the furnace, but they're able to survive. Alcazia managing to turn what looked like a pretty bleak fight against them back into a potential overtime switch with Team Peps not able to contest.
Alcazia managing to win that first round. It did look a little bit rough. There was a little bit of time where they had to sort of figure out what composition they were playing into, because what team in this current season expects Jeff strategies? Gone is the duelist flank Jeff that you would pair up with a Captain America and a Psylocke. Now we get reworked Jeff, where Larry gets to utilize Joyful Splash to joyfully heal your allies and not so happily damage your opponents. But Helis is able to find a way around it. They're able to really find the pocket that the Punisher is looking for. And the second that they win just one singular fight, that's all they need for the crossfire, for the amount of angle control that is afforded to both the Punisher and the Torch, to just be too offensive, too aggressive for Peps to be able to overcome.
Helis taking a lot of the attention before. We've just played the melee characters, some of which were in the pick ban draft. This Human Torch, along with a combination of Justice and Invisible Woman, really getting a lot of damage in for free. This was Alcacia last time, not really catching all that much with the strategy playing around their portal beforehand. Going for more of a simple, straightforward option to try and contest first.
Aura Stealer on the Invis Woman now, looking for the Force Physics to deny connection from that Eye of Agamotto. We've also potentially looking for a grab onto Kaya. Out comes the Wolverine. He's not able to find the Vada he's looking for. Has to immediately pop that passive just to make sure that he doesn't go down. Supernova from Alcacia forces Peps to make a big step backwards. Hardest is space that he has to work with diminished massively. Kaya gets to use the Eye of Agamotto to punish them when they have to walk back to the point to stop the cap from coming on through, but still no picks.
Nothing's really being done. You can see Alcacia having to scramble in this fight. It's not even been taken by either team. The invisible boundary is going to try to capitalize on top of Alcacia's positioning, but Final Judgment from Till not afraid to be aggressive. It's not led to any eliminations on the side of Alcacia, but Team Peps finding the picks, finding a two-piece with the Eye of Agamotto, and the follow-through is perfect. The Team Peps to be taking this point first. However, they took the first point first last time, and it didn't really all amount to all that much.
True, but this enclosed space can be both good and bad for the Torch. If you're in control of the space, it's brilliant because it means that a lot of your kit, including Pyro Prison, is going to be shutting down a lot of the angles that the opposing team want to have. If you're playing into retake, though, that ceiling fan is going to be very annoying in terms of the space that healers can find. Gonna have to be a full pinch play coming on out from Alcacia right now. Lindstrom is gonna have the fate of both worlds, but we need to see Helis' POV. He's already all the way around the back, but that sets him up to get scout checked by the Wolverine, and Leaf is playing anti-air Logan.
It's a nice switch, and it's almost a little bit of rubbing the noses of Alcacia in it, considering they're not able to pick it up themselves. We know that Leaf is able to do a lot of work onto whatever type of duelist shows up. And with Team Peps making 50% on the board, Ultimates building up very nicely, having one for each of the roles, and Aura Stealer not too far away from having the invisible boundary to go alongside.
Map change comes on first, starts at 50%, stops at 60%. Pause comes out until everything has settled, and now out comes the Punisher turrets. Fully shielded on up from both sides. Tilt does have that final judgment. Lindstrom with the fate of both worlds can look for the damage boost, but they have to look for the Wolverine first. Leaf is out, finds nothing. Out comes the final judgment. There is the bolster, the damage boost. And Lindstrom is able to keep the Punisher going and going and going, and Peps are falling beneath the focus bar.
Forced out some pretty big and nice ultimates, 3 of them total from Alcacia, but the other 3 are available for whatever next fight might show up. The Team Peps consolidate what they have. They might be kind of happy that they've got to 90%, but it was 82% on the last point. Yet again, Alcacia just having this resurgence in order to take these fights later on. Kaya trying to get aggressive, has the Eye of Agamotto, so doesn't want to overdo it, just trying to bait out some of these like shields, the mitigation, the things that are going to stop him from connecting nicely onto these picks. The hardest is the one that's just holding down the W key, mostly focusing over to Helis, that does a terrific job of diving out and surviving.
Yeah, the terrain works against the Punisher. Kaya comes on through with an Eye of Agamotto, but gets Eye of Agamotto in return. Uno reverse guard is played, but Helis is able to make sure that his Strange is avenged. Out comes the Supernova. Team Peps trying to keep themselves on point. Torch dives on out, trying to peel for his Invis, but it's not in time. Leaf takes Susan Storm down. The sibling not able to find the saving moment. Larry with an aggressive Eternal Bomb denies the space of Alcatia's backline. We're playing in thinking that they were safely removed from this fight, and Team Peps are finding the picks. Alcatia are down. We go 1-1.
Fitting the theme of today, Moxie, of just very close series, full free mappers, even full free pointers over on these domination maps to start us off. It's ending on the Eldritch Monument. And so far, if you have to lead a particular way, is there a team that you're like looking at of having the advantage? Because Helis has been terrific. I'm really impressed with how well he's been doing over on the Human Torch. Might consider swapping over to the Storm from the looks.
Yeah, Storm is going to be able to have that Goddess boost, as we're going to be seeing. It's Punisher versus Punisher. It's Pocket versus Pocket coming for right now. However, there's one-sidedness for both sides. One side has the Magneto to be able to use Meteor M to stop the final judgment from the other team. And suddenly, Larry for Team Peps, they might not have the Magneto, but they've got the Cloak and Dagger. So it looks like it's actually going to be a Storm versus Storm. Both Leaf and Heels very experienced, very much known for playing this specific duelist. It's gonna be up to the Punishers to find maximum amounts of value, but given that Alcatia are already starting with the final judgment, it feels fitting that they're going to be the ones potentially to pick up this first flip. Although Team Peps might be going for an aggressive tempo play before the final judgment finds its footing.
Team Peps has taken the point first on all of the maps so far, but Alcatia forced to use Fate of Both Worlds quite early on. Should be able to cap this point at least to begin with. It might not be by much. It's the fact that Support Ultimate was almost just ushered out in this engagement. Final Judgment's going to be the real thing that Tilt wants to get out early, not realizing that the Support Ultimates aren't quite available just yet for the strategists. Is going to try to pull it out, break down these Vanguard shields as much as he possibly can, and it is translating into eliminations for them.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Aura Stealer isn't able to put the Invis boundary down in time. The Invis's health bar was plummeting and did not receive the heal tick. As Final Judgment shredded through, Team Peps were patting themselves on the back, thinking that with that aggressive TP at the beginning, they'd been able to force to split Lindstrom and Tilt's ultimate cycle, but it's not enough. They don't have the damage to be able to take Tilt down before Aura Stealer falls. Team Peps this time around, though, should be able to find the flip. They've got their own Final Judgment, and Larry's got an Eternal Bomb to make sure that they find the in directly into Alcatia's team.
Still a bit unfortunate on the timing, setting up the turret as it resurfaces into a low ground hold. Hardest trying to make the most of this change up, and lots of ultimates tackled on top of each other. Hardest, though, finding the majority of the picks, but still needs to switch this objective over towards Team Peps' side. Meteor M gonna go in, seeing if he can find a particular cover, and he tries to wait out the shift away from the cloak, but not quite able to get much damage off the back of it anyway. Regardless, Alcatia are doing a really nice job. Terrific work in keeping hold of this for now as it passes the 80% mark.
Okay, we're going back to that min-max afterwards because that was a lovely utility, but we can't slow down because this fight is not stopping at any point. I have Agamotto from Peps. Alcatia will be able to live it with the Fate of Both Worlds. The sustain is going to get answered back by Aura Seal, and everyone closed on up in one specific location means a field day for a Mega Hurricane to hit. Tilt on his turret is not going to be able to survive the storm atop his head, and Team Peps with the Goddess Boost should be able to finalize these picks coming on first, but Alcatia's stubbornness has brought them 99%, and unfortunately for Peps, the writing might be on the wall in the next fight. Tilt's got Final Judgment, Maluki's got Invis Boundary. Peps need to take the Punisher down before Larry gets removed from Eternal Bond early.
Vanguard's very close to having their ultimates. Larry sat over on the Eternal Bond. And Hardest Set up with a turret up on the high ground. It's going to maybe help him get up to that 100% mark for the final judgment, but it does feel like it's a little bit of a gold rush to see what can be grabbed first and what picks can come through early. DRP taking a lot of this initial damage, able to survive for the time being, but the invisible boundary is potentially going to pull Team Peps into a fight that they really don't want to be taking. The final judgment coming in from Tilt is going to be matched on the other side, and Hardest is the one that finds the eliminations. He finds 5 of them as Team Peps holding on for this point. Still a way to go, but that's an incredibly clean fight.
Incredible final judgment comes out from Hardest. He's been the hero for Team Peps time and time again when they've had that wall back pushed against a wall. Milkboy now does have that Meteor and they don't need to use it to try and win the coin flip of reaction against that Punisher. Gillis with the Omega Hurricane can kick things off too. Aura Stealer is going to be forced into having to use this Invis boundary to keep everyone alive, and that's exactly what the Magneto wants with the one-shot capability. Leaf kicks things off yet again. Helis tries to mirror the Omega Hurricane at the same time. Leaf goes for the interception, but Helis with the overhold, and both of the Storms survive.
Not really able to do much. A bit of a stalemate when it came to the Omega Hurricanes mirroring one another. Hardest 60% on having another final judgment, considering it was only used about like 60 seconds ago. It's an impressive look. If you can get Lindstrom to use that Fate of Both Worlds early, that would be major. Alcacia now pretty much having to be forced into a fight. Eye of Agamotto going to be used, not quite getting much when it comes to connections, but it does force the invisible boundary out. Meteor M trying to loom down over on the picks, but it's Alcacia that lose people first, and Peps are finding a lot more off the back of the Psionic Seduction. Hardest 2% away from that final judgment, gonna use it as soon as it's available. And Alcacia, the fight back was nice, but Team Peps from 0% against 99 hold on and take the first map.
Okay, we're talking through the min-maxing that Peps just did because, oh my goodness, Chef's Kiss strategist lineup. So, that Meteor M in that last fight, blocked by a Guardian Shield. Amazing play from Aura Sailor right there. We're returning back to the Meteor M before, though. Because we saw the cloak phase from Larry, we saw the Dark Teleportation. But there's a moment where Peps don't know if they used it early because the Magneto goes for the overhold, trying to just outthink the Cloak and Dagger's utility. And then the smart play comes on through. Hardest breaks Dark Teleport to go up on his Punisher turret, which has a separate HP bar to himself. And then, because he's still counted as a player, Aura Stealer puts the Guardian Shield in front of the Punisher turret so that the Meteor M hits that instead.
Holy moly. I mean, Aura Stealer was the player that we said to watch, but I mean, you are a strategist player, so I guess this is the kind of stuff that, like, you live for, frankly. It did require Team Peps to just really pull themselves up by the bootstraps in the final fight. They really didn't have all that much, just a couple of ultimates and a dream to hold on to what looked like an unrelenting, unstoppable force for Alcacia. But I think when it comes to, like, the players, you're looking at Team Peps and you're kind of going, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think Leaf had a terrific map so far. Hardest naturally is going to be the one to be watching over on this Punisher. It suits him to a T. And Helis had to, like, was quietened down, I think, was silenced a little bit on a little bit of the second point, but certainly the third.
Yeah, I mean, that second point, Alcacia, the second that they had to play into retake, they were playing split. So even though you have the Invis coming on through, you don't have the LOS of the Invis with the Guardian Shield application. The only thing that you're relying on as the Human Torch to receive any element of healing if you're out of LOS is the Idol Aura coming on through from the Luna, which is only 35%. It's very, very finite. It's very small. In comparison, you've got every single time Helis on the Torch pops up on that side lane trying to just buy a angle that would force everyone's attention to pivot and deal with the Torch. He's getting grabbed by a Wolverine.
Yeah, we are certainly we're giving you some cinema, right? You've got 8 hours that you need to be watching if you want to get that magic skin, and I think we're giving you pretty much 8 hours of pure Octane action that is still continuing. We're going to see exactly where Alcacia wants to take us for map 2 at the very least after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모른다 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마
Bonjour and bienvenue to the Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA. Why am I speaking French? Because Team Peps just took map number 1 against Alcatia. It was a close one though, Ryan. It really did go down to the wire.
Yeah, and we've heard so much good stuff about Alcatia from like Scrimbucks, essentially, that this is a team that really adapts quickly after every loss, and they've had a bit of a tumultuous time, I would say, so far in these groups. Like, they're able to get this far. They weren't just knocked out 0-2 in series, but there's still a lot of pressure going on to this game, and Team Peps is not a team to ignore. They've had relatively strong finishes from the tournaments that we've seen them play, even taking maps for the first time against the likes of Vertus Pro. It really goes to show one of the strengths of this squad was always just how they take team fights and survive for really almost just excruciatingly long engagements in these fights, and you saw that to a T over on Hell's Heaven. However, now Alcatia, if they've done their homework, should have an idea on what map and game mode to be able to take us to now, and whether that veto is going to change at all now that we know that we're going to symbiotic service.
Yeah, avoid convoy. Avoid convoy like the plague. Step number 1 ticked off. Do not allow Team Peps a map type that allows them to go for a close hold around your spawn. They take us to Convergence. Now we're going to see whether or not the bans are going to change, because there were some definite targeted bans against certain players. Healers deprived of the Wolverine, forced over towards the Torch. Let's see if Alcatia change anything up in terms of trying to prevent Peps' game plan.
Well, the Magneto was left open to them last time. Although it was on the other side for Alcatia, wasn't it not? So, bit of a switcheroo so far from some of the stuff that was blocked. The Team Peps, I mean, Hardest is just screaming, okay, save Punisher, save Punisher. And Alcatia probably like, ban Punisher, ban Punisher. Because that combination felt strong, but it wasn't Thanos, right? It wasn't just like Exodia, the game ended. There was a little bit of a fight back from Peps, at least.
Yeah, but the problem is if you take a Hardest off of the Punisher, he gets to play the Winter Soldier. And Bucky is still very, very strong, especially if you can find opportunities of hooking multiple players with the Bionic Hook. As no surprises, Team Peps are actually going to be removing the Wolverine yet again against Alcatia, so Helis has denied one of his normal duelists that he is known for. What do Peps try and save? Do they lock the Punisher? No, they lock the Ultron.
They tried a little bit with the triple support over on Hell's Heaven, but it was with a Jeff. It was a little bit odd. I wouldn't say that that's why they lost the first point at all, but Alcatia at least able to remove the Cloak and Dagger, which was annoying for sure, but We've already seen that Aura Stealer is able to make the Invisible Woman work so well with some of the combinations that came in. A protection for a Psylocke for Alcatia would be interesting as it gives healers something more melee focused to play for, but instead, probably more sensibly, they're going for the Lunar Snow Stave.
Yeah, so Luna is actually going to force Team Peps now into having to ban a couple of different things. Kaya is known for playing the Captain America on Symbiotic Surface. He played it literally season 1 before a lot of teams even discovered that Captain America was very strong, so I'm not surprised to see it go. But what that does leave on the field is Luna and Psylocke. And given the fact that Peps locked Ultron as a flyer, Psylocke is going to be very happy indeed, because Psylocke is your go-to duelist counter to anything in the sky.
It's looking a very dive-centric comp. Is Captain America specifically very good on Symbiotic Service, or just very good full stop?
Very good full stop. Very strong ultimate with Freedom Charge, being able to deny a lot of breakpoints from the other team. It essentially utilizes a third strategist ultimate, sometimes a fourth strategist ultimate, given your composition lineup. And then also the fact that, as we saw in the previous series, where like Welsh Mania is going on through, and just being an absolute menace of a Spider-Man to J. Jonah Jameson proportions. You do not want to be a backline strategist player having to deal with a Captain America who's literally getting to reflect back all of your CC projectiles at you.
I think Kaya was looking to be picking up the Venom, at least what we saw tentatively. Granted, that can obviously change. No, in fact, Kaya's going to be staying onto it. Portal used to scout out some information and going to dedicate into just throw off Milk Boy off of the map entirely.
That might actually have thrown off Alcatia's game. It's definitely thrown off the tempo that they have, which is really bad news for healers until, without that AMER being able to walk the core forward, they're going to have to really not get scouted out on these longer rotations when they want to try and deprive some of the attention from where that AMER is going to be playing from. Peps breaking the terrain too, have an immediate bird's eye view into where Alcatia's players were trying to rotate, until it's not going to get past the torches too on top of things. The scout check reveals the duelist, and that flank is denied.
Yeah, it's the torches in the sky just dancing around each other. The only elimination that's coming so far was Milk Boy falling off of the map, but is now trying to find a way in for Alcatia to be able to take this point, but a lot of time is being bought. It feels like both teams are almost flirting with each other so far in how these engagements have happened, notably because ultimates aren't quite on the board just yet. It's looking like an invisible boundary for Larry's winning the line when it comes to being available. Maluki wasn't that far behind either, but hardest to find in the pick. It allows everybody else to start dropping for Alcazia, and the reset is required from the attackers.
They do manage to take down Larry, but Alcatia's dive just has not been able to formulate. Human Torch is actually the definition of his other definition. Not for the heat that he's bringing, but the flashlight that he's able to shine onto Tilt's position every single time Tilt's tried to utilize his shift and stealth. Leaf has immediately been able to pixel perfect predict the dash distance and catch the Psylocke out of it. So Alcatia have been denied the opening that they've been looking for time and time upon again. Tilt slowly but surely is building up to the Dance of the Butterflies, but it's not the speedy burn down that Alcatia need, and because of that, they're not getting any way of stopping Peps from just walking forward and taking a better numbered fight on main.
Yeah, this is aggressive, maybe even a little bit cocky, as the Rage of Ultron is basically backing Alcatia into a corner. There's not much to do. It's very hard to disengage, but nobody's gone down to force a full reset. It is just that Rage of Ultron ultimate that can just sort of sit up. You can get it relatively quickly. We've got so much else to sit on, so it's not a big dedication. But Alcatia almost having all 6 ultimates to work with. Supernova from Leaf is going to be the thing that starts it, and it's going to force out the fate of both worlds. There's the Dance of the Butterflies into the backline from Tilt, but looking at the HP bars from Team Peps, nobody is going even below 90% available. Alcatia holding on for a good portion of that fight before Leaf actually finds the elimination onto his counterpart on the other side. Invisible boundary from Maluki. was available, but left a little bit late to using this engagement, and progression made from Alcacia. They're trying to see if they can push the point a little bit more, as Team Peps have had to get off of this point completely.
Yeah, but they just can't commit. They can't find the damage into the backline. The good news is they've been able to sideline the backline entirely off of that point. So A will get grabbed, but this is all Peps right now, and that's really bad news for Alcacia, a composition that needs space to be able to work with. Tilt and Kaya need to be able to find these engagement spaces to jump onto Team Peps' backline, but by losing that fight now, they've got to walk out of spawn all over again. Builds off of the torch onto the Winter Soldier to try and bionic hook pressure out some of these flyers, but Alcacia's win condition is the dive, and it's just going to be denied.
You see the Team Peps are backing up. That's a hard decision for Team Peps to make in that moment, to give up the point, but to just keep some consistent contest happening to stop Alcacia from snowballing really up to this choke. So much more time has been bought in this place, and Tilt with the Dance of the Butterflies looking to see if they can find an in. So far Team Peps have been very good at spotting them out, just throwing in some of the damage. Even there Leaf just knowing exactly where Tilt was going to try and jump in, but it doesn't impact anything when it comes to shutting down the damage that's done. A nice 2k found, and the rest of Team Peps falling over like dominoes as Alcacia find that momentum you were talking about.
Really clean coordination coming through from Alcacia as well. Kaya on the Venom, just making sure that everyone gets tethered up and held in the Dance of the Butterflies so that no one can tag out of it to not eat one of the damages coming through from those slashes. And now with Alcacia finally finding the momentum that they're looking for, they can begin this fight already set up. Kaya on that high ground, already on that wall, looking for the dive opportunity, wanting to be able to utilize this Feast of the Abyss that Team Peps are going to have to be vigilant for. Venom has been able to stop Peps as well, fighting around this corner. It's up to Beetle, the Lone Strange, to try and anchor that position. There goes the Venom Soul Resurgence, going to be invested, but it's beaten back by the Psionic Seduction coming through from Milkboy. Lindstrom with the Fate of Both Worlds gives the damage boost to both the Kraken Impact and the Feast of the Abyss, but DRP with the Meteor M has absorbed all of the pressure.
Forced back out by the invisible boundary, however. Team Peps not having ultimates currently, and it's trading picks now as Kaya, doing well to keep fighting, finds himself too, and he's able to get out pretty much scot-free. Leaf on a sliver, 8 HP, he's panicking, he wants some help, and unfortunately the help is on the point that also needs a little bit more assistance. Tilt has found so much value over on his Psylocke, and even though Team Peps pretty much had him on lockdown at the start of this map, it's got out of control.
Yeah, now that he's got the space, he's starting to run away with it. It's going to be harder, though, for Alcacia to grab that space back and see the openness. That long line of sight is perfect for Leaf to be able to scout check out where this Psylocke goes from. Looks like Tilt's going to be trying to play that right side angle, wrap all the way around the back. And yet again, Peps go out into the scout check. They know that the Psylocke's a little bit too close for comfort. Artist keeps looking back to see whether he's going to have to peel the Venom dive commitment coming on through, and he gets grabbed. The force physics pulls him a little bit too close, and he gets taken down.
Just as he was about to have that Rage of Ultron online, just to combo to take some of the attention away, might open up space for Beetle's Eye of Agamotto. Invisible Boundary also might be able to sneak in a couple of unsuspecting Alcacia players. But they actually give this a lot of respect. They give up this space to work with. Having an invisible boundary of their own can maybe push up and take past where the payload is for a little bit more space. Rage of Ultron now available as Hortus returns to the fight. Meteor M tried to eat up as much as it can. It was a really good pick before by DRP, but he can't quite connect this time around. Soul Resurgence and the Supernova from Team Peps trying to hold back this onslaught, this oncoming storm, as Lindstrom has been farming up these Fate of Both Worlds, these Lunar ultimates so much more. Kaya not really getting any meaningful damage over on the Feast of the Abyss, but the follow-up is there regardless, and with Helis, he has the Kraken's impact that's just going to keep resetting over and over, and Team Peps, they're just holding on for dear life, but as soon as Alcacia get an inclination of momentum, they are able to snowball this map so well.
It's just dealing now with the staggers coming on through from Peps. Leaf onto the Spider-Man, DRP the Captain America. Hardest actually moves on to the Hela just to have any pick potential. Without the ultimate cycle coming on through, and Tilt says, no, we've got to shut that down immediately. The Venom and the Psylocke combining to hit the backline before Peps can find any form of stabilization, and now Katsia will be able to find the full push. We saw that too, why Tilt on that Psylocke is so oppressive for those players to have to deal with. Any point that Team Peps find themselves a little bit too separated from Hardest on that Ultron, he was taken down immediately. As Alcatsia, that last fight, that true fight before the stagger picks come through from the side of Peps, they knew that win condition. Kaya with the Feast of the Abyss, he doesn't find the picks, but what he does do is get the health buzz low enough so that Helis' Kraken impact is the thing that really pushes the payload home.
Yeah, support. Like Strategist Ultimates, I think, from Lindstrom and Maluki have been really well rotated. The Team Peps, they didn't have the kind of hardest moments of like a 4K or a 5K like we saw in the last map. In fact, it was like fairly quiet. One final hit that's actually come in from Hardest kind of goes to show, like, yeah, he's on Ultron for one. Like, we haven't seen him over on the Punisher up until now, but it does feel like that real like impact to just turn a fight around was missing with the triple support comp.
Well, Tilt was taken down once in comparison to the Torch who fell a total of 5 times. So you can see when they were able to stop the Psylocke from really playing the way the Psylocke wanted on point A, the Flyers were finding their value, but the second that we went into B and C and Tilt really was just unleashed, that's when Peps lost control of that situation. Like you said, Maluki and Lindstrom as well, their ultimates have been so good. Maluki actually got picked up for this team because of their Invis woman, Healers told me. So they're getting to play their staple pick. We'll see whether or not they get to play the game they want to, though, as Teleport immediately takes Lindstrom out of the fight.
You know, one of your main strategists as well means that this hold from Alcatia is going to be tough, but Tilt not only evens up the numbers, but actually gets the advantage. Cena's going to bring, I'll be right back, is it going to bring Tilt is just absolutely sending it through with Kaya.
Tilt literally sent himself for a Beetle's own strange portal to get the backline that they correctly assumed were playing away from the portal. As Tilt now gets taken down by Leaf. Without that Psylocke, Kaya's follow-up is diminished slightly, as Leaf above that high ground position is able to just keep spamming these players down. Invis boundary has to be forced on the side of Alcatia just to have the confidence and the heal sustain to be able to put themselves into a recontest situation, but that's exactly what Leaf wants. He's building up to that first supernova if Peps even need it to be able to take control of the situation.
Really good shield just come on to protect Leaf after he gets caught by the Carbon Crush. And we were sort of saying that Team Peps needed a little bit of that 100 HP to 0 burst damage. And Hardest, with the final judgment, should be the one that's carving through this cake and looking to be the one to try to take this point over the edge. Meteor M was used and it sort of allowed this follow-up. But you gotta say, this combination from Leaf, just the dives down, the burst damage, is actually really successful in taking out and picking off these Alcatia players.
Yeah, something to note as well, DRP throwing that Meteor Ab, not at Lindstrom. He threw it where he was anticipating the Invis woman to be around the corner of that cover. He knew that she'd be looking to Guardian Shield off the Luna with that one-shot potential and try to pick Maluki off instead. As Team Peps now will be able to put themselves up onto that high ground angle, and it is quite literally protect the Punisher. Protect the Punisher turret so that when Alcatia try and reset themselves into a position, Helis gets taken down immediately to the mag cannon and Punisher pressure.
This feels very like Beetle in just like, yes sir, I've got you sir. He's even got the shield that's coming from the Magneto to really like pocket how much value he can have in this place. But whilst the focus has gone into Hardest, the supernova up on the sky might be able to, it certainly does, with the connection of DRP, find the backline of Maluki. There was a real problem for Team Peps when it came to dealing with Alcatia's snowballing effect, and over on this point, it's looking like they're able to match it in a similar vein. Tilt trying to see if he can dive into the backline, but it's the front line actually that's the one that's causing the most issues, and Alcatia struggling to deal with it.
Forest Healer 2, now over to the Rocket Raccoon. He's going to have the VRV station, as well as the Seer. Damage amplifier coming on through for the side of Team Peps, which might give them an easier time of breaking the B defenses. Kaya does have that Eye of Agamotto, has to be careful though of Larry with the force physics. Punisher, hardest on the turret, just all the way removed from the fight with that damage, has been able to build up the final judgment into the invis boundary. We invade as one Eye of Agamotto was traded for a Force Physics, but it's not enough. Force Physics may stop the Eye, but it doesn't stop the Punisher team up, and that comes on through immediately. Alcatia try and answer back with an Eye of their own, but it might as well be a speck of dust. Hardest blinks, and it's removed, and final judgment finds the value it was looking for.
Things moving along with a good amount of time. Alcatia are going to be happy that they finished off this map, but with 0 seconds on the clock, Team Peps could just get an extra little bit of time added if they can keep just interrupting Alcatia's resets. It can stop things from progressing. However, there is that Eternal Bond that's now available for Lindstrom. Forced it out early might be nice, but the Meteor M might be just the counter that they need exactly. Aura Stealer switching over onto the Rocket Raccoon. Does have the arm amplifier to work with, and there's the Eternal Bond ready to start this fight. There's the Meteor M trying to find a pick, but it's blocked yet again.
Final judgment comes out. Healers having swapped over to that Storm is going to aid 12% damage boost. Team Peps in high retreat, but it's not enough. Alcatia chase them down. Find 1, find 2. DRP will be revived thanks to the BRB. The Magneto brought back immediately. The same cannot be said though for Hardest. But Peps
gets one, huh?
Huge pick. Lindstrom gets taken down and immediately followed by the Punisher. Peps want to take this fight. Out comes the Supernova. Invis boundary even gets invested too, so that Peps can consolidate their performances. And now it's up to Healers with the Omega Hurricane to put a stop to the shenanigans of Peps' side.
Very weird fight. You've got the Bira back to block DRP back into the engagement. They were trying to stall him out. He's able to get a pick. He goes down, but just as we see Larry dive in with the invisible boundary, he's just a few seconds, a split second maybe, just behind on time. The Hardest wants to really put up the ante. Him and Lee for finding all of the picks, something that they were struggling with on the defense. They're doing a very good job here. The Eye of Agamotto catching on to Leaf at the very least, but that's about it. Kaya is very low on HP, struggling to keep himself up with just this consistent damage that is absolutely churning on through. The final judgment available for Tilt, though, could be a nice counter-attack if Team Peps are overcommitting here.
Lindstrom's going to have the Eternal Bomb too. It's up to DRP. Can he shut down with Meteor M, the final judgment, and in the same fell swoop catch Lindstrom's Eternal Bond? Alcatia know that the Magneto has the play. They can't open up with an Eternal Bond into an aggressive final judgment. They need the Meteor M out first. Leaf finds Healers. DRP manages to find the Cloak and Dagger mid-dash until with final judgment still charged up is taken down. Surely Peps will be able to commit the full push. Alcatia just have a Storm to get out of spawn and potentially try and touch, and it's not to be. Peps with the aggressive play to go first. Alcatia not wanting to risk the ire of that Magneto fall.
So Alcatia do get another chance to try to take that first point. 1 minute in order to do so, but that minute is also gifted over to Team Peps. Give them about 2.5 to work with. And whilst, you know, the triple support was nice from Team Peps, you can't say that Hardest, Punisher, Leaf, Torch isn't the way to go. And especially it's given so much freedom. The Vanguards combined in the way that they did with the Ultimates was delicious from Beetle and DRP. Alcatia maybe weren't just expecting that synergy to come through, because it's almost like an over-dedication in some fights, but when you're at the end of the map for Peps, it's fine to throw whatever you have available at it.
I mean, DRP just getting Magneto through the advanced pick and bans is insane. There's a reason why so often he's the insta-ban for both teams at the same time. The damage that he can provide, especially given the fact that he got buffed this patch, when now you get your right clicks, your mag cannons much more frequently off of just normal time. That's before you even take into account the amount of damage that's getting blocked by your Bulwark coming on through, as we'll have to see whether or not a Strange Portal is going to play havoc with the time bank available for the attacker's side. Does anyone fall for this?
Oh, Kaya not this time. Milk Boy very glad that it's not 2 for 2. Fool me once and all that jazz. For Team Peps, 40 seconds thereabouts to hold on. It really might just come down to progression on the point itself as opposed to the payload moving, but from what we saw from OGC earlier, we could see a bit of a traversal of the map yet again if Alcatia can get things going. And that Maelstrom pick over onto DRP is the perfect start. The Be Right Back in a bunker position going to suit him a lot better than it did the last time that he was brought back prematurely by the Rocket Raccoon.
Yeah, Team Pep's very much playing full on the defensive, looking for the full hold with the rocket right off of the rip. And in the anticipation of one of their players going down early, they get brought back in and can still take the next fight 6v6. Feel as though with that cutout boost on that Storm is making it an unfair mirror matchup for the Punisher. Something that Peps have learned. Hardest is faster to the final judgment though, even through the invis boundaries from both teams. He's still finding the damage, especially with the Yon amplifier coming on through. Heals with the Omega Hurricane a little bit later, manages to cut off the disengagement. The bunker position denied for the side of Team Peps, and Alcatia should be able to come on through with the picks, which will at least start taking some percentage from A and moving their way into B.
Now, it is only 2.5 minutes for Team Peps to try to outdo, or at the very least, try to match exactly what Alcatia are about to do here. And this point can get out of hand if Team Peps don't take this fight well. And with a final judgment, the Punisher ultimate in hand for Tilt, you have to be very careful, Team Peps. You're walking the tightrope.
Overtime plays, we say a lot of the time, probably aren't going to see the full map finish, but we've seen Insomnia with an overtime play from here be able to full push this very map. Team Pep swap Leaf over to the Storm, so both have access to the same 12% damage boost coming on through for the Goddess boost. Agamotto gets pushed off of the high ledge. Everyone from Pep's able to just dance around it. No CC, no opening coming on through for Alcatia. Psionic Seduction keeps that payload moving. Tilt off of the back of it, tries to take advantage of Pep's being forced into the disengage, but the Punisher doesn't find the picks. Instead, it's Leaf with the Omega Hurricane right over the objective before it can get to the second checkpoint. DRP, Beetle all throwing the damage on top of the Storm, and it's not the safety of the Eye of the Hurricane that Alcatia was searching for. They get torn asunder.
It was just holding out for as long as possible, but once that Omega Hurricane came out, it just burst for Alcatia. Everybody started to dip, and Team Pep's glad that it didn't get a little bit too silly with how much Alcatia could push things along, but it's got to be in the back of the mind of like, we only have 2.5 minutes to match that, and if this first point is a good hold from Alcatia, it might not even get that far, and we might find ourselves on a third map.
We can very realistically find ourselves on a third map. If Peps, like you said, let anything get out of hand in terms of ultimate economy, if the defenders are able to find a first pick against the attacker side before they can build up ultimates and get into a position where the poke fight goes evenly so that both teams match ultimate economy as opposed to it being one-sided to the defense and all of a sudden Peps are on the back foot for a minute where they have to take fight after fight dry without burning an ultimate. They just have to bank up. It can really quickly spiral in and out of control. That's even why we saw Peps on their defense go for the rocket to make sure that if such an early pick did come through onto the defense, they didn't just have to pack it in.
Set up Team Peps trying to take as much as they can from the armors and the extra tidbits and trinkets, I suppose, that you would get from the Penny Parker rocket combo. And just a potential, looking to be a portal play, but you've seen this a couple of times. Set up the portal to try the turret to battle on the site, but you've also got a turret play up in the sky. It's going to disrupt Team Peps and break a couple of those bigger cooldowns, but Tilt has gone down early.
Hardest was still in spawn, which meant that he was receiving the healing and could fire through the teleport location that Kaya provided so that Tilt was taken down, and Alcatia don't have a rocket. They're down the Punisher for this fight. The floodgates have opened. Peps understand there's blood in the water. The Punisher is not there. They want to be able to take this space permanently away from Alcatia, but they haven't been able to find a pick to do so. What they have been able to do, though, look at the difference in terms of ultimate charge. Tilt, barely 50%. Hardest, already a full heart ahead of him. And out comes Final Judgment before Alcatia have a single strategist ultimate to live behind.
We're finding Kaya as well, so that means Seraphim Shield is not going to be there to stop much of what's about to come in from Hardest. He has been a hero for this team, and considering he wasn't on Punish at the start of this one, you probably sat there thinking of your team Peps like, please just play Punisher all of the time, every time, please. Because now things are moving with a good amount of time on the board still, Moxie.
Yeah, Alcatia didn't turn the other cheek. They did not elegantly accept that the fight had run away from them. They invested in this boundary in that one. And unfortunately, they're not going to have it now to try and live the Omega Hurricane that's about to come on through. If they use Omega Hurricane, or rather Fate of Both to deal with Omega Hurricane, they lose the pocket against Tilt. They might try and combine both of them just so that they can manage to blitz down Leaf's ultimate, but Aura Stealer with the Seer can amplify the damage. And unfortunately for Alcatia, all this time they don't take a fight. That payload is moving.
Just over 30 seconds for Team Peps to make this a 2-0 and make their way into playoffs. Alcatia want to shut this down, bring us to a map 3. Omega Hurricane's going to try to clear the lines for Helis, pulls himself back to the rest of the team, and is going to force out the Seer from Aura Stealer. Still coming over to this mirror back, bringing back anybody that just needs that quick resurrect to bring themselves into the fight. Final Judgment from Tilt in a bit of a low ground position, so at least Leaf can back out a little bit more. Hardest is going to respond in kind as we see the Eye of Agamotto's coming out both sides. Kaya gets stunned, he's able to survive, and all of these ultimates from Alcatia. The book has been thrown down, the Eye of Agamotto shoved back from Larry, whilst the invisible boundary is going to try to keep their team alive. The numbers are about even. Hardest is yet again pulling the numbers potentially back into a neutral position for Team Peps to work with, and Kaya just battling on, full charge Maelstrom, bursting out damage but not leading into any eliminations. It's a real deadlock here with Alcatia backing off, holding on for a dear life here.
Helis back on the Magic to come back faster. Leaf also back on the Wolverine to grab players and deposit them into Peps' waiting arms. And that's going to be a pick onto both of the Vanguards from Alcatia. Deprived now. The source of Sasay and Maluki is not going to be able to build up the invis boundary in time. And Team Peps are finding the turnaround that they so desperately needed. It looked like maybe Alcatia would be able to turn it around with the last minute defense, but no. Peps closed the door on a potential free mapper, and we finished the series 2-0.
Does mean that Alcatia eliminated from stage 1, and you've got a feel for them because not only were a lot of their series just incredibly close, this whole series was on a knife's edge. The full domination mode being played out, 99% versus 99% right at the end, and here the overtime push for a second go around Symbiotic Showdown. Good times put up, but still not good enough as Team Peps really getting a feel of the meta now and seeing the likes of Hardest and Leaf really shine with the way that the draft pick phase is going. It makes you very excited and honestly ponder how far they can go in this tournament, because a 4th place finish in their group and like top 8 finish over in playoffs feels like underselling them a little bit because they looked exceptional here.
Yeah, Peps, I mean, they're so good in those high pressure, high octane moments where we hit into overtime. They do not lose their cool. If anything, they become so much stronger for it. As there were so many smart plays that they decided to do, like Aura Stealer going over to the Rocket, understanding that Hardest would be a big target of focus for Alcatia to try and take down. They know how quickly Hardest bulbs that final judgment. They could not risk overtime fight going long enough that he would bold another. And then we've got DRP coming back on the Venom, Leaf on the Wolverine. They understood that there was a window of opportunity for Alcatia. The door was starting to open for that defense to hold on, and it hinged on invis boundary being built up. Maluki was 72% when he got taken down. And off of the back of that, both Kaya and Milkboy were heavy focus from the side of Team Peps so that the Invis woman wasn't able to build the boundary that would have allowed Alcatia to stabilize, because their respawns being so close to their respawn in terms of where that payload was would immediately have a much easier point of access for the defenders to start regrouping, as opposed to the attacker side where they had to swap onto things like the Venom and the Wolverine that have just access to that because of kit mobility.
Yeah, DRP I think also had some really good moments, like getting a Magneto for one really did show why he's very strong, but just the amount of like first picks that he found in those engagements to really like break those breakpoints like you've been talking about, Moxie, to just have the burst damage to take somebody out, and then it always felt that after DRP would get that first elimination, the rest would fall very quickly afterwards by Al-Qudsiya. A team that and an org that I want to see more of for sure in Marvel Rivals. We haven't seen that much of them over in like the Ignite tournament itself, at least for this one, only the free series so far, but really a good backbone of a team to build from. Just unfortunate bracket that they had to run into the likes of Team Peps here.
Yeah, and there was some like really heartbreaking moments because it feels like we were for sure headed to a map number 3. If that pick on tilt on the Punisher had not come through off of the portal exchange, I think we do go that map 3 because it would have taken so much longer for Peps to be able to break through A, which would then have bled into the amount of time that they had on B. The fact that they were able to come on through with the first final judgment before Invis Boundary, the fact that Al-Qudsiya tried to continue the fight instead of just understanding it's overtime. If we give them point A, they're not getting more time. We can potentially still have the better ultimate economy into the fight that comes afterwards. That really played against them.
For sure. For those that are like maybe 5 minutes away from hitting one of the like drops milestones, you can probably hold on for another 5 minutes, as we should have an interview with one of Team Peps potentially very soon, Moxie. But sort of recapping the day a little bit more, we have our top 8 teams. We have the lineups, at least from the teams that are going to be making the playoff stage. Now it's a case of the order and the bracket that teams are playing for in seeding. Are there any teams today that you're surprised that maybe made top 8, or surprised that we didn't see get this far?
It's hard to say, honestly, because with the advanced pick and ban system, any team can win and any team can lose. It feels like, right? Where if you do mess up your picks and bans and you let something that's super strong for your opponent through, you lose that map, and then you have to immediately adapt in by banning it out the map that comes afterwards. But obviously, since we're in this format, there's not a lot of maps that you can afford to lose with that. And then if you have to ban something specific to the team, you let something else super strong or potentially even stronger through. But like you said, we've got those teams solidified. Let's now see. There it is, cemented. Peps versus Vertus Pro, and that is going to be a showdown for the ages, given the fact that Peps were the first team that took a map against Vertus Pro in the first place.
And honestly, could have taken that series if I remember correctly. It was Yggdrasil Path that I think they played the occasion more than they played the game. Got ahead of themselves a little bit, and Vertus Pro very good at closing out those kind of games. That is the losers bracket, as we did see Rad actually beating Vertus Pro a little bit earlier on in this tournament. They'll be playing the upper bracket finals tomorrow up against Insomnia GG as well. So we will see all of the action from all of the top 8 teams for tomorrow. We're looking over to Group A2, and it's All Business versus Lower 9, who we saw play a little bit earlier today. And then Berber Patapin versus E10 over in the upper bracket finals, which honestly, Zero Tenacity have been an overlooked team. Knuten sort of admitted himself that they feel a little bit underestimated. And Berber Patapim, knowing that they're not in the group of Vertus Pro and seeing them lose already, they must be thinking and feeling, especially because Enzo wanted to be the one that beat them first, they must be feeling like, okay, this tournament is open and ripe for ours for the taking.
But for Zero Tenacity, they took down 2-0 in a very dominant performance. All Business, and All Business have a very similar playstyle to Berber Patapim, because Berber Patapim put a lot of real value and resources into one of their duelist hyper carries, that being Tanuki, who I know if you've come from following the NA region, you're going to know Black Panther in terms of Ego Def's self, but Tanuki was one of the first players that was showing that Black Panther could find value. We didn't really get to see it all that much in the Invitational, but in a lot of the other tournaments that they played before the Invitational, Tanuki's Black Panther struck fear into the hearts of every single player that encountered it.
Yeah, we've seen glimpses, teasers almost, of what exactly Tanuki can do on the Black Panther, so no doubt there's going to be opportunities, maybe just an ace up the sleeve, potentially for later in the tournament, as right now, the teams have solidified themselves. It's seeding now to play for, at least for the rest of this week. You have playoffs next week though, so it's not as if we're in this period where there's not going to be much happening. There's definitely teams that want to get the best seeding possible. And for the likes of Team Peps, it's just continuing on the momentum, I think, after today's result, because we were expecting this overall out of the 4 games that we saw today to be the one that maybe went to a free mapper and to go from there. But we do have an interview ready, available for Team Peps. We're actually going to be talking to DRP, the Magneto extraordinaire. First and foremost, congratulations for qualifying for playoffs. It was a good result, but honestly, I guess it's... Where do we even sort of begin, Moxie? What is the thing that stands out to you the most to ask about?
Teleport play. Second round of Symbiotic Surface when you were attacking. Who decided that you would use the Strange Teleport to have a better angle into theirs?
On Clinton?
Yes.
I think it was a call from Artist or Beetle, but I'm not sure, to be honest. We were kind of ready that they will TP us, so we just, cancel the TP and just play for next.
I think on both the maps that we saw in this series, it was a bit of a slow start from you guys, trying stuff like the triple support. We saw the Jeff, obviously, over on the first Domination map, and then the Ultron dedication from Hardest that after he swapped over to Punisher, things seemed to go a lot more swimmingly. Can you talk us through like what the initial goal was with the Jeff, for example, on the team, and ultimately... Why are you guys not playing Hardest over on the Punisher all the time? Because he tore through people, obviously with your help as the Magneto as well.
The first map, it's Domination, right? So we just try to do a push comp with Jeff and just like AMER choke, we just go full coin. With Form, with Jeff Bubble, with Mantis damage boost. So, it didn't really work, so we kind of swapped up at the end. But that was pretty much the goal, just to go in and kill them all.
So a lot of the time we see you guys, it goes down to the absolute wire with so many overtime pushes that you're either able to win or lose. How exactly is the team environment? Like, what is required from all of your players to make sure that everybody is able to keep fighting in overtime?
You just gotta be locked in and focused. If you're not focused, you cannot really play. We got it to 99 and then we just we just played for it. We just stay focused, winnable, guys. Stay focused, and we won.
I remember the initial Team Peps team was very good at this in the Invitational, just taking those kind of long fights and holding on. As somebody that's not completely new to the team, but wasn't in the Invitational, what is it about this team of Team Peps that makes them so good in these last-ditch attempt fights? Because they're able to survive, they're able to find picks and coordinate stuff really well. You had a really good combination, I think, with the Doctor Strange ultimates with the Meteor M right at the end of Clintar. How are you able to do that in those high-octane situations? Is it the full French-speaking aspect, or just that everybody's more vibes focused that you're just able to push through unstoppable fights?
No, for example, at the end, he just beatled the Tasket for a bubble. I had my ult, so I knew that the cloak would ult for beetle, so I just preferred my ult and we killed them. I think it's a lot of calm, it's a lot of, being focused, a lot of calm, playing for the win, and I think honestly everything can happen.
And since you've won, we know now that your opponent is going to be Vertus Pro. How are you feeling going into that matchup, especially given the fact that we saw Vertus Pro lose to Radden and have such a dominant performance 2-0 today?
I think we lost his audio. I was panicking there because
I think we lost his audio.
Oh my god, my heart! Because I got these headsets yesterday, and I was a little bit the cable's a little bit wonky, so I was hold on. I was just trying to pull up whatever fonts I had available, but yeah.
Just apparently so good at Marvel Rivals that they have the ability to just shut down the server immediately.
Literal silence, yeah. Vertus Pro pulling the plug is I don't want you revealing anything. We're going to see you in the server tomorrow, but he's back. Yeah, we'll get him back. We'll finish off that question because I think it is a good one, Moxie. So hopefully we can hear you again. Yeah,
hello.
Sorry about
Do you
that.
hear me?
Yeah, okay, you now.
It's sorry, it's my bad. I did something bad.
You're okay.
So
That's okay.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Do you have anything that you're feeling headed into your match against Vertus Pro? Because obviously we've seen Vertus Pro take their first loss, but then earlier today, that's apparently motivated them because they had such a dominant 2-0.
I mean, I don't think VP is ready to lose, but I mean, we're gonna try our best. So I think we're just gonna prepare for it and try our best and see how it goes. It's gonna be hard, the match. It's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, you'll keep sort of pegged down, I think. Also, Team Peps were the team to first ever take a map against Vertus Pro, so you never know. Might be the first team to eliminate them from a tournament at this stage before we get to playoffs. So there is that. Thank you very much for DRP. Congrats again.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
See how cracked you were on the Magneto, and honestly, teams are probably not going to let you play that anymore in the future from the looks of it, unless they want to go for the Emma Frost instead. So congrats again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh, Moxie, it's been a hell of a day with the games that we've had. Not quite all free mappers, one of which, the Vertus Pro game, was probably the fastest. And even though that one was a 2-0, a good win for Team Peps over Alcatia, it did feel like a little bit of a slog towards the end. And that's kind of what you want to see for these playoffs qualifying games.
Yeah, I mean, it was the closest to a free mapper you can have without it being a free mapper. We went all the way through the domination rounds. We went all the way through overtime. But speaking about going all the way through, let's have a look at how the day went through. Because, like you said, it's been an amazing day of Marvel Rivals, and it really does feel like we've had so much action back to back to back that it doesn't feel like we began early today. It feels like this was like a year of us traversing the plains of Marvel Rivals and getting to see the meta develop as we go.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, we put so much focus on the draft phase and how that was likely to change over this week in comparison to last. Are you confident in what your assumption was, that that's come to pass, or are you still like, we need to see more of the things that you were talking about with like the Cloak and Dagger focus, or are you surprised in the direction that some of these drafts have gone?
Not really. I mean, we're still seeing that the last ban is being targeted specifically at the teams with unique playstyles, but also the fact that the Cloak and Dagger is being either target banned out or saved. But we can have a look and see whether or not those matches are going to have the same evolution, because what matches we have for you: Team Peps versus Vertus Pro, one that you absolutely did not want to miss before we head into All Business versus Low 9, and then in the upper bracket, Rad Esports, the team that took down Vertus Pro, will be going head-to-head with Insomnia.gg before we finish out the day with Berber Patapim versus Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, really, it's see the final of these like best of threes before we get into a couple of best of fives for Saturday and Sunday. So we really get to see the breadth of the map pool for these teams, but really, yeah, like Vertus Pro, you can't say that they're not still contenders to be the top dogs in EMEA. Not at all, especially after their result today. However, those 4 teams that are in the upper brackets in their respective groups, really, it is a coin toss. It doesn't feel like it's Vertus Pro and everybody else. It really does feel like there's 4, maybe even 5 teams that can contest for the top dog. But that's it for at least today. We've got those games happening tomorrow. If you haven't quite managed to get your Magic Skin online from the drops, you do have America starting in a few hours at the very least, and also like Asia and stuff in the morning. So any sort of closing thoughts, I guess, Moxie, before we move on to the next sort of regions, I guess?
I mean, I guess the secret is out. If Loki and Luna are taken out of rotation in your ranked games, maybe it's time to break out the Cloak and Dagger, but just make sure that you're on the mic telling your team when you're Terra caping.
There's a hell of a lot of combinations to make there, but that's it for today. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the rest of the action for EMEA Ignite. more sustained.